Chapter 543. Their time flowed together. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Every year there was something new, or it could be said that there was nothing new every year. There was no telling if it was because Luchingdi was getting on in years, but Luchingdi seemed to prefer the warmth of home compared to the banquet in the palace. Therefore, he continued the habit of the first 2 or 3 years. During the long vacation, except for those who had to stick to their positions, the rest of the people went back to their own homes. Speaking of which, Jingwan spent the first Mid-Autumn Festival in the Luo family after she came to the capital. It was very warm and normal. This year, they spent the Mid-Autumn Festival in Jiangnan. It was just the two of them, so they could do whatever they wanted. Last year, they spent the Mid-Autumn Festival in the capital, but they did not pay much attention to the people in the capital. This year, they were going to the palace to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival. Speaking of which, although it was a family banquet, it was a palace banquet after all. It was far from a normal family banquet. However, compared with the outside world, the palace was naturally more sophisticated. Apart from the lanterns made by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the palaces also used all kinds of means. After all, if one came out first, he or she would be rewarded. In fact, the reward was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that it could attract Luchingdi's attention. Whether it was the concubines or those little princes and princesses, they were all very keen on this. If the concubines were noticed, they might get favor. If the princes and princesses were noticed, they might get status. Jingwan let out a silent sigh. There was competition everywhere. In fact, because she had the memories of another life. Even though she knew that under the feudal dynasty, a person's likes and dislikes could determine the status of many people, she still felt that it was very unbelievable when she experienced it personally. Although this was the most obvious manifestation of this point, it actually existed in the noble families and even ordinary people. As long as one could gain the favor of the head of the family, then even a kitten or a dog could live a better life than a living person. However, it didn't matter how others fought for her. She had a big backer, so she only needed to watch from the sidelines. When necessary, she could secretly watch the show, and the result of those people fighting for her favor by all means, wasn't it just convenient for others? The colorful lanterns were a feast for the eyes. It really confirmed the saying that only you can think of it, no one else can't do it. Compared to her previous life, some of the craftsmanship was weaker and could not be done. However, in Jingwan's opinion, there were many things that were better. After hanging up the lanterns everywhere, Jingwan and Li Hongyuan strolled around leisurely. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant. Jingwan was particularly fond of lanterns with chubby dolls painted on them. Sometimes, when she looked at them and fiddled with them with her fingers, she would even smile unconsciously. In other people's eyes, just looking at Jingwan, that was absolutely tender and affectionate. They would feel warmth in their hearts. However, the dark-faced demon behind Jin Qinhuang, Fei, was really too much of a killjoy. That unapproachable appearance made people unconsciously turn around when they were still a few zhang away, avoiding them as far as possible. Jin Qinhuang loved Jin Qinhuang Fei. This could be said to be a well-known consensus. However, sometimes Jin Qinhuang's performance seemed to be very contradictory, such as now. According to common sense, Jin Qinhuang Fei was so happy. Shouldn't Jin Qinhuang also be happy? Why did it seem like he was quite unhappy? Just like how Jin Qinhuang Fei put on a green hat for him. Well, this possibility did not exist. Not to mention that Jin Qinhuang was almost inseparable from Jin Qinhuang Fei. Jin Qinhuang Fei having an affair in Jin Qinhuang Fu was really the biggest joke in the world. No matter how powerless the king of hell was, how could he not control his own Wang Fu? Therefore, it could be said that the king of hell's thoughts were different from the rest. It was treacherous and unpredictable. If you couldn't guess, it was best not to guess blindly. Guessing back and forth, you could only let yourself get tangled up and become a mess of hemp rope. Jingwan could actually feel someone's displeasure. However, except for the forbidden area that absolutely could not be touched, Jingwan had nothing to fear most of the time. He didn't like this piece of meat in her belly, but she was now closely connected to this piece of meat. Therefore, even if she deliberately threw a small tantrum, he was also helpless and could only compromise in the end. Li Honyuan looked at Jing Wan's smiling mischief. Sure enough, the black face did not last long. After that, Li Honyuan completely let Jing Wan do whatever she wanted. Although one was smiling warmly and the other was serious in speech and manner, the atmosphere between the two people was exceptionally harmonious. There was no room for a third person to intervene. The people who followed and served all retreated one zhang away. This kind of atmosphere, who knew how many people were envious and jealous. Although from time to time, the topic of Jin Xinhuang Fei's jealousy will be stirred up. Although many people harbored malice and waited for Jin Xinhuang Fei to fall from grace, in reality, the former had no effect on her. As for the latter, didn't you see that she was already 2 to 3 months pregnant? Her complexion was the same as before she was pregnant, and it even made people feel that she seemed to have become more beautiful. In all likelihood, there was still no one else by Jin Xinhuang Fei's side. Otherwise, even if she was a Tongfang, Jin Xinhuang Fei's state would not be like this. When a man had other women by his side, as a wife, no matter how clear and thorough she could see, it was impossible to be completely unaffected. Especially during pregnancy, this person was easily fragile and easy to let her imagination run wild. There's a world of difference between being in a good state and pretending to be in a good state. Once, twice, thrice, even 4 times, they all wanted to see how long she could be arrogant for. However, until now, they still couldn't see her as a joke. Jingwan didn't show any signs of falling from grace, causing these people to lose their temper first. It was better to take care of yourself and not care so much about others. In the end, other than a stomach full of anger, there was still a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to vent. Therefore, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't feel vexed. When they see, they consciously avoid it. The imperial palace was so big, there were many places with lanterns. Want to take a look at it was basically something that couldn't be done in a short period of time. After looking at about 1/10 of it, Jingwan lost interest. Moreover, her exercise today was enough. For the first 3 months, it was better to take it easy. It was true that there were many kinds of lanterns in the imperial palace, but in the end, there was a lack of human touch. There was neither the liveliness of the flower street nor the warmth of each household. The banquet was also held in the imperial garden. Li Honyuan took Jingwan to a relatively quiet place. Because it was not in the way, no one would easily come over. In addition, there were people guarding by the side, so he didn't have any scruples to hold Jingwan in his arms. Jingwan also quietly leaned in Li Hongyuan's arms, looking at the people coming and going not far away. The gorgeous imperial concubines, the exquisite and gorgeous princes and princesses, the dignified and virtuous princesses, and the elegant princes and princesses. No matter how she looked at it, it was fake. Even if she used her toes to think, she knew that most of these people had a fake face and pretended to be polite to others. Of course, Jingwan was also very clear that all kinds of situations were not necessarily out of their hearts. As the saying goes, one can't help oneself. She was safe because she had a shelter. The man beside her blocked all the wind and rain for her, so she could be at ease in a corner. Otherwise, she might have become one of them. Therefore, she was not qualified to judge others. After looking for a while, Jingwan yawned slightly. After she was pregnant, she still had some symptoms. For example, compared to before, she was more sleepy. Take a rest. It's still early for the banquet. Li Hongyuan was already used to accompanying her. So, whenever something happened to Jingwan, he would always be the first to notice. Jingwan did not make a sound, as if she had fallen asleep in this very short time. Then, before Li Hongyuan said anything, Nanny Gong had already brought a cloak. In such a day, although it was still a little hot in the day, the wind at night was already a little cold. Jingwan was awakened by a noise. She sleepily rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? 2 little girls are just fighting. Don't pay attention to it. Let's go to another place and continue to sleep for a while. It's okay. I'm actually not that sleepy. Jingwan leaned against him to wake herself up and then sat up straight. Then, Jingwan realized that the so-called little girls fighting seemed to be two little princesses. But thinking about it, tonight was the emperor's family banquet. The people who rushed to fight here could not be little palace maids. Other than the little princesses, it could only be the little princesses of the various manors. What's going on? Let's go and take a look. Li Honyuan actually noticed that Jingwan's curiosity had been a little strong recently, but he didn't stop her. With him guarding, even if there were many people, others had to make way for him. He didn't have to worry about bumping into them. After passing by, the two little princesses were still crying loudly. However, Jingwan's eyes flashed with confusion. What? This did not seem to be a matter of two people. There were clearly 4 people involved. Lu Qingdi had more sons than daughters. Noble consort Su's Princess Minxiang was ranked 5th, and there was a slight age gap between her and the 6th princess. The 6th princess was not even 14 years old, and the 7th princess was only half a year younger than her. At this moment, the two of them were disheveled. Their hair was messy, and their eyes were spitting fire as they glared at each other. Obviously, they were the main characters of the fight. Jingwan stood aside and listened to them. She basically knew the cause and effect, only could express her mood. The 5th princess was married. Although the status of the remaining princesses was different because of their respective mothers, the difference was not very big. However, no matter how small the difference was still the difference. They were not favored, and the position of concubine was absolutely different from that of the little nobles below. The mothers of the 6th princess and the 7th princess were both concubines. Without the 5th princess's suppression, of course, now that noble consort Su had fallen from the throne and Prince Rue had been demoted to a concubine, even if the 5th princess was still in the palace, she could not suppress the other princesses. Now, the 2 princesses were the leaders. They each had their own little followers. They were the ones who fought, but the reason was their little followers. It was just that the little princess below wanted to grab 2 fruit and vegetable lanterns. Grapefruit lanterns, pumpkin lanterns, watermelon lanterns, orange lanterns, apple lanterns, and so on were relatively popular among the people. It was rare for the noble families to see them. The reason why the Luo family had them was that Luo Peishan didn't mind. He just wanted to give the younger generation something to have fun with. However, many high officials and nobles minded it very much. They thought it was beneath their dignity to play with those things that were only for the poor. One of the little princess's mother came from a small family. She was sent to the summer palace by the people below. Then, she was chosen by Lu Qingdi and brought back to the palace. Those fruit and vegetable lanterns were happy memories of her childhood, so she made 2 for her daughter on a whim. She was skillful, and the lanterns that she made were delicate enough. Things that were not rare among the people were rare in the palace, because they had never seen them before. This attracted the peeping of others. As soon as she grabbed the lanterns, she attracted the big sister of the other party. The 6th princess slapped the little princess who snatched the lanterns. "You're so young and you don't learn good things. Is this what your mother taught you?" Speaking of which, it was not necessarily to seek justice for her little follower. It was purely because the person she protected was robbed. How could she save face? Especially when the other party was intimate with her dead teammate. She was a little girl. After being beaten, she would definitely cry. Moreover, the people in the palace were all shrewd. Although she was young, her lethality was definitely not small. Moreover, she knew the essence of the child who cries gets meat to eat. As soon as she cried, the people who supported her came. In the eyes of the 7th princess, this good sister was not beating her little follower, but herself. She was so angry that if she said something wrong, she would directly beat her up. Although the palace servants had pulled her away at the fastest speed, it still caused the current situation. "It's good to be young. You're so energetic," Jingwan said with a sigh. From Wan's words, "You think you're old?" Li Hongyuan's eyes were a little deep. "Yes, my heart is old." Obviously, Jingwan did not notice the change in her husband at all. According to Wan, physically speaking, I'm 8 years older than you. Mentally speaking, this meaningful made Jingwan, whose IQ was a little damaged, instantly react. She quivered. "What was that?" In her previous life, she had died in her 20s, while the person beside her was in his 40s. Moreover, experience was the key factor that determined a person's psychological maturity. She had experienced a lot, but the other person might have had more than 70 or 80 years of experience compared to others. Thinking about it this way, she was simply a little seedling, okay? Wan Wan is disdaining your husband for being old. Li Han Yuan seemed a little lonely and sad. Jing Wan really wanted to curse out loud. This sad look was even more unbearable than going crazy. Because even if she went crazy, her nerves had been tempered thousands of times, and her endurance was very high. Now that she suddenly changed her style, it was very strange, okay? Other people did not care, but when the living king of hell suddenly acted like this, it would only make people's hearts tremble for no reason. It was the precursor of a big move. Li Han Yuan saw Jing Wan looking at him nervously, as if she was facing a great enemy. He smiled, like a gorgeous and magnificent purple peony blooming. Don't be too bewitching. Li Han Yuan raised his hand and gently rubbed his finger on Jing Wan's face. Your husband can't do anything to you now, but we can put it on the account and slowly settle it in the future. How many debts have you put on me? Jing Wan asked subconsciously. Wan, do you want to know? Your husband can count it for you one by one. Even 3 times a day is not a problem. No need. Jing Wan immediately refused. Counting how many knives were hanging over her head. Wasn't that looking for abuse? Li Han Yuan showed a slightly regretful expression, missing the chance to add another debt. Although the two people deliberately lowered their voices from beginning to end and did not make any intimate movements, most people's attention was on the two valiant princesses. However, there were still some people who noticed them. Scoundrel, do you have to be so arrogant and show off your affection? Are you deliberately trying to make people jealous? Or jealous? Or jealous? Okay, you win. The atmosphere was obviously sweet, but their hearts were filled with sour bubbles. Did Jin Xin Wang Fei really cultivate 8 lifetimes of good fortune? Then what about them? Did they create 8 lifetimes of evil? When the younger sisters were in a conflict, the ordinary concubines could not intervene. The elders who could intervene were not present, so only the elder brothers and sisters-in-law had gone out. They did not have a direct elder brother. As for the others, they did not seem to be willing to pay attention to them. After all, if this kind of thing was not handled well, they would not be able to gain any benefits and would also be stained with blood. Although the mothers of the 6th princess and 7th princess were not favored, but their maternal families still had some power. For no reason, no one was willing to make another enemy at this time. The 6th princess and 7th princess were obviously still angry and did not consider the consequences. No one spoke, but it looked like they were going to fight again. Sure enough, in the next moment, they broke away from the palace servants who were holding them back and threw themselves at the other side. Are you really addicted to fighting? Li Hong Yuan's tone was slightly cold as he opened his mouth. The two who were fighting immediately retreated and looked in the direction of the sound source in horror. It really was 6th Imperial Brother. The two people's faces turned white. Jingwan knew that her husband was a great deterrent to many people, but these princesses were scared like this. It seemed a bit unreasonable. Could it be that this old cucumber painted green man had even taught these little girls a lesson? Think about it. If he really taught them a lesson, it was before he left the palace. That was 8 or 9 years ago. The 6th princess and 7th princess were only a few years old. Could this man really do it? Li Hanyuan glanced at Jingwan. He was very clear about what she was thinking and squeezed her hand. In his wife's heart, was he such a bad person? To tell the truth, these people were afraid of him, especially the younger ones. It could be said that when they were disobedient, their mothers used his reputation to scare them. Over time, it became a conditioned fear. Other than this, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. After all, for these younger brothers and sisters, Li Honyuan completely couldn't distinguish who was who. The number of interactions was 0. Take all 4 of them back, ground them for 6 months, forfeit their salary for half a year, hire 2 instructors for them, and properly learn the rules. Li Honyuan lightly said. He didn't ask whether the little girl who was robbed at the beginning was innocent or not. Li Honyuan didn't have the mind to be fair and just. When these words came out, the princesses all trembled, but none of them pleaded. The two younger ones even suppressed their voices and didn't dare to cry loudly. After being sent back by their palace servants, the others glanced at Jin Xinhuang and went to do what they should do. Others didn't want to offend people, but Jin Xinhuang was completely unafraid. When everyone dispersed, Jingwan poked Li Hongyuan's waist. Our Jin Xinhuang also has the effect of curing children crying at night. Jingwan, who reacted half a beat slower, obviously already understood and ridiculed. After the little bastard in your belly is born, Wan can personally see if this husband has this effect. Jingwan once again lit a candle for the treasure in her belly. Being Li Hongyuan's child was definitely a very sad thing. I remember that year when I first entered the capital, the younger brothers and sisters at home also fought over the lanterns. However, the elders were happily watching from the side, and that group of younger ones, after the fight, went back to wash and reconciled in a flash. Don't compare with the imperial family in everything. Jingwan smiled. That's right. The more one compared, the more depressed one would be. In the inner palace, there wasn't much true innocence. Not long after, several of the empresses in the inner palace appeared. It looked like they were preparing to worship the moon. However, not only did the empress appear, imperial concubine Su also appeared. Jingwan was really surprised. However, the empress still looked sickly. It couldn't be helped. The after effects of her reincarnation were too strong. She was actually very lucky to still be alive. As for imperial concubine Su, although Emperor Lu Chengdi banned her from entering the Jade Palace, in the end, there was no clear imperial edict. No one knew why Emperor Lu Chengdi allowed her to come out today. However, the current them, only imperial concubine Qin, didn't seem to have changed. Other than her, imperial concubine Wei Xian was also very different from the first time she saw them. It had only been a short time. If it wasn't for their identities being obvious, it was likely that it would be impossible to connect them now with their former selves. The imperial palace was indeed the most nurturing and also the most torturous place. When they were favored, they could be bright and beautiful. When they were out of favor, they would fall into the dust. Everything was ready. Jingwan wanted to go over and worship the moon with the others. Li Honyuan directly stopped her. No need. Jingwan was a little confused. Even if imperial concubine Su was here, she wouldn't dare to do anything in public. Moreover, she could bring Mama Gong with her. The others also knew that she was special now and wouldn't go near her for no reason. Chapter 544. Something's not right tonight. Wan, don't leave my side. Li Honyuan said solemnly. Jingwan naturally listened to him. What's wrong? I don't know for now. It doesn't feel good. Intuition was a mysterious thing. However, Jingwan thought of what he had experienced. Even if she ignored this point, she still chose to believe him unconditionally. Therefore, when everyone else moved closer to the temporarily built moon worship platform, Jingwan still stood beside Li Honyuan and didn't move. The others saw this but didn't say anything. He was the living king of hell. Now, his position in the emperor's heart had risen to another level. It was absolutely unreachable. To put it bluntly, the emperor almost worshipped him like an ancestor. Others couldn't afford to offend him. His wife was precious now. Naturally, she would listen to whatever he said. Many people thought sarcastically. Everyone had different lives. What could they do? They weren't the imperial noble consort's children. Jingwan didn't say anything. However, she saw that some people were mocking her husband in their hearts. It wasn't easy for him to have an offspring at 25 years old. Naturally, he had to be careful in everything. He used to be bold, but now he was as timid as a mouse. Jingwan lowered her eyes. To put it bluntly, if something happened to her, and she had an abortion, this person probably wouldn't frown for the child. His anger would only be because she was hurt. Because of this deep affection, Jingwan was occasionally a little scared. She was worried that she couldn't give the other party the same love, even though love couldn't be measured. When she wasn't sure, she was worried about gains and losses. When she got everything, she could still have some small problems. Jingwan sometimes despised herself. Because he didn't need her to do anything, Jingwan didn't know to what extent she could do for him. However, she would love him with all her heart. However, there was actually a problem, because she had received the best, most complete love. If one day the person who gave her this love wanted to take it back or make it incomplete, anyone would probably go crazy. So when that time came, Jingwan reckoned that she would really kill him. On the other hand, Jingwan would never allow anyone to interfere. She would kill anyone who tried to sabotage her relationship. Jingwan suddenly turned her head to look at her husband. At this moment, she suddenly understood. What's wrong? Li Hanyuan was slightly puzzled. Jingwan shook her head. She suddenly understood why her husband was so hostile towards Chun Jingmin and Sun Yilin and wanted to kill them directly several times. It was because they had feelings for her and coveted her. Even if they were not a threat, he could not tolerate it. For example, if there were some outstanding woman who had deep feelings for her husband and could not forget him, her reaction would definitely not be any better. The most typical example was Ruan Fangfei. However, when she married her husband, Ruan Fangfei was completely out of the picture. She had not opened her heart to him yet. Her hatred for Ruan Fangfei directly stemmed from her scheming against her and the Luo family, so she did not have much feelings in this regard. As for the other people who coveted her husband, they all had a strong purpose. Basically, none of them were really targeting him. His love for her gave her a strong confidence. Perhaps she didn't realize at that time, but she actually didn't put them in her eyes at all, because they weren't targeting him. But the worldly possessions he might bring, it didn't arouse her vigilance. If Ruan Fangfei was still here, even if she wasn't single, Jingwan would probably want to kill her. She didn't like her love rival, not because she didn't trust the other party, nor was it because the other party might cause trouble and be dangerous. It was because the other party was thinking about her own person, which she couldn't tolerate. This kind of crazy possessiveness was not because others couldn't touch what belonged to her, but because she loved it to the bone. It was only for one person, and there was no such emotion in anything else. Jingwan suddenly laughed. She seemed to have understood something and was happy for some reason. According to her husband's identity and status, she would definitely have love rivals in the future. Jingwan believed that at that time, without her husband's coercion, she would take the initiative to deal with it and strangle everything in the cradle. Even if she didn't kill them, she would let them know clearly that if they dared to come, they had to be prepared to die. So what if it would ruin her reputation? Compared to her husband, her reputation was not worth mentioning at all. Are you stupid today? Li Hanyuan reached out and pinched her face. Even if I'm stupid, you still have to treasure me for the rest of your life. Jingwan said without holding back. Li Hanyuan chuckled. He didn't know what his wife had thought through, but he felt that it was a bit different, because he, Li Hanyuan, was never someone who only gave without asking for anything in return. The stronger his love, the more his wife cared about him. He was still waiting, but he didn't know that this thought had actually come true at this moment. However, if Jingwan didn't say it, he would probably only find out the next time Jingwan made a move. After the moon worship, Lu Qingdi also arrived late. Afterwards, the Empress presided over the distribution of the mooncakes. However, her body wasn't good, so she had to be supported the entire process. It was a kind of sadness. Thinking about the past, her schemes, her ambitions, without a healthy body, everything became empty talk. Qin Shufei was the one who cut the mooncakes. The mooncakes prepared were big enough, and there were a lot of them. However, the emperor's family was not to be trifled with. Therefore, in the end, only a small piece was distributed, and it was gone in 2 or 3 bites. Jingwan felt that the mooncakes tasted good. The banquets in the palace weren't very good, but it didn't mean that the imperial chef skills were bad. To a certain extent, because there were too many rules and the imperial kitchen was relatively far away, many things no longer tasted the same when they reached the mouth. The imperial chef couldn't do anything about it, but things like mooncakes were different. Therefore, the pastry chef was the one who received the most rewards in the imperial kitchen. Lu Qingdi seemed to be in a good mood today and didn't stick to the rules. He didn't have to sit at his own table. Even the concubines didn't mind sitting at their children's table. For many people, this was a great favor, especially the concubines of the lower ranks. They could only show their faces at the emperor's family banquets. If it was a formal occasion, they wouldn't even have the chance to sit. The only chance they had to sit at the same table with their children was in their own palace, and the children came first. If Lu Chengdi was here, they could only be the person who served the dishes. Jingwan and Li Hongyuan's table was still only the two of them. Their mother wasn't at the table, and the children were in their bellies. It wasn't very lively, but they enjoyed it very much. Jingwan raised her head to look at the sky. There were thin layers of clouds tonight, but at this moment, it didn't cover the light of the full moon hanging in the sky. The surrounding stars were scattered. Big and small pearls fell on a jade plate. Tonight is also a good night to admire the moon, Jingwan said softly. Li Honyuan glanced at it and made a sound in response. He didn't care whether the moon was beautiful or not. He was just echoing his wife's words. At this time, the chief steward next to Lu Chengdi walked over. Wang Yi, Wang Fei, His Majesty wants you two to move to the imperial table. His voice was neither soft nor loud, and his attitude was very respectful. Because of Su Gue Fei's big secret, Li Hongyuan's attitude towards Lu Chengdi was still not very good. Even though he had been rebellious since he was young and always opposed Lu Chengdi. Not going. The chief steward's face stiffened, and he cursed Li Honyuan in his heart. Jingwan smiled. It's the same sitting there. Wang, you should accompany Fu Huang to drink a cup of wine. The chief steward only wanted to kneel and kowtow to Jingwan. Jin Xian Wang Fei was really too understanding. Li Honyuan glanced at her and slowly stood up. It seemed that he had compromised. This husband and wife pair, one playing the good cop, the other playing the bad cop. This double act was very tacit. Li Honyuan gave a perfunctory bow, and Lu Chengdi's old face was smiling like a flower. With a lesson from the Dragon Boat Festival, Lu Chengdi was much more amiable to Jingwan this time. Of course, Jingwan was pregnant, and the Imperial Gue Fei had given her a protective talisman. Li Honyuan didn't speak, so Jingwan chatted with Lu Chengdi with a smile. Perhaps she was really in a good mood. Jingwan didn't say anything funny, and Lu Chengdi could also laugh loudly, causing other people to look askance. In their view, the so-called reward was just finding a reason to call Li Honyuan to the imperial table. It looked like the three of them were a family, and everyone else was superfluous. Their original good mood naturally faded, especially Su Gue Fei. She clearly had children and grandchildren, but she was like those concubines who didn't have children, all alone. She lowered her head and seemed to be drinking in depression, but in reality, it was just to cover up the hatred in her eyes that was almost tangible. She had done so much, but in the end, Li Honyuan, this bastard, was so lucky that his wife got pregnant. And her most outstanding son, the heavens gave him luck, but didn't give him everything. He gave birth to a little girl, and because of this, he was demoted to a commoner. She had spent so much effort, and her hand was stained with so much blood, but in the end, she had fallen to this state. How could she not hate or resent? Therefore, the mask that she had worn for decades, the mask that was almost a part of her face, was finally completely torn off. Now, she didn't dare to look at people directly, because with just one look, she could reveal her true feelings. However, with Li Hongyuan's keenness, he was more or less aware of Su Gue Fei's emotions. He didn't care and didn't even give her a glance. It had to be said that when Lu Cheng Emperor cleaned up the people in the Jade Essence Palace, there were some things that other people didn't know. However, there were no walls in the world that didn't let the wind pass through. Some things could still be traced. For example, everyone present was well aware that Su Gue Fei and her adopted son had completely shed all pretense of cordiality because of some things. Jin Xinwang was fine, and other than the title of Gue Fei, Su Gue Fei had nothing left. It was obvious that Su Gue Fei was in the wrong. Speaking of which, during this period of time, the concubines didn't go to the Jade Essence Palace less. To add insult to injury, that was definitely the best show for the women in the imperial harem. It was meaningless to step on those who had no status and no status. That kind of person wasn't worth it at all. Only by stepping on those who were high above and had bullied them before would they feel happy. Su Guwei Fei used to be the most favored in the imperial harem for so many years. It was unknown how many concubines had fallen in her hands. Perhaps because she stood high enough, some of the things she had done before were like eating and drinking. She didn't have any impression of it. For others, a gay friend could be a disaster. Thus, if there was a chance, how could they not take revenge? In a banquet held in the imperial harem, regardless of the nature, singing and dancing were indispensable themes. While chatting with others, he slowly ate his food. From time to time, he would glance at the graceful dance moves of the dancers. Occasionally, he would tilt his head to listen to the melodious music of the singers. Otherwise, the melodious music was just as pleasant to listen to. Although she had watched it many times, there was always something different. In order to avoid being too bored or being nagged by Lu Qingdi, Jingwan watched it very attentively. When she took it seriously, she felt that it was indeed not bad. Lu Qingdi's royal table was definitely more sumptuous than other people's tables at any time. 30 to 40 dishes were relatively few. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking at the wave of dishes being served, Jingwan estimated that there would be more than 100 dishes. In the end, the total number of dishes that could enter Lu Qingdi's stomach was 3. That was the extraordinary performance of the imperial kitchen. The rest was all wasted. Many emperors said that the treasury was empty during their reigns. According to such a wasteful way, it would be strange if it wasn't empty. Not to mention that if the emperor changed every meal to 8 dishes and 2 soups and added snacks or something, the number of people in the imperial harem would decrease gradually. Then, the entire imperial harem would save a lot of money every year. Was it wrong for the emperor to have 11 dishes a meal? Don't joke. 7 or 8 people were enough. Unfortunately, the food was also an important symbol of the emperor's identity. Li Honyuan directly picked up a finger-sized meatball and put into Jingwan's mouth. Jingwan opened her mouth and ate it. She was too used to it. Looking at it, she knew that it was definitely not the first time. When Jingwan reached out to drink some soup, she realized that there was something wrong with the way people looked at her, especially Lu Qingdi, who was looking at her meaningfully. When she just swallowed the food in her mouth, Jingwan felt a little blocked. She reached out and pinched someone. She forgot about it. Did he also go astray? He obviously did it on purpose. Li Hongyuan's body was basically full of muscles. It was not easy to pinch him. When Jingwan pinched him, it was more like scratching an itch for him. He glanced at her indifferently and added a piece of fish into her bowl. Jingwan's face was indeed much thicker now. However, being stared at by so many people, she still felt a little embarrassed. However, someone was completely unaware of it. He was very happy. If she really stopped him, he would probably attract more attention. Jingwan was quite helpless. She could see that this person was obviously narrow-minded. He was trying to settle accounts. He couldn't do anything to her, so he used this method to draw hatred for her. The world was used to it. It was called public display of affection. The world was reserved and reserved. It was not proper for a husband and wife to hold hands in front of outsiders. It was unconventional, shameless, and even shameless. Moreover, it was always the wife who served the husband. On the other hand, if it was more serious, some people would even ask where the 3 obedience and 4 virtues had gone. Of course, in the eyes of other men, it was indeed improper. However, in the eyes of other women, it was not the case. The accumulated hatred came from them. TSK. Jingwan lowered her eyes slightly and pretended to be dead. Li Honyuan put down his chopsticks and drank a cup of wine. His eyes met Lu Qingdi's. Imperial father, why are you looking at me? Lu Qingdi coughed lightly. It was not easy to point it out directly. It's better not to do things that shouldn't be done. Li Honyuan sneered. Others might want to be reserved. Who was Li Honyuan? He was the living king of hell, the former devil incarnate. If he couldn't do it, he would do it. Compared to being reserved, he preferred to be direct and violent. I heard that Imperial Father loves Imperial Mother and is devoted to Imperial Mother. I don't believe that you haven't fed Imperial Mother before. His gaze turned and fell on the others. Don't make a fuss over such a trivial matter. When you have nothing to do, You just watch beauties dance. If you're not satisfied, you can change to something else. Staring at us husband and wife, you really have nothing better to do. If you can't stand it, you can do it yourself. This prince doesn't mind at all. Li Hongyuan's peerlessly thick-skinned face didn't blush and his heart didn't skip a beat. However, it made the others who hadn't done anything flustered, especially Lu Qingdi, who almost choked. He blew his beard and glared at Li Hongyuan. Do you think everyone is like you, evil creature? If you want me close to your wife, scram back to your own mansion. Close the door and do whatever you want. When you're outside, you have to pay attention to it. Li Hongyuan bluntly mocked. Imperial father doesn't have anyone to accompany you, and you don't allow other couples to be close. It's so unreasonable. Moreover, you don't have anyone to accompany you now. Who caused this? If you don't like me, you can just issue an imperial edict and confine me to the mansion. Do you really think I want to come to the palace? Last year, in the manor, there wasn't a bunch of messy people. You don't know how happy I was. Li Hongyuan spat out knives again. Lu Qingdi was so angry that his liver hurt. His heart choked, and he almost vomited blood. The others were also collectively implicated. They were indiscriminately attacked by Li Hongyuan. They were really innocent. Lu Qingdi trembled and pointed at Li Hongyuan. You evil creature. Will you only be satisfied after I die from anger? You did it, and you don't allow others to talk about it? You're not happy just by looking at her? Li Hongyuan stood up. You're still unhappy. What does your majesty want to do? The atmosphere instantly became hostile. Jingwan was actually fine, but some people's tolerance was not so good. Especially those who were smiling. They were scared to tears. Li Hongyuan seemed to think that he didn't provoke Lu Qingdi enough. I dare to take responsibility for what I do. I'm open and above board. What about you, your majesty? There could have been one more person at this table. With a bang, Lu Qingdi slammed the table, bristling with anger. He looked at Li Hongyuan like an angry lion, but Li Hongyuan was not to be outdone. The father and son looked at each other like enemies. In the end, it was Lu Qingdi who was defeated and deflated. All right, there are some things that I don't want to say to you. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Accompany Fu Huang to have a meal. Don't quarrel with me every time. I'm the emperor, your father. You should leave me some face. Li Hongyuan still wanted to say something, but Jingwan reached out and pulled him. When he looked over, Jingwan gently shook her head. Li Hongyuan looked at him for a moment and didn't speak again. Lu Qingdi saw this and felt sour in his heart. It was said that when you have a wife, you forget your parents. This evil creature was really the typical example. However, he didn't know if it was because he personally took this evil creature out of his mother's womb, but he was born to be at odds with him. When he talked to him, he couldn't get along well with him. Sit down. Lu Qingdi waved his hand. Even if it was for this meal, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. He could do whatever he wanted. He would turn a blind eye and pretend that he didn't see anything. If he talked to him, he didn't know what would happen. Lu Qingdi sometimes wondered what sins he had committed in his previous life to give birth to such an evil creature to go against him, but he was reluctant to punish him. However, Li Hongyuan vaguely mentioned the imperial noble consort's death, so Emperor Lu Cheng lost his interest. Li Hongyuan didn't seem to want to compromise, but Jingwan pulled him to sit down. Jingwan's face was a little cautious and a little fearful, but her heart was very calm. She was just wondering what was wrong with this master today, to the extent that he had dragged so many people to be unhappy with him. Obviously, only Jingwan knew that someone had done it on purpose. Therefore, anyone who met him would have to light a candle for him. This episode seemed to have passed just like that. In everyone's hearts, it did not leave too deep of a mark. After all, it was just like how jealousy cursed Jingwan. They were used to it. The first time, the second time, the second time, the second time, the third time, the third time, the third time, they would be numb to it. After the seventh, eighth, and ninth time, they would probably be as indifferent as water. Of course, this was the majority of people. Noble consort Su had a hunched back and a pair of gloomy eyes. When mentioning the imperial noble consort, her eyes were filled with resentment, joy, and fear. She was most worried that this fire would burn her. No matter if it was her or her son, They couldn't endure being disliked by the emperor again. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be any room for a comeback. Perhaps it was because Luchingdi had suffered another blow and his spirit had become a little weak. Perhaps he didn't even think about noble consort Su anymore. Chapter 545. Jingwan tilted her head and whispered something in Li Hongyuan's ear. Li Hongyuan put down his wine glass. I think I'll go with you. Jingwan carefully glanced at Luchingdi. On the surface, she seemed to be asking for Luchingdi's consent, but in fact, she was a little bit mischievous. She wanted to see Luchingdi change his face. Luchingdi decided to ignore it to the end. Jingwan felt a little regretful. When a subject met the emperor, to prevent himself from being disrespectful, he even drank less water. It was really sad. Jingwan changed her clothes and came out. Her hand was still a little damp after being stained with water. Li Hongyuan stood in the corridor with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. It was quiet. The flowers and trees outside the corridor formed a beautiful picture. It was beautiful, but it also had a feeling that it could be seen from afar. But when he turned back, he naturally showed a faint smile. The sense of distance suddenly disappeared. Li Hongyuan stretched out his hand to Jingwan. Jingwan put her hand in his palm. Under the moonlight, their foreheads touched, and the tips of their noses touched. It felt so good. Yuan, I don't want to go back. Then I won't go back. Otherwise, I'll go directly out of the palace to the prince's mansion, or go to the lantern market to enjoy the lanterns. If I'm lucky, I might meet the Luo family. Anyway, Li Hongyuan was very clear that as long as he didn't touch the throne, his good father's tolerance for him was so high that it was strange. If he didn't make good use of it, he would feel sorry for himself. I don't think so. Although you have already swept his face clean, you should take it easy. How to put it? Someone was so high profile and showed his presence everywhere, but in fact, trying to cover up makes it more conspicuous. It was just that not many people knew. How many people were so good at secretly usurping the throne since ancient times? However, how many people had the luck to start over? Thinking about it this way, the acceptance seemed to be higher. What does it matter? Nothing. Li Hongyuan's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at the place where the banquet was set up in the imperial garden and narrowed his eyes slightly. His intuition was right. However, it actually played this trick. Li Hongyuan sneered. What's wrong? Jingwan was puzzled and looked in the same direction. Something's wrong. Judging from the commotion, there should be an assassin at the banquet, Li Hongyuan said calmly. Jingwan's eyes widened slightly. Suddenly, she grasped Li Hongyuan's hand tightly. Something happened when we were leaving the banquet. Would they frame us for this? Things that had been planned out could not be called a coincidence. I'm fine. Li Hongyuan wasn't sure how many assassins there were, and he only brought 2 guards with him. Jingwan's current situation was special. If anything were to happen to her, she would be in trouble. Therefore, Li Hongyuan didn't plan to go over. Jingwan obviously saw through his thoughts. Yuan, being late and not being there are 2 different things. I know, but all those people added together can't compare to one of your fingers. I'm very happy to be so loved by you, but if that's the case, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble later. Assassins are not guards. No matter how many there are, they can't be much. At the critical moment, Jingwan's IQ was absolutely online. Li Hongyuan frowned. Then you must follow me closely. Don't worry. Li Hongyuan pulled Jingwan, followed by Gong Mama, Hei Mei, and 2 guards. As they got closer, Jingwan also heard the noise. The noise was getting more and more obvious. 2 people suddenly rushed out from the side and happened to bump into Jingwan and the others. The 2 people were stunned at first, probably because they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Then, with a fierce look, they put their hands in front of their chests. The daggers, which were blue under the light, were obviously smeared with poison and were stained with blood. They rushed quickly toward Jingwan and the others. It was not the first time Jingwan had encountered such a situation. She didn't panic, but the hand holding Li Hongyuan slightly tightened. Li Hongyuan's thumb gently rubbed the back of her hand to comfort her. Gong Mama and Hei made it move, but the 2 guards went up to them without fear. As a prince, Although he could bring 2 guards into the palace, he was still not allowed to bring weapons. Barehanded against 2 assassins with poisoned daggers, he didn't know how poisonous the daggers were. If it was a slow poison, then it was okay. But if it was the kind of poison that killed at the sight of blood, a small wound could cause him to lose his life. Li Hongyuan's 2 guards were shadow guards. They were better at dealing with this kind of crafty assassination method than traditional martial arts. Although Jingwan didn't understand much, she also found that the 2 people from the prince's fu had the upper hand. But because of the other party's poisoned daggers, they couldn't let go. Otherwise, they might have already taken him down. The clothes of these 2 people were too obvious. With just a glance, it could be distinguished. One was a dancer, the other was a palace eunuch from the imperial kitchen. They clearly belonged to the kind of people who looked weak, but at this moment, their moves were unusually fierce. Although the 2 guards of Jin Xinhuang Fu didn't see blood, but the places where their clothes were cut were not few. In the blink of an eye, they had already fought more than 10 rounds. Soon, Yu Zhongqing chased after them with several imperial guards. When he saw the current situation, he joined in without hesitation. They had swords with them, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was only a matter of time before they could take them down. As Jingwan watched attentively, Li Hongyuan suddenly let go of her hand, grabbed her waist, and retreated. Seeing the shining swords chopping towards Jingwan and the others, it turned out that there were also assassins among the imperial guards. When both sides were like fire and water, one of them suddenly turned towards Jingwan and the others. However, the assassin might have thought that they were distracted, but Li Hongyuan never relaxed his vigilance from beginning to end. At this time, he only believed in himself, and even divided his attention to his back. In the process of Li Hongyuan bringing Jingwan and retreating, after all, there were 2 people and their movements were hindered. The other party's blade was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, he brought Jingwan to the side, causing the assassin's blade to cut empty air. Then Li Hongyuan kicked the other party's wrist. The blade clearly changed direction, but it didn't fall off. Looking closely, it turned out that the assassin had wrapped the hilt of the blade around his hand. However, Li Hongyuan's kick was enough to break the other party's bones. With severe pain, how could he continue to use the blade? So much so that Li Hongyuan didn't make another move. The assassin only thought that he was being looked down upon. Seizing the opportunity, his other hand reached into his bosom. However, before he could take out the dagger, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Then he met with a pair of cold and emotionless eyes, and the owner of those eyes was actually a middle-aged woman. With unwillingness, the assassin's body softened and fell to the ground. Although it happened quickly, Jingwan also saw clearly that the assassin only paid attention to them, and her husband didn't make another move. Unexpectedly, Nanny Gong suddenly rushed out from behind. It was the first time that Jingwan saw Nanny Gong move so fast. Nanny Gong held the hairpin in her left hand, and her right hand went straight into the assassin's bosom. When the hairpin pierced into the assassin's neck, Nanny Gong changed the direction of the dagger and directly pierced into his body. Nanny Gong stepped back, but didn't pull out the hairpin. It wasn't the first time that she had seen such a scene. For Jingwan, it was still a little exciting. However, Jingwan's eyes didn't move away. Looking at the man who was gradually dying on the ground, a pool of blood quickly appeared under him, and the blood from his neck kept flowing out through the hairpin. Obviously, it was caused by the 2 main arteries being injured in both places. However, wasn't the hairpin's lethality a little too strong? Jingwan suddenly thought of a possibility. What if the hairpin was shaped like a triangular thorn? Jingwan moved her eyes to the place where the hairpin was connected to the assassin's neck. Because of her good eyesight, she could see clearly in the dim light. Sure enough, "Commander," a cry of surprise attracted Jingwan's attention. Yu Zhongqing's body fell forward, and his back took a solid hit. However, his reaction was fast enough. He quickly turned around and blocked the second hit. Yu Zhongqing's eyes were cold. Even if the opponent was his brother, he showed no mercy at this moment. Jingwan clenched her fists tightly. It was obvious that there was more than one person in the Imperial Army who was problematic. However, under the circumstances just now, everyone thought that there was only one. The second person suddenly made a move and even attacked them from behind. It was impossible to guard against. Perhaps he knew that it was impossible to succeed in attacking Li Hanyuan and Jingwan, so he chose Yu Zhongqing. The dancer and little eunuch from before were like arrows at the end of their flight. They were quickly taken down. Several imperial guards turned around to help Yu Zhongqing. Perhaps it was because of anger, the eunuch was directly killed. When everything was over, they all stood there in a daze. However, the good brothers who used to hang around each other's shoulders when they had nothing to do were now unconsciously on guard against each other. They were even at a loss of what to do. Obviously, because of what happened just now, they had become a little paranoid. You are the imperial guards carefully selected by the emperor. You are responsible for the safety of the palace. Look at you now, what are you doing? You were in a hurry before, so you were taken advantage of. Now, can't you tell that the people around you are not your own brothers? Yu Zhongqing did not speak harshly. His voice was still calm. It was also because of this calmness that the imperial guards regained their senses and quickly recovered. At this moment, Yu Zhongqing was not very good. He was a little dazed, and his body seemed to be a little stiff. He did not feel pain from the wound on his back. Instead, he felt numbness. However, he felt a chill down below. It was also a little sticky. It was obvious that he was still bleeding. If you don't want to die, quickly go to the imperial doctor, Li Hanyuan said coldly. The others only then realized that Yu Zhongqing was injured. They all became anxious, so they took care of Yu Zhongqing again. The assassins on the ground were thrown to the side. Obviously, they looked like they had recovered, but their hearts were still a little weak. That was why they appeared to be a little out of it. Li Hanyuan looked on coldly from the sidelines. Therefore, from his point of view, although these imperial guards looked pretty good, they were still stable in the palace. These people were still lacking in many things. Their psychological quality was not up to standard. Yu Zhongqing naturally understood this as well. However, he was a little powerless right now. Don't worry about me. Go take a look. Okay, leave 2 people here. I will help you deal with it. You should take care of your own life. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu Zhongqing also knew that now was not the time to be brave. If he completely failed this time, he would probably die with grievances. He had not taken his revenge. Li Hanyuan did not care about the 2 helpless imperial guards. He let the guard check the situation of the assassins. Guard Qian squatted down and stretched out his hand to check one by one. Master, they're all dead. These 2 committed suicide by taking poison. Li Hongyuan's gaze fell on the dancer and the little eunuch. Yes. However, they did not put the poison in their mouths. They took the poison in advance. Li Hanyuan pulled Jingwan away. Clean it up. When they arrived at the place where the banquet was held, the entire place was already in a mess. There were also cries that sounded as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. This was because several young princes and imperial grandsons had died, and countless were injured. The number of people lying on the ground was far more than expected. Although it was impossible to tell who was the assassin and who was the victim based on their clothes, it was still possible to tell from their hands. Moreover, these people basically all had weapons in their hands. Li Hanyuan roughly scanned the area. The number of assassins was more than expected. Adding all of them together, it was already in the double digits. According to the 4 assassins they encountered, there should not be any survivors. However, even so, it was enough to show that there was a loophole in the palace's defense. Regardless of whether the main responsibility this time was Zhongqing's, if he did not die this time, he would lose a layer of skin after this. However, at this time, he should be in charge of the overall situation. Where was the person who was fearless and showing the power of heaven? The smell of blood was a little heavy. With the death of those children, Jingwan was clearly seriously affected. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and wanted to vomit. After all, pregnant people were especially sensitive to smell. Moreover, there was also a psychological stimulation. There were already people at the scene who took the initiative to take care of the follow-up matters. Even if there was no one, Li Hanyuan would only care about his wife at this moment. He took Jingwan and left without a trace of politeness. However, he did not leave the palace. Instead, He took Jingwan to Qin Shu Fei's Sweet Dew Palace. This choice did not seem to be a problem. Originally, he thought that after such a thing happened, everyone would be in panic. Most people's first reaction would be to gather together and not be separated. Therefore, Qin Shu Fei should not be in Sweet Dew Palace. The reality was a little unexpected. Qin Shu Fei looked to be in good spirits. She should not have been frightened. After learning of Jingwan's situation, she immediately asked someone to bring her some sour plums. Did Sweet Dew Palace just happen to have something like sour plums? Clearly, it was specially prepared for Jingwan. Although he did not know when Jingwan would enter the palace, she might not come to Sweet Dew Palace after entering the palace. However, this was Qin Shu Fei and Huang Fei's kind intentions. According to the special relationship between Qin Shu Fei and Huang Fei, it could be said that Qin Shu Fei treated Li Hongyuan as a son. If it was really like this, there was nothing wrong with it. Under normal circumstances, Jin Qinhuang was a man of few words. Therefore, he should not be expected to say anything at this time. He quietly embraced Jingwan and gently stroked her back. Seeing that Qin Shu Fei did not have any change in expression, Jingwan did not push Li Hongyuan away. She suppressed the nausea and tried not to think about those stimulating scenes as much as possible. She began to ask about the assassins. Today's matter was really too serious. This assassination was obviously carefully arranged. There was a plan, a clear goal, and the method was also sinister. Taking poison in advance. Regardless of whether the mission was completed or whether they could escape unscathed, they would undoubtedly die. Without any survivors, there were many things that could not be investigated. This also meant that anything could happen. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the scene that stimulated Jingwan was also thrown to the side. The eunuchs serving the dishes, dancers, musicians, and assassins seemed to have appeared from all directions. Their main target seemed to be the emperor, but their targets were also the princes. By the time the Imperial Guard arrived, the situation was already chaotic and the tragedy had already been caused. Qin Shu Fei's face was a little pale and she still had lingering fears. Upon closer inspection, her clothes were still a little dirty. She didn't have the time to change, or perhaps she didn't have the strength to change. Thus, the impact on Qin Shu Fei was more serious than it looked. Jingwan did not urge and waited for Qin Shu Fei to calm down. Su Guifei blocked a fatal blow for the emperor. If it was not good, I'm afraid that her life would be in danger. The situation was not yet under control, and the emperor hurriedly carried Su Shi to the Jade Essence Palace. The amount of information was huge. Jingwan and Li Hongyuan looked at each other, seeming to have smelled something. Later, it was the Gong Prince who stood up to stabilize the situation, then it was Kong Prince, and then the other princes also competed to show off. Qin Shu Fei had always been a calm and peaceful person, but at this time, she showed a slightly mocking expression. She clearly saw that those princes, when the assassins rushed towards them, more than once they grabbed the people around them to block, rolling and crawling, whereas the slightest bit of their usual manners. It should be known that all the princes had martial arts masters. When they fought on the martial arts field, they looked like they were skilled, but when it came to the end, none of them stood up to protect their wives and children. Qin Shu Fei restrained the expression on her face. The imperial concubines were all forced by them to return to their respective palaces. You need to pay attention. At that time, the emperor's descendants and the imperial concubines should have been present, but you were the only ones absent. No matter what, those people will put this matter on you, so you must think of a way to deal with it. Whether it was anger or shifting the blame, what Qin Shu Fei said was inevitable. If it really was Ben Wang's plan, how could they still be alive? Li Hongyuan said quite conceitedly. Qin Shu Fei believed his words, but the problem was he couldn't say that to outsiders. If he said it, it would be the same as exposing himself. Jingwan patted him. Be serious. Li Hongyuan looked at Jingwan, then looked at Qin Shu Fei. I know. Hearing that, this pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both breathed a sigh of relief, choosing to believe 100%. Afterwards, after drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Luqing Emperor's personal steward hurried over. Newbie greets, Shu Fei Nyang Yang, Wang Ye, Wang Fei Nyang Yang. In this kind of situation, coming to find Jin Xin Wang was definitely a difficult task. Dispense with the formalities. Why are you coming to Sweet Dew Palace now? How is Gue Fei Nyang Yang? Qin Shu Fei asked. Answering Nyang Yang, Gue Fei Nyang Yang's life is in danger. The emperor ordered Newbie to come see Wang Ye. The head eunuch carefully looked at Li Hongyuan. The emperor asked Wang Ye to call Jin Xin Wang Fu's doctor to immediately enter the palace. Looking at Li Hongyuan, he didn't have the slightest reaction, as if Jin Xin Wang wasn't him. Jingwan glanced at him. It was fine to just casually pretend, but if he was implicated, wouldn't he be tired? I know, bodyguard Qian is outside. Let him make a trip. Gong Gong can return to Fu Wang's side to wait. In case there is a need, he can lend a hand. Jingwan directly made the decision. Yes. The head eunuch's heart was practically filled with tears. Jin Xin Wang Fei was really a good person. After they left, Qin Shu Fei jokingly said, there are several high-ranking women in the inner palace. Now only Wei Xian Fei hasn't been treated by your Fu's doctor. This person is also being raised in Jin Xin Wang Fu. If it was another place, she would definitely have been sent to the Imperial Hospital by the Emperor. Wei Xian Fei may not have any serious problems. Even if there is, she probably won't have that life. Jingwan had a slight smile, but her words were particularly cold and ruthless. This caused Li Hongyuan to be somewhat surprised. Qin Shufei stared blankly, but then, no matter why she said this, they didn't feel that it was inappropriate. I'm guessing that it won't just be the doctors in your residence. Prince Rui's family will also be entering the palace soon. Who knows, Su Shi might even want to see you. Qin Shufei said faintly. Obviously, if Gue Fei Su didn't grasp such a good opportunity, then she would have lived in vain. Grass would have long grown on her grave, and her bones would have turned to soil. So what if they turned over? If they can step on them once, twice, then they can step on them 3 or 4 times. Li Hongyuan really didn't care much about this matter. What he cared about was that relying on Prince Rui's people, they wouldn't be able to do what they did tonight. Chapter 546. So, who was the mastermind behind tonight's show? Just as she was thinking about this question, Jingwan also asked, does Yuan have any suspects? There is. If the guess is true, then things may be very interesting. Interesting? A lot of people died. What was there to be interesting about? Or was it that the interesting in someone's mouth was different from the understanding of ordinary people? Compared to his usual behavior, it seemed that the latter was more likely. Jingwan felt that she should prepare to light a candle for someone. Let's not mention this matter for the time being. If Imperial concubine Su makes a comeback, she definitely won't be content with her lot. I don't know what will happen. After being targeted by Imperial concubine Su many times, even though she didn't succeed every time and she herself was unharmed, Jingwan still felt quite annoyed. That was a mask that had been worn for a long time and suppressed for a long time. Once it broke out, it became distorted and perverted. The bargaining chips in Su Shi's hands are basically gone. In the end, she is just trapped in the harem and can't make any waves. Li Hongming went down once, and at least half of the people who were optimistic about him left. At this time, even if those people turned back, Li Hongming would disregard former enmity and be willing to accept them again. However, there's a phrase called settling accounts at an opportune time. Those people are not stupid. How could they not think of this point? So even if they feel that they miscalculated and walked the wrong way, they will still grit their teeth and continue walking. Moreover, they will do everything possible to help their new master and completely kill Li Hongming. No one will like a traitor. We don't have to do anything. After a period of time, Li Hongming will still be in a terrible fix. So to say this mother and son pair, even if they climbed up again, in fact, they were far from the original threat. The head eunuch by Lu Qingdi's side returned not long after. This time, when he faced Li Hongyuan, he seemed even more apprehensive. He stammered and couldn't express himself clearly for a long time. After all, at that time, Jin Xin Wang and Gue Fei Nyang Yang had completely broken off their relationship. Therefore, Now that Gue Fei Nyang wanted to see Jin Qin Wang, if by any chance she angered Jin Qin Wang, the person who passed on a message would be angered and killed on the spot by Jin Qin Wang. Therefore, he really didn't dare to say it. Why did such a chore always fall on his head? Clearly, there were other people by the emperor's side. Sitting in the manager's position and being deeply trusted, shouldn't he be enjoying limitless glory? He was probably the most miserable chief steward in history. It was said that accompanying a monarch was like accompanying a tiger. This master was not a monarch, but he was even more terrifying than one. At this moment, the head eunuch inexplicably admired the colleague who had always been by Jin Qin Wang's side. That was a truly capable person. After so many years, he could still live well. He was clearly the emperor's personal manager, but when facing him, he couldn't hold it up. Therefore, shouldn't he not care about these things and instead learn from him? Li Hanyuan tried his best to restrain his temper. However, the path he had chosen made him even more arrogant and reckless. Therefore, he had to endure when it came to important matters. Apart from that, he gave all his patience and good temper to Jingwan. Because Lu Qingdi's chief steward had made him wait for a long time, the teacup had already landed accurately on his head. He screamed, but that sound was swallowed back in a very short time. The hand that subconsciously covered his forehead also quickly moved away. Above his eyes, there was a bloody handprint. Blood was still flowing out, quickly blurring his vision. His body couldn't stop trembling slightly because of pain and also because of fear. At this time, he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Like pouring beans, he explained the matter clearly without panting. Li Hanyuan was expressionless. What does Su Shi think Ben Wang is, a kitten or puppy that she can call to come and go as she pleases? Ben Wang and her have already been written off. You bring these words back for Ben Wang. If anyone dares to come again for this matter, I will definitely make sure that they won't be able to return. Li Hanyuan fiercely slammed the small square table at his hand. The square table directly split into pieces. In the end, the head eunuch only had one eye covered. Seeing this, he rejoiced. His legs trembled even more. If this palm hit his body, he reckoned that his little life would be gone. Yes, Nubi will withdraw. Compared to a living king of hell, he was even more willing to face the emperor's anger. In the Jade Essence Palace, which was originally bleak, now seemed to have recovered its former liveliness. However, Imperial concubine Su was lying on the bed, her breath hanging by a thread. That knife had directly pierced into her heart, and because of the poison, the blood couldn't be stopped. She used a white cloth to tightly press it down, staining it red one after another. The head eunuch came back to report. Imperial concubine Su might have heard a sound, so she tried her best to open her eyes. Her consciousness was a little blurry. After looking for a while, she couldn't find the figure she was looking for. The tears in the corners of her eyes suddenly rolled down. Your Majesty, Yuan is he really not willing to see me again, even if it's the last time? No, Yuan is a good child, a filial child. Zhen will send someone else. Imperial concubine Su smiled bitterly. Yes, Yuan is a good child. It's me who has let him down. It's all my fault. It seemed that speaking was consuming her vitality, so Imperial concubine Su's face became more and more pale. But I'm just jealous. I clearly love your Majesty so much, your Majesty, but your Majesty only has my sister in his heart. I want to treat Yuan wholeheartedly, but he looks more and more like my sister. This concubine's heart is like being eaten by thousands of ants and insects, like being fried by a raging fire. It's like this every day and night. I keep telling myself that Yuan is innocent. He's the only one my sister left for your Majesty. So I can't. Imperial concubine Su opened her heart. At this moment, she no longer concealed her ugly heart. However, all men had bad natures. No matter how ugly a woman's heart was, if everything was based on her true feelings for him, then their vanity would be greatly satisfied. In this way, it seemed that no matter how big a mistake this woman had made, she could be forgiven. Lu Qingdi was almost in such a state now. He had completely forgotten about the imperial concubine. What's more, as the saying goes, a dying man speaks the truth. Imperial concubine Su still took the knife for him. Lu Qingdi couldn't help but tremble at the thought of this injury on his body. Looking at this injury, she must have risked her life. Therefore, at this moment, whatever imperial concubine Su said was the truth. He only needed a nod and say, "Okay, okay, okay." However, imperial concubine Su was obviously a smart person. She wouldn't ask for anything at this time. Even if she really couldn't escape this disaster, she would never ask for anything. What she asked for would erase the kindness. What she wanted was for Lu Qingdi to give it to her willingly. What she asked for might only be one or two things, but what the emperor gave on his own initiative might be unlimited. In order to turn things around, imperial concubine Su really gambled with her life. Rather than being humiliated and waiting to die in the Jade Essence Palace, it was better to die while being remembered by the emperor. Just like that bitch pays sure, imperial concubine Su was certain that if she was still alive, the emperor would not have treasured her as much as he did in the beginning. If she had been used properly, perhaps a relationship with the emperor would have dropped to the freezing point long ago. However, she died at that moment and left the deepest mark in the emperor's heart. So much so that the emperor still could not forget her even after dozens of years and endlessly doted on the bitch she left behind. It was a pity that imperial concubine Su realized this a little late. Otherwise, she wouldn't have schemed so ruthlessly in the morning. At least, she wouldn't have let that bastard die. Now, she grasped this point and gambled with her life. It would be best if he could survive, but if he couldn't, her son shouldn't have any problems in the future. After going through all the previous things, she believed that her son's temperament would become more mature and cautious. He wouldn't make mistakes easily and wouldn't be caught by others. The throne was within reach. Your Majesty, this concubine knows that you on Earth will definitely not want to see this concubine again. Your Majesty, there's no need to force him. This concubine is just regretful that I lost my mind and vented my anger on him. Yuan is clearly the most pitiful and the most innocent. He doesn't want to see this concubine and doesn't want to forgive this concubine. It's right. As imperial concubine Su spoke, her voice became weaker and weaker, as if she couldn't continue speaking. This concubine will personally bring that bastard here. There were many reasons why Lu Qingdi doted on imperial concubine Su for so many years, but there was still some affection in it. After all, imperial concubine Su was a woman who could attract many men in all aspects. It was just that imperial concubine Su stepped on Lu Qingdi's reverse scale, so he hated her. Once she grasped Lu Qingdi's mind, it wouldn't be difficult for her to get back. Lu Qingdi was a person who cherished old relationships. It was just that the imperial concubine was too special to him, so it didn't show on others. Imperial concubine Su pulled Lu Qingdi's sleeve. She could have brushed it away with a light flick, but Lu Qingdi didn't dare to use force. "No, Your Majesty, don't go. If this concubine dies, Yuan will still hate me." Did imperial concubine Su want to see Li Han Yuan? Of course not. If the adopted son whom she finally realized she didn't know anything about really came, the situation she created would be destroyed. She was sure that Li Han Yuan wouldn't see her, so she put on such a show. Obviously, she wanted to see him very much. Now, she had to bear the pain of not seeing him. She created a more stable image for herself, and, at the same time, she discredited that bastard. Okay, I'll do as you say. Don't talk anymore." Imperial concubine Su closed her eyes as if she would never wake up. Lu Qingdi was all kinds of anxious. The imperial physicians were still trying their best to save her, but they couldn't determine what kind of poison it was. They could only use the most conventional methods, which were obviously ineffective. Seeing that the blood was still flowing, Lu Qingdi cursed the quack doctor and kicked him away. He almost ordered people to drag him out and behead him. Li Hongming entered the palace very quickly. He was one step behind Gongjiao, but he arrived at the Jade Essence Palace before Gongjiao. Because he was worried about his mother, he didn't care about anything else and rushed into the palace. After entering the palace, he didn't even get off the horse, which seemed to be understandable. Mother, Li Hongming ran in a hurry, completely disregarding his manners. He seemed to only have Imperial concubine Su in his heart. He threw himself to Imperial concubine Su's side, even ignoring Lu Qingdi. Mother, mother, how are you? He reached out his hand carefully, as if he wanted to touch her, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that the slightest touch would hurt her. Mother, it's your son. Look at me, okay? Mother. The man's tears also rolled down in an instant. It was said that men didn't cry easily, let alone a prince. But at this time, no one would blame him. Lu Qingdi looked at him and felt incomparably bitter. This was the woman he once doted on, the son he was most optimistic about. Lu Qingdi couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the shoulder. Your mother will be fine. Imperial father. Li Hongming's lips trembled, as if he just noticed Lu Qingdi. Your son was rude just now. What time is it now? Why do you still care about manners? Ming-a. Imperial concubine, Su called out in a low voice. She wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were like 1,000 gold. Your Majesty, this concubine seems to have heard Ming-er's voice. Mother, mother, it's your son. I'm coming. Li Hongming grabbed Imperial concubine Su. Imperial concubine Su struggled to open her eyes. Before I die, I can see you one last time, mother, mother. Mother, don't talk nonsense. You'll be fine. Imperial physician, why don't I see the Imperial physician? Imperial father, what did the Imperial physician say? What did he say? Why can't I see anyone? Li Hongming shouted hysterically, because talking to Lu Qingdi was like shouting at him. Lu Qingdi didn't mind at this time. There's poison on the weapon. Ordinary detoxification methods won't work. The Imperial physician is investigating what kind of poison it is. It's only possible to prescribe the right medicine. Li Hongming swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Your Majesty, Jin Xinhuang Fu's physician has arrived. The palace servant outside hurriedly reported. Why haven't you called him in yet? Lu Qingdi and Li Hongming spoke at the same time. Gong Jiu strode in and was about to salute, but Li Hongming grabbed him and pulled him over with all his strength. Quickly save my mother. There were still traces of tears on his face. Gong Jiu subconsciously wanted to shake off Li Hongming. If he really did that, it would be easy to do. In the end, he restrained himself. Gong Jiu took Imperial concubine Su's pulse, asking Your Majesty to move. This person is about to die. You guys aren't physicians. What's the use of surrounding her? At this time, Lu Qingdi was very obedient. His movements were also very smooth. Gong Jiu impolitely sat in Lu Qingdi's original position and spread out the needle case. There was a row of shining silver needles. His finger slid across it, and then he took out one. Just as he was about to start, Gong Jiu suddenly paused. Your Majesty, Imperial concubine Yang Yang has lost too much blood. Some of the blood has coagulated. To avoid causing an impact, we may need to touch Imperial concubine Yang Yang's body. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Even if the other party was an old woman, she was still the Emperor's woman. So to prevent Lu Qingdi's possessiveness from causing mischief, it was best to make it clear in advance. In the eyes of a physician, isn't there only the patient and not the difference between men and women? Lu Qingdi was very righteous. He just didn't know if it was because, in any case, she was already so old. Even if she was cured, she wouldn't sleep. So what if she was touched by another man? It's not like he was wearing a green hat. Thank you, Imperial Father. Li Hongming was really afraid that Lu Qingdi would give up on the treatment. Obviously, Lu Qingdi's IQ was also online at this time. In any case, he was the savior of Imperial concubine Yang Yang. If he didn't treat Imperial concubine Yang Yang because of this, it might be understood from a man's point of view. But from a reasonable point of view, it wouldn't be understood. After getting permission, Gong Jiu no longer hesitated. He tore Imperial concubine Su's clothes a little. It looked like a bloody mess, and her skin couldn't be seen. Then his left hand felt around the wound, and the silver needle in his right hand steadily fell. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that the first step was to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, Imperial concubine Su might bleed to death before the detoxification. Gong Jio's silver needle hemostasis technique could be said to be superb. With just a few needles, he easily did what a group of imperial doctors couldn't do. Then, Gong Jio took out the prepared disinfectant alcohol, medical cotton, and tweezers from his medical box. Obviously, these things also came from Jingwan. It wasn't too difficult. Since she said it, Li Hongyuan's subordinates could naturally get it. Gong Jio casually handed it to Li Hongming. Use this to clean imperial concubine Su's wound. Remember not to touch the silver needle. Gong Jio went to write a few prescriptions and explained it to Lu Qingdi's people. After that, he didn't ask any more questions. Imperial concubine Su's palace maid cleaned her wound, but it was obvious that she had never done such a thing before. Originally, she could hold the embroidery needle as if it was flying, but now she was clumsy, making people anxious. Moreover, Gong Jio only stopped imperial concubine Su's bleeding, but he didn't stop the pain. Once the alcohol was applied, the stinging pain caused imperial concubine Su to groan in pain. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. The palace maid's hands trembled even more, afraid that she had hurt her master. Gong Jio could clearly relieve her pain. During the trauma surgery in the Northwest, he didn't use silver needles to relieve pain. Obviously, it was because the other party didn't get along with her master. He was black-hearted and deliberately did it. He couldn't use other methods, so this was a small matter. What's going on? What is this? Imperial concubine mother wasn't like this just now. Li Hongming grabbed Gong Jio's lapel and questioned him with an unkind expression. Gong Jio rudely pried Li Hongming's hand away. Third prince, please calm down. This is to prevent imperial concubine Su's wound from becoming red and swollen. It will only increase the pain. Other than that, there won't be any other effect. This is something that can't be helped. He explained indifferently. The way he addressed Li Hongming was purely out of disgust. Li Hongming's face was dark, but he couldn't say anything. He was reduced to a commoner and didn't have a noble title. Under normal circumstances, calling him a prince was already giving him face. The status of a prince was much more honorable than that of a commoner. It was just that Lu Qingdi didn't give an edict to remove his name from the imperial family. However, it was obvious that after Li Hongming fell down, he still hadn't learned his lesson. The thing that existed in his bones still hadn't been smoothed out. Otherwise, he should know that he shouldn't easily offend a doctor, especially one who was not under his control but had excellent medical skills. When he needed him, he could quietly kill you. However, there was a trace of doubt in Lu Qingdi's eyes. Imperial concubine Su has never been like this before. Replying to your majesty, Imperial concubine Su has been poisoned by a special kind of snake venom. At first, the wound will be numb and she won't feel any pain. Only after a period of time will this numbness disappear. Imperial concubine Su has obviously passed that time. This kind of pain is within the range of ordinary people, so your majesty doesn't need to worry. Lu Qingdi nodded and didn't speak anymore. Gong Jio looked at her coldly. You'd better hurry up. Imperial concubine Su's current situation doesn't allow for any delay. Hearing this, the palace maid was also anxious. However, the more anxious she was, the more flustered she became. The more flustered she was, the more unstable her hands were. She almost spilled the wine. The palace maid was so scared that she knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Highness, please forgive me. Lu Qingdi and Li Hongming's faces were gloomy. Scram, useless thing. Gong Jio, it's better if you do it. Yes. He picked up a pair of tweezers, picked up a piece of cotton, dipped it in alcohol, and directly rubbed it on Imperial concubine Su's wound. His movements were clean and nimble, but it was obvious that he wasn't gentle at all. He directly stuffed the cotton into the wound. Li Hongming saw that he was so crude and clenched his fists. Unruly commoner, you have big guts. You actually dare to use underhanded methods. His fist swung out. In his view, Gong Jio was a person of Jin Qin Wang Fu, so he didn't have good intentions. Gong Jio dodged and expressionlessly looked at Li Hongming. If you don't clean it up properly, the one who will suffer will only be Imperial concubine Su. How about Wang Ye do it himself? He wasn't a real commoner, So how could Gong Jiu bow and bend his knees? Not only did he have a master behind him, he was also full of confidence. He didn't fear Li Hongming at all. Lao San, wait quietly for Zhen. Don't cause trouble. After cleaning up, Gong Jiu carefully checked Imperial concubine Su's pulse. Her lungs were indeed injured. It wasn't serious, but it was enough to be fatal. Gong Jiu hadn't reached the stage where he could perform internal surgery. Whether Imperial concubine Su could survive or not would depend on her own good fortune. As for the poison, it was secondary. He knew what kind of poison it was and how to detoxify it. As long as he could detoxify it within the effective time, there was nothing to worry about. As for the truth, Gong Jiu also told Lu Qingdi the truth, so that he wouldn't have to take the blame if Imperial concubine Su died. Chapter 547. Gong Jiu also told Lu Qingdi the truth, so that he wouldn't have to take the blame if noble consort Su died. You have the ability to deliberately evade the responsibility, and now you're shirking the responsibility. You really are. Third Prince, Gong Jiu rudely interrupted him. This commoner is only a human, not a god. This commoner only knows a little more than the imperial physicians. If Third Prince still insists that this commoner didn't do his duty, then this commoner will be responsible for detoxifying noble consort Su. As for the rest, Third Prince can find whoever he thinks has the ability. Shameful thing, you really are. I want your life, someone come. This commoner is just a commoner. I am indebted to Jin Xin Wang Yi for thinking highly of me, so I became the physician of Jin Xin Wang Fu. In the end, it's just a lowly life. If Third Prince wants it, just take it. Gong Jiu was not afraid at all. Lu Qingdi only felt a sudden pain in his temples. Someone come, take Zhen away for Prince Ray. Without permission, no one is allowed to enter. But this address, he didn't know if it was a habit or if it had a special meaning. Li Hongming stiffly looked at Lu Qingdi. Zhen will not pursue the matter because you are worried about your mother. Lao San, so many things have happened. Don't speak so casually until now. Li Hongming's lips trembled, his face dejected as he wiped his face. Fu Huang, this son was anxious and lost his sense of propriety. Just now I was reckless. Dr. Gong, please don't bicker with me. Please take care of Mu Fei. Li Hongming glanced at noble consort Su, who had already fallen into a coma. Perhaps it was useless for him to stand here and might even add to the chaos. After all, some thoughts were simply out of his control. Temporarily avoiding them might be the best policy. But those who were outstanding in certain aspects would always have some little eccentricities. Even Lu Qingdi's tolerance for these people was relatively high. Relatively speaking, Gong Jiu was just a little stubborn. Lu Qingdi naturally couldn't bear to part with such a talent. Perhaps Lu Qingdi wanted to express his trust in Gong Jiu, so he directly handed noble consort Su to him and said that as long as Gong Jiu tried his best, he wouldn't do anything even if noble consort Su died. He would deal with the aftermath himself. At the end of the day, Lu Qingdi was still selfish. Although Imperial concubine Su had saved his life, it was still far from enough compared to him. After Imperial concubine Su was grounded, more than half of the people who used to serve her in the palace were beaten to death. She lost her original lofty status, and it was impossible for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to replace her. Now that Emperor Lu Qingdi left with his people, the Jade Palace became lonely and desolate again. The people who served Imperial concubine Su now were only a few palace maids and eunuchs, who were not alert and capable enough. Gong Jiu watched silently. He was about to stand up again, but no one took the initiative to curry favor. This was good too. Gong Jiu's treatment after that was very casual. To a large extent, it depended on Imperial concubine Su's luck. It didn't matter if she could live. Imperial concubine Su's body had suffered quite a bit of damage and was rapidly deteriorating. This time, she had lost too much blood, and the effects were even more serious. Even if she could barely make it through, she would probably have to accompany the Empress. If she died directly, it might be too easy for her. Of course, Gong Jiu wouldn't go all out just because of this. Leaving the Jade Palace, Emperor Lu Qingdi's worry about Imperial concubine Su weakened a little, and he paid more attention to tonight's matter. There were so many assassins in the palace, and he almost fell for it. How could he not be angry? Leading a large group of people, he angrily rushed to the imperial garden. The scene had already been cleaned up, but after knowing how many of his children and grandchildren had suffered, his eyes darkened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to Heartache, Emperor Lu Chengdi was more angry. "Where's Yu Zhongqing? Where did he die?" "Fu Huang, Commander, you was seriously injured in the process of killing the assassins. He was also poisoned. Now he won't make it." Emperor Lu Chengdi was startled. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. It was as if he had clearly forgotten everything that Yu Zhongqing had done, felt that he was too incompetent, and wanted to vent all his anger on him. Now that he knew that the other's life was in danger, he was like a deflated ball, remembering his loyal past. "Immediately send him to the Jade Palace, and let the doctor of Jin Qinhuang Fu take a look." Then Emperor Lu Chengdi seemed to have thought of something. "What about you? Is there anyone injured or poisoned? Go to the Jade Palace together and see if it is the same poison. If it is, then cure it together." If there was a way to cure the poison, but they didn't have time to cure it and died, then it really was. And when Emperor Lu Chengdi learned that these adult sons of his, except for Old Seven's arm, were all unharmed, his mood became a little subtle. What Qin Shufei saw, he naturally also saw some. As a father, as a husband, in a critical moment, he didn't protect his wife and children, but instead pushed them out. Those children who died, how many of them died because of their actions? People, to seek benefits and avoid harm, this seemed to be their nature. But to really do so, how selfish and cold was that? If it was him, the father, would they also do the same? When he thought of this possibility, Emperor Lu Chengdi's face turned completely black. Without saying anything, he scolded them to their faces. They were simply disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unrighteous scum. They didn't take responsibility at the critical moment. What was the use of having them? Each and every one of them was scolded silly, but no one dared to talk back, even if they didn't feel that they were in the wrong. The matter here quickly spread to the Sweet Dew Palace. Now, the people of the Sweet Dew Palace needed to grasp all the things that they could grasp. Jingwan felt that it was quite funny. Emperor Lu Chengdi and his sons were essentially jackals of the same tribe. He was the emperor, and there were people who put his life first. Because there were people who blocked the knife, it was easy to stand and talk. If there was no Su Gue Fei to block the fatal wound for him in time, if there were only palace servants who were scared silly beside him, could he be 100% sure that he wouldn't push people to block the knife? In fact, it was 100% certain that he would. After the event, he might even confidently say that his life was so precious that they were all lowly people who deserved to die for him. On the contrary, it was because they didn't take the initiative to stand up to protect him that they deserved to die. So to put it bluntly, the fault of those princes was not that they pushed people to block the danger that belonged to them, but that they pushed the wrong person. This was the biggest difference brought about by the difference in status. If this kind of thing happened in her previous life, then even if you pushed a beggar, you would be condemned by everyone. The higher the status of the person who pushed people, the more criticism they would receive. But here, if you pushed 100 or 1,000 servants, and you were the only one who was fine in the end, the world would take it for granted. Your own life was your own life. The lives of lowly people were like a blade of grass or a stone. Ah Yuan, when are we leaving the palace? No matter when, it was really uncomfortable to stay in the palace. I'm afraid not for the time being. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, I'm just a little sleepy. Jingwan shook her head. Then go sleep in the side hall for a while. Tonight's matter won't be over so easily. You might not be able to sleep for the whole night. Qin Shufei said. Jingwan nodded. Thank you, Your Highness. She accepted Qin Shufei's kindness. Li Hanyuan followed her. The two hugged each other and slept in their clothes. Jingwan slept in Li Hongyuan's arms. Her breathing quickly became light and long. Li Hanyuan was originally a little worried that she would be frightened, but now he was relieved. Pulling the thin blanket on his body, Li Hanyuan also closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. His mind was thinking about tonight's matter. According to the current situation, he was slowly unraveling the situation bit by bit. Everything had a purpose. The bigger the matter, the stronger the purpose. According to Qin Shufei, it seemed to be to assassinate Lu Chengdi and the princes. The final result looked very tragic. Lu Chengdi was fine, and the princes were also fine. After killing so many people, it seemed to be purely killing people on sight. Those who ran fast were fine, and those who ran slow deserved it. It shouldn't be like this. Then looking at it from another point of view, whoever lost in this assassination would benefit. The matter was very clear. The only person who benefited was imperial concubine Su. Although she saw that she had sacrificed herself, and it didn't seem like she was resting, the world didn't lack people who would gamble with their lives. If you want to achieve great things, you have to be more ruthless than others. When necessary, you have to be even more ruthless to yourself. Then the problem returned to the original point. According to Li Hongyuan's understanding, with the current power of the Su family and Li Hongming, they wouldn't be able to carry out tonight's assassination. It wasn't that they didn't have a way to get people into the palace, but that they didn't have such well-trained assassins. Even if they had the Minister of Personnel, Lord Su, whom Li Hongyuan didn't have any impression of in his previous life, secretly helping them, it was unlikely that they could achieve this step. Obviously, there were still things he didn't know. Regarding this, Li Hongyuan wasn't vexed. Although he had the ability of clairvoyance and held an advantage, the things he knew were limited after all. Moreover, due to the long period of time, it was normal for him to be negligent and forget. Thinking about it, Li Hongyuan entered a semi-hazy state until someone knocked on the door outside. Li Hongyuan opened his eyes. "Wan Wan, wake up." Now he was worried about leaving Jingwan here alone. "What's wrong?" Jingwan was still sleepy and in a daze. "There should be something outside. I just remembered. After that, we'll go back to the prince's mansion to sleep." "Oh." Jingwan obviously hadn't woken up yet and was a little dazed. Li Hongyuan asked someone to fetch warm water for her to wash up a little and wake up. When Sister He and Mammy Gong served Jingwan, Li Hongyuan learned about the situation from Eunuch Mu. Lu Qingdi mobilized all the men of the blackguard to replace the imperial guards, besieged the imperial kitchen and the musical house, and arrested and detained all the people inside. The imperial guards were also guarded. Then, a large-scale search was carried out, and those who were close to the assassins were basically unlucky. Later, during the search, they found many corpses. Only then did they realize that they were people who had been replaced by assassins. When they turned back to look at those assassins, it turned out that they were all in disguise. Their technique was actually not very good. As long as they got along with people for a long time, their acquaintances would be able to tell that something was wrong. Therefore, these people took advantage of the time and took advantage of the fact that people in several places were busy tonight to take advantage of the time. Where these people came from and how did they enter the palace? There was no way to find out. There were no suspicious places found at all the gates of the palace. Of course, if they said that they didn't find anything, they were shirking the responsibility. It was not the first time that something happened in the palace. The emperor's birthday the year before last was also left unsettled. Lu Qingdi didn't believe it. He gave Li Suyin a strict order to investigate to the end. If there was anything suspicious, they were all taken back to the prison of the blackguard for interrogation. In this way, when Lu Chengdi arrived at the Sweet Dew Palace, it was almost 4 hours later. As an emperor, he was suspicious by nature. Although he didn't suspect Li Hongyuan, Lu Chengdi still asked a few questions instinctively. Li Hongyuan's face was cold. He was very cooperative, but his expression was too sarcastic. The fact that Lu Chengdi could still stand properly was a testament to his tolerance. But now, he was being mocked by his son. No matter how high his tolerance was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Li Hongyuan didn't budge at all. In the end, Qin Shufei and Jingwan had to work together to stop the war between the father and son. In the end, "Get out of here." Lu Chengdi pointed outside. Li Hongyuan couldn't ask for more. He took Jingwan and quickly left. Seeing him so straightforward, Lu Chengdi's anger rose sharply. Previously, I said so much, but he didn't listen. Now, he seems very obedient. He was waiting for me here, right? Ah, this evil creature. Your Majesty, please calm down. Qin Shufei gently stroked his chest to help him calm down. It's not like Your Majesty doesn't know that His Highness has such a temper since he was young. He can't bear any grievances. Tonight, it was just a coincidence that the couple left the banquet. Your Majesty didn't suspect anything. But now that you asked, he's definitely unhappy. Moreover, His Highness seems to be angry with Your Majesty. This concubine doesn't know why, but with these two things added together, he's going all out against you. His Highness is a straightforward person. Everything is on the surface, but there's no twists and turns in his heart. After being comforted by Qin Shufei's soft words, Lu Qingdi's anger dissipated a lot. Thinking about his evil creature's son, since he was young, when was he as obedient as his other sons? He was already used to it. If he suddenly became very obedient, he would be worried. So, in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Qin Shufei didn't ask anything. She just waited on Lu Qingdi to sleep with the palace servants. After Lu Qingdi fell asleep, Qin Shufei dismissed the palace servants. She sat quietly on the edge of the bed and looked at Lu Qingdi. The other party was frowning. Obviously, he didn't sleep well. Qin Shufei's expression didn't change, but her eyes didn't have the previous warmth. She was still a peaceful and beautiful person, but with a bit of coldness. Qin Shufei sat for a while. She stood up and walked to the window. She looked up at the full moon in the sky. It should have been a family reunion and a day of celebration, but such a tragedy happened. She didn't know how many people died and how many were injured. She didn't even dare to ask. It should be the happiest time in an ordinary family. But in the imperial palace, the more it was like this, the more likely it was to cause all kinds of trouble. If it was light, there would be hidden mockery. If it was serious, there would be all kinds of framing. Moreover, because of this, the people with the most noble status were gathered together. So, Qin Shufei actually disliked all kinds of festivities. The more beautiful it was, the more tragic it would be after something happened. Because of his relationship with Gong Jiu, Li Hanyuan knew more than Lu Qingdi. Although Gong Jiu was still in the Jade Essence Palace, he always had a way to bring the news out. For example, after the detoxification, Yu Zhongqing didn't even frown when the wound extended from his shoulder blade to the back of his waist. Li Hanyuan looked at the two-finger-wide note. The snake venom came from a special kind of poisonous snake in the territory of the former Wei. The former Wei. Li Hanyuan murmured these two words. This gave him a good direction. For Li Hanyuan, this was a good clue. However, when Lu Qingdi knew about this, Wei Xianfei would be in trouble. Even if she knew that this matter was unlikely to be her doing. Wei Xianfei was trapped in Qiyuan Imperial Palace, and the only people she could trust were the maids who had served her before. She was absolutely isolated from the outside world. However, who asked her to be the princess of the former Wei? Now that there was an assassination at the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were clues pointing to the former Wei. Therefore, when Wei Xianfei was bored and was dressing up in front of the mirror, Lu Qingdi angrily rushed in, grabbed Wei Xianfei, and slapped her. Wei Xianfei turned over and hit the dressing table. Coincidentally, the tip of a hairpin was pointed at her flesh, while the other side was against the makeup box. The tip of the hairpin pierced directly into her flesh. Wei Xianfei's originally delicate skin and tender flesh was so painful that her face almost twisted. However, after being in the imperial palace of Qiyuan for almost 2 years, Wei Xianfei's pride was almost worn out. Therefore, even if she was angry, she didn't dare to show it. Your Majesty, what did I do wrong? Why are you so angry? She was very pitiful. The poison on the weapon of the assassin last night came from the former Wei. What do you want to say? Lu Qingdi grabbed her neck and asked gloomily. Wei Xianfei was alarmed. Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't know. I really don't know. Ever since I entered Qiyuan Imperial Palace and became your Majesty's concubine, everything about this concubine is under your Majesty's eyes. How could I do anything? Moreover, since this concubine is your Majesty's concubine, then even if Qiyuan and the former Wei had a war, this concubine would definitely stand on Qi Yuan's side. Your Majesty, you have to believe this concubine, Your Majesty. Lu Chengdi's face was still gloomy and cold. At this moment, the little prince in the cradle suddenly cried. Lu Chengdi was startled, and his hand unconsciously loosened a little. Wei Xianfei's eyes flashed, and she saw the hope of escaping this disaster. Emperor, for the sake of our child, can you believe this concubine? This matter really has nothing to do with me. I'm your woman when I'm alive, and my soul belongs to the Qi Yuan when I die. I will never be disloyal. Lu Chengdi glanced at the cradle. It was his youngest son. His heart was moved, and he threw Wei Xianfei away. This matter had better have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, when I find out, I'll skin you alive. Umph. Wei Xianfei fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. At that time, she refused to go to the Xiongnu for peace and stayed in the Qi Yuan. She thought that at least there was a life of luxury here. Look, this was her life of luxury. She was clearly the legitimate princess of the Wei dynasty. She grew up being pampered. If she stayed in the Wei dynasty and got a husband, she would still be surrounded by attendants. The palace servant stood at the door with a cold expression, as if he didn't see Wei Xianfei's embarrassment. This was the current situation of the Yihe Palace. It was also the coldest and most ruthless reality. There was no support, no favor, and anyone could step on her head. Wei Xianfei had been angry before, but she was only ridiculed in return. The appearance of an assassin at the Mid-Autumn Festival was a big matter. It wouldn't be hidden, and it couldn't be hidden. Those who were well-informed got the news last night. Today, almost everyone knew. The first reaction of the officials was to wonder who was so audacious. Some people might whisper that imperial concubine Su was lucky. She happened to come across the merit of saving the emperor and was able to turn the situation around. More people thought that it was a conspiracy theory. The simplest way of thinking was that whoever benefited was the mastermind. However, this kind of thing couldn't be said easily. There was no evidence, and it might anger the emperor. Therefore, the key now was to find out the truth of this matter. It was best for those who had nothing to do with it to be a bystander and not to interfere. Of course, this was only on the surface. There were a lot of things to do in the dark. The most basic point was to use all the channels that one could get information to understand the matter in detail as much as possible. This was to prevent other things from happening. When they were caught off guard, if something fell on their head, it would be even more unjust. Following a master like Jinqin Wang, there were many more benefits. Chapter 548. As for what happened at the Mid-Autumn Festival Palace Banquet, only a small number of people were affected. The others continued to live their lives as usual. It was just one more topic to talk about. After all, it involved the royal family, and more than one member of the royal family had died. When discussing this matter, it was relatively obscure. With just a few words, it didn't stir up as much waves as most of the gossip. Of course, it looked calm on the surface, but if this matter was related to some official, then there would be a bloody storm after the investigation. At that time, the panic would spread over the capital for at least 3 months. Not many people would be able to ignore the matter as if it had nothing to do with them like it did now. Well, the premise was that it could be investigated. What if it couldn't be investigated? The matter was done so meticulously. Whether the assassin completed the task or not, he would die. Therefore, it was more likely that it couldn't be investigated. However, there were no absolutes in the world. There might be a twist at any time. In the palace, imperial concubine Su was tenacious. Gongzhou only treated her according to the usual methods and didn't do his best. She survived. Perhaps there was too much hatred and unwillingness in her heart. Her desire to live was too strong. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the former Princess Rui, Lady Lu, also followed into the palace. She brought her 3 daughters with her. Princess Heong found her grandson. Although all the trouble was caused by the father of the baby girl in her hands, the child was innocent. Princess Heong wasn't a psychopath. She returned the child safe and sound. Now, Lady Lu kept a close watch on the 3 children. At home, no matter how angrily Homing was at her, she was indifferent. To put it bluntly, she was a typical case of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. However, if Li Hongming tried to touch her children, no, just wanted to get close to them, Lady Lu would go crazy in seconds. She would fight with Li Hongming like a mad dog. Having seen this more than once, Li Hongming's face was so dark that ink could drip out. However, he had no power and influence. Lady Lu's father was still an elder of the inner pavilion. He still wanted to rise up, and he still wanted the Lu family's help. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to Lady Lu. However, Li Hongming had never been a magnanimous person. If he really ascended the throne, Lady Lu would definitely not have a good end. Lady Lu took care of noble consort Su. If it was in the past, she would probably do it herself. But now, she just sat there like a wooden stake. She didn't even move her mouth, let alone move her hands. Not to mention that the Jade Essence Palace was fully staffed now, and the rewards from Emperor Lucheng were flowing like water. Even if it was just a miserable situation before, Lady Lu wouldn't help. It was almost time, so she went to see the children. Although noble consort Su was injured and not sick, and Lady Lu rarely let the children appear in front of noble consort Su, when the children were around, Lady Lu was obviously much gentler and angry. Noble consort Su was so angry that her heart, liver, and lungs hurt. However, being angry could only increase the burden on her body. She could only suppress her anger. She used to be satisfied with Lady Lu, but now she was as dissatisfied with Lady Lu as she was with Jingwan. However, Lady Lu was stubborn now. Similarly, if anyone dared to use her children, she would still dare to make a scene in the palace. Therefore, in the end, noble consort Su could only be like Li Hongming. Lady Lu saw this and sneered in her heart. In the past, she was too stupid and had too many misgivings. That was why she was tightly controlled in the palm of their hands. Now, even if she knew that she might be at the end of the road, she didn't care. First, she would let herself be happy. When the time came, she would just take the 3 children with her. In any case, if she died, the 3 children definitely wouldn't have a good life. Although she was reluctant, she had no other choice, because Lady Lu was very clear that even if she lowered herself like before, she wouldn't have a good life in the future. Besides, Lady Lu felt that she might not be at the end of the road. As long as Li Hongming couldn't sit on the throne, the 4 of them still had a good chance of survival. The new emperor would deal with Li Hongming and wouldn't touch them. Firstly, it would show the new emperor's benevolence. Secondly, her 3 children were all girls and wouldn't pose a threat to the new emperor. On the surface, Lady Lu tried her best to set up a protective wall for the children, but in her heart, she kept thinking about how to find a way out for them. It would be great if she could gain the favor of a new emperor first and get a protective talisman for them. That's right. Now, as long as she could exchange the safety of the 4 of them, Lady Lu wouldn't hesitate to betray Li Hongming. Unfortunately, she counted her fingers and thought over and over again, but she didn't think that any of them had a high chance of becoming the emperor. The emperor clearly had so many sons, and it seemed that they all had some ability, but they weren't outstanding. She used to think highly of Li Hongming, but he failed miserably time and time again. He was the first to fall. It was obvious that he was useless. It was this kind of situation that was the most difficult to bet on. However, this kind of thing was different from other things. She couldn't cast the net too widely. Otherwise, if she was careless, she could lose her life in advance. If Li Hongming found out, he could kill her directly without caring about anything else. Princess Lu looked more and more like a lifeless wooden stake, but she was very anxious in her heart. Li Hongming had been restored to the title of prince, but he hadn't arranged any work for the time being. Lady Lu had also been restored to the status of princess. Prince Rui's mansion had also been restored to its original size, and the necessary things had been moved in. However, Princess Lu accidentally found one thing. Now Prince Rui's attitude towards concubine Su seemed to be a bit strange. He was concerned about her, but there seemed to be something else. Princess Lu quietly observed and thought carefully. Finally, she understood the key of the problem. Our Prince Rui still resented his biological mother. He resented her for not dying directly. Thinking about it, if concubine Su died directly, then all the credit of saving the emperor would be compensated for Li Hongming. If she died directly, Lu Chengdi's feelings for her would be even deeper. Every time concubine Su was mentioned intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Chengdi would think that concubine Su exchanged her life for his. Whether it was out of guilt or out of kindness, Li Hongming would inevitably benefit, just like Li Hongyuan. If she died, Li Hongming could immediately return to the imperial court, instead of taking care of the sick in the Jade Essence Palace. When a prince's mother died, he didn't have to worry about his mother. He was in a hurry now. If concubine Su was in her previous state, she would be of great help to Li Hongming. Li Hongming wouldn't be like this. The problem was that concubine Su's current state could be seen by anyone with discerning eyes. After she recovered, she would be equal to a disabled person. Therefore, it was not as valuable as dying directly. Princess Lu sneered in her heart. No matter how Li Hongming behaved on the surface, he was cold-blooded and selfish in nature. He put his own interests first. She wondered what concubine Su would think if she knew it. Would she be sad and disappointed, or would she be gratified and kill herself to help him? After all, this son was taught by her hand. Unfortunately, concubine Su was asleep when Li Hongming showed this trace on his face. Otherwise, with her keen senses, how could she not notice her son's abnormality? Princess Lu wanted to watch a show. She hoped that a good mother-in-law would find out or a man would say it directly. At that time, it would definitely be a good show. However, the chance to see it live was not big. Li Hongming and concubine Su were not stupid. It was impossible for them to expose this in front of a third person. The court was not calm. The adult princes were fighting openly and secretly. This time, their attitude was surprisingly consistent. They tried to pin a mastermind on Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan was still the same as before, but his incomparable position in Lu Chengdi's heart was the biggest threat. This kind of inference without evidence was naturally untenable. What was more, Li Hongyuan had already expressed his attitude in front of Lu Chengdi. Li Hongyuan made it clear to Lu Chengdi that he didn't care if Lu Chengdi suspected him or stripped him of his title. He didn't have time to explain or pay attention to anyone. However, Lu Chengdi fell for this trick. It was said that once a person's heart was biased, he would see everything with a filter. Li Hongyuan grew up as a scoundrel. In Lu Chengdi's eyes, he was a straightforward and well-behaved child. Once the first impression was the strongest, Lu Chengdi would definitely be unhappy when other princes slandered Li Hongyuan. Not to mention, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Chengdi was quite disappointed with their performance. So, they didn't dare to pretend to be pitiful by losing a child to gain sympathy. If they really dared to do so, Li Hongyuan wouldn't do anything to them, but they would suffer. In the end, those who still want to put the blame on Li Hongyuan were stopped by Lu Chengdi's unfilial and unfilial. They didn't dare to say more. Originally, many people were worried about Li Hongyuan. However, he didn't do anything, and Lu Chengdi had full power to uphold justice for him. Well, they were worried for nothing. The power of bias was really extraordinary. As for those who didn't like Li Hongyuan, they could only stomp their feet in anger once again. Jin Qinhuang's position in the emperor's heart is unshakable. Even if it is shaken, those who want to kill him will be consigned to eternal damnation even faster. Rather than saying that the emperor is biased towards Jin Qinhuang, it's better to say that the emperor is protecting the other princes to a certain extent. Now, it's just that the emperor is still holding up, and Jin Qinhuang is too lazy to move. If the estimation is correct, Jin Qinhuang's wings are full, his claws and teeth are sharp, and he can brazenly attack at any time. For some things, as long as you pull out a thread, you can pull out a longer thread. Although it was just the tip of the iceberg, it was enough to frighten people. To deal with a person like Jin Qinhuang, one couldn't act blindly without thinking. If one moved, one must hit with one blow. Otherwise, one could be gnawed until not even bones were left. Therefore, one must be patient, cautious, and thorough. Sun Yilin spent the Mid-Autumn Festival with the Luo family in the Luo family. It could be considered as experiencing the happy atmosphere of family harmony. However, that kind of happy mood couldn't be maintained for too long, because after all, the Luo family wasn't his home. Tidying up the few things he had, he prepared to leave the capital. Just at this time, someone came to the Luo family's door. Moreover, it was a girl, and she specifically asked to see Sun Yilin. Sun Yilin was originally playing chess with Luo Jinghua, and Sun Yijia was watching from the side. Hearing the news from the door guard, Sun Yijia looked at her elder brother with astonishment and ridicule. Her fifth brother owed a romantic debt outside. This was really too rare. Sun Yilin's brows wrinkled. Sun Yijia looked, afraid that it wasn't something pleasant. She originally wanted to open her mouth and tease him a bit, but now, fifth brother, why don't I have someone send her away? A girl who wasn't related to him came to look for a man. It was very easy for them to never see such a person again, let alone send her away. Sun Yilin looked at Sun Yijia with a little astonishment and disapproval. Little sister, she's just a girl. It was easy to send her away, but even easier to destroy her. How could you be so cruel? Sun Yijia was speechless. Didn't I do it for you? I thought that someone was pestering you. It turns out that my good intentions were treated as ill intent. Her brother's temperament looked gentle, but he was actually very cold, especially towards insignificant people. Now that he had changed so much, he was no longer gentle even on the surface. Could it be that he was gentle in his bones now? Sun Yilin rubbed between his eyebrows helplessly. These days, the siblings had spent more time together, and Sun Yilin's emotions had finally eased. He was no longer as stiff and emotionless as before. However, this was the first time that his emotions were so obvious. Sun Yijia was really curious now. Bring her in. The other party had never been to the capital before and was unfamiliar with this place. They couldn't just ignore her. She was quickly brought in. When they were still a distance away, Sun Yijia could feel her joy from her gait. However, when she got closer and saw her brother's expressionless face, she immediately became cautious and nervous, as if she was afraid that she would upset her brother. This girl wasn't very beautiful. Her face was a little round, but she looked quite likable. She had a good upbringing. Sun Yijia guessed that she might be from a big family. Her eyes were very clean. It could be seen that either she was open-minded and didn't like to be calculative, or her living environment was relatively simple. If she was really from a big family, she would belong to the former. Also, her eyes obviously showed that she liked her brother very much. It was very pure, and she didn't seem to be affected by her brother's current appearance. Sun Yijia's heart skipped a beat. Yilin, Min Sun Yilin interrupted her. I only brought a servant girl and a nanny. How dare you come all the way to the capital? Do you know what you are doing? You are a girl. What if you are in danger? His tone was unspeakably strict. Naturally, there was also concern that he didn't notice. Sun Yijia saw this, and some thoughts in her heart became more and more obvious. Min Xiaoyuan lowered her head and unconsciously tugged at her handkerchief. Then, she lifted her eyes and carefully looked at Sun Yilin. I also brought my brother's attendant and a coachman. She said softly. Sun Yilin choked. Obviously, his heart was blocked. His eyes turned, and it looked like he was about to roll his eyes. Sun Yijia snorted and laughed out loud. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her handkerchief and then acted as if nothing had happened. She didn't do anything. Please ignore her. You can continue. Luo Jinghua was also drinking tea at this time. The husband and wife had a tacit understanding. Their eyes met through the edge of the quilt, and they smiled tacitly. But surname Min? Was she a girl from the Min family? Sun Yilin glanced at them and didn't say anything. Is this the main point? Min Xiaoyuan also looked at Sun Yilin and Luo Jinghua. If she guessed correctly, they should be Sun Yilin's younger sister and brother-in-law. She had already asked around about Sun Yilin, but if he didn't introduce her, she couldn't just run up to them. Moreover, her main point now was to make Sun Yilin let her stay. Then what's the main point? Didn't you say that I didn't bring enough people? Min Xiaoyuan revealed a sense of naivety and doubt. Sun Yilin was a little discouraged. Obviously, this wasn't the first time this happened. You shouldn't have come to the capital. When Min Xiaoyuan heard this, The rims of her eyes became a little red. Her hand, that was tugging at her handkerchief, was a little pale. Sun Yilin reflected on himself if he was too straightforward. However, there were some things that he couldn't do and couldn't promise, so he shouldn't drag it out. However, this girl seemed to have a one-track mind. It wasn't the first time he had rejected her so straightforwardly, but he didn't see any signs of her backing down. Miss Min, chasing after a man without telling your family is not something a lady from a respectable family should do. Not only will your family be worried, but if others find out, not only you, but your parents and elders will also be pointed at. Your sister's reputation will also be tarnished because of your actions. Whether you're selfish or willful, you shouldn't. Young master son. The old servant behind Min Xiaoyuan finally couldn't listen to it anymore. Sun Yilin glanced at her coldly and continued to speak, ignoring Min Xiaoyuan's pitter-patter of tears. I've told you long ago that it's impossible between us. Not to mention that I'm all alone now, with no official position, title, or property. How can I afford to raise a pampered girl like you? Even I have never thought of marrying. So, go back to where you came from. Don't cause trouble for others. Do you understand? This was the first time Sun Yijia heard her elder brother speak so bluntly. It was too much to say this to a girl. Moreover, this girl didn't seem to be thick-skinned. The fact that she followed him to the capital was probably the most outrageous thing she could do. Even if she wanted to reject him, she should at least be more tactful. Fifth brother, little sister, this is my business. Don't butt in. Just mind your own business. Sun Yilin tilted his head and said coldly. Sun Yijia was obviously angered by him this time. She put down the cup in her hand on the table. Fine, I don't care. Do whatever you want. This time, Luo Jingbo had a headache. Pregnant women had a strange temper. It was fine if his wife wasn't angry, but once she got angry, he might not be able to coax her back even if he tried his best. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't trick me like this. Min Xiaoyuan wiped her tears. I've disturbed you today, young master. I'll leave now. As she spoke, she left directly. She was very straightforward, but her whole person exuded a sense of stubbornness. Young miss, Min Xiaoyuan's servant called out worriedly. Let's go. Why are you staying here? You'll be annoying. Min Xiaoyuan quickened her steps. Min Xiaoyuan's behavior was surprising. She chased after him from so far away, but she gave up so easily. Only Sun Yilin felt his head hurt even more. Little sister, send someone to find out where they're staying. They're new to the capital and will be easily bullied. Fifth brother, didn't you tell me to stay out of your business? Why are you looking for me? Sun Yijia said coldly. Little sister, Sun Yilin said helplessly. This girl was born in the Min family. Her grandfather and the head of the Min family are cousins. Their family is doing well. She's the daughter of the main wife, so she should have a good marriage of equal status. She shouldn't be involved with me. I don't know my future, and I don't want to get married. Don't you understand? Fifth brother, when did you meet her? 2 years ago. Although Sun Yilin didn't know why, he still answered truthfully. Do you know how old she is now? Sun Yilin's face stiffened. 18. Sun Yijia sneered. Obviously, you've already delayed her. We're all from aristocratic families. You know very well what aristocratic families are like. When you met her, she was already 16. What do you think the chances of her not being engaged are? The fact that she's still with you now means that her marriage is obviously over. Not many men in aristocratic families can decide their own marriages, let alone a girl. It takes a lot of courage and determination to fight against her own marriage. If she doesn't do well, her family would rather kill her. The fact that she's still standing in front of you, other than the fact that her parents should be kind and doting on her, she's definitely sacrificed a lot herself. However, she's still full of vitality, which means that she has no regrets about her sacrifice. She may be rebellious, but she dares to pursue her goals. Even if you reject her, at least you shouldn't use words to hurt her. Everyone can criticize her, but you can't. Furthermore, if a pampered girl were to meet a man who had lost her heart outside, how could her family turn a blind eye to that man? But why do I feel that you haven't interacted with her family? This means that Miss Min stopped her family from looking for you to avoid causing trouble for you. Chapter 549. Sun Yilin rubbed his aching temples. He didn't know about these things, but it was indeed very likely to have happened. It was indeed extraordinary for a girl from an aristocratic family to be able to express her admiration, and it required great courage. When he was in the capital, there were many girls who liked him. Their expressions were all obscure and reserved, and they were always full of tricks to please him. However, sometimes they were nondescript and annoying, and some of them were as clingy as Li Ruyu. Although Min Xiaoyuan ran to the capital with him, in fact, he didn't meet Min Xiaoyuan many times. She didn't give people the impression that she was clingy. Even if she knew what he liked, she wouldn't pretend to know if she didn't know. Instead, she would share some interesting things with him. Sun Yilin had to admit that every time he met her, although the time was short, it was actually pleasant. After returning to the capital, it wasn't that he never went out. Thanks to his brother, his current image was very recognizable. Occasionally, he would meet girls who used to admire him, and their eyes would be filled with obvious disgust. Also, because he was no longer a member of Ding General Manor, they would deliberately mock and ridicule him with the people around him, as if the fact that they used to like him was a lifelong shame. Of course, he happened to meet such a reaction, but it didn't mean that all girls were like this. From this point of view, Sun Yilin was actually quite unlucky. Min Xiaoyuan wasn't like that. When they first met, she didn't know his identity. Later on, she didn't change at all. In order to reject her, he told her clearly after he was adopted. Min Xiaoyuan said, "I like you, not your family background. It doesn't matter if you are the son of Duke Ding's mansion or not." And when she knew that he had an accident, she rushed over immediately. She didn't dislike him, but only felt distressed. He didn't care about himself or his health, but she was worried and sad. Sun Yilin had a good impression of Min Xiaoyuan, but to him, this was all he could do. He couldn't go any further. Sun Yilin also knew that Min Xiaoyuan was a good girl. If she hadn't met him, she might have married the husband her parents chose for her step by step and had children. She might not have a vigorous life, but she might have a plain happiness. Because he had met her, his life might have changed beyond recognition. Sun Yilin had never thought of accepting Min Xiaoyuan, so his attitude had always been very clear. However, this girl was also very stubborn. She had a feeling of, it's your business if you don't accept me, but it's my business if I like you. After all, she was a girl. He couldn't be rough with her, right? Moreover, she also abided by etiquette and rules and would not go overboard. Therefore, Sun Yilin had no choice but to let her be and never pay attention to her matters. But now, some things had been clearly pointed out by his little sister. Originally, he hadn't forced Min Xiaoyuan to do this, so he couldn't be blamed for ignoring it. However, it was obvious that he couldn't be indifferent. Sun Yilin was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Many people revolved around him. No matter what others did, he didn't feel anything. The only thing he felt guilty about was probably his own mother. Duchess Ding fell ill at the beginning because of him. However, because the relationship between mother and son was too stiff at that time, he only wanted to stay away from that family. The guilt were suppressed in the bottom of his heart. When his mother passed away, he didn't get to see her for the last time. The emotions that were suppressed in the bottom of his heart finally burst out. But in essence, Sun Yilin still didn't regret it. Now, there seemed to be one more person who made him feel guilty. What kind of Sun Yijia did Sun Yilin want to see the most? Of course, he wanted to let go of Sister Wan, marry a lovely wife, and give birth to a lovely child. Not to mention wealth and glory, at least he would be happy and healthy. He couldn't let go of Jingwan's first awakening of love. Other women, no matter if they were good-looking or talented, couldn't move him at all. Even if they did something stupid for him, he might even ridicule them in his heart. Now, Min Xiaoyuan appeared, at least it made him hesitate. Sun Yijia felt that there was hope, so she was willing to help him at an appropriate time. More importantly, it could only depend on their fate and luck. This time, I'll take her with me when I leave the capital. I'll send her home directly and explain it to her family in person. I'm sure that after understanding my situation, her family will definitely be reluctant to let her suffer with me. Sun Yijia's anger which had calmed down, flared up again because of Sun Yilin's words. At this moment, she didn't say anything and directly left. She could do whatever she wanted. She really didn't care. Brother-in-law, why do you have to do this? Luo Jingbo was helpless. Think about it carefully. I'll go and see Jia. He patted Sun Yilin's shoulder and chased after Sun Jia. Luo Jingbo was now in the Hanlin Academy. There weren't many things to do, but there were many people who came to curry favor with him. Even when they met Mu Xiao, they couldn't stop. He felt that it was quite hard for him. Luo Jingbo saw Sun Yijia sulking and pulling the leaves of the flowers. Don't pull, don't pull. Be careful not to prick your hand. The flowers had thorns. You men are all bad, Sun Yijia said angrily. Luo Jingbo was dumbfounded. What was this about? Besides, his brother-in-law was doing it for the good of Miss Min. How did he become a bad person? What do you mean? Please enlighten me. You probably still think that fifth brother is doing it for the good of Miss Min, right? Sun Yijia's voice was cold. Has he ever considered Miss Min's feelings? When Princess Kong was still alive, my father, mother, and the Empress betrothed me to Prince Kong. They also said that it was for my good. Was it for my good? Miss Min obviously wants to hang herself on him. He sent her back and wanted her to marry someone else. Was it for her good? Was it for her good? It turned out that she was angry because she thought of what had happened to her in the past. Yijia, you can't generalize everything. Your situation was different from Miss Min's at that time. You got together for the benefit of both parties. Miss Min obviously has good parents. Brother-in-law didn't want Miss Min to suffer with him. Besides, brother-in-law has a knot in his heart. Although Sun Yilin did not show it, they actually felt it. If he had really let go, it was still okay to casually ask about the situation of the person he used to like. But because he did not mention a word, it was as if he did not know such a person. So, it was obvious that he still remembered, and it might even evolve into an obsession. Sun Yijia also knew that she was being a little paranoid. However, her heart ached and she was anxious. It was true that he had a knot in his heart. However, it was pure nonsense to say that he did not want Miss Min to suffer because Sun Yijia believed that as long as her elder brother was willing, he could still have enough wealth on his own. Don't worry. Brother-in-law is a man after all. He knows what he is doing. Besides, it's hard to say when it comes to love. Maybe he will get over it and think it through. Then, he could be with Miss Min, wouldn't that be better? Miss Min is already 18 years old. How can she delay it any longer? To others, she is already an old woman. They will definitely pick and choose her. Miss Min is also unwilling. When brother-in-law really thinks it through, he probably won't care about Miss Min's age. What if he can't think it through? What if he refuses to marry her? What if Miss Min insists on waiting for him? Won't it really ruin Miss Min's life? It's fine if her brothers are willing to support her. But what if they are not willing? She will be a Buddhist monk? Or they will simply force her to marry someone. At her age, she can't be the first wife, second wife, or concubine. She will be despised and controlled by others. What if she is more stubborn and hits the wall? Luo Jingbo looked at his wife, who was getting more and more agitated. Her thoughts were really far off. Yijia, take it easy. Take it easy. You can't think of the worst, can you? In any case, Sun Yijia felt indignant. Miss Min is not the only one in this situation. I don't see you like this with other people. Other people? Do they have anything to do with me? Do they have anything to do with fifth brother? This reason was very strong, and he was speechless. His wife was really becoming more and more upright. She was becoming more and more intimate and reasonable. She used to be such an arrogant person and the model of a noble lady. Now, the shadow of this noble lady was fading. In a few more years, who knew what she would become? However, this was also very good, wasn't it? Min Xiaoyuan, who had left the Luo family, originally wanted to shamelessly stay at Sun Yilin's place. However, she was not thick-skinned enough. Now, she was a little annoyed. Why did she run away after being provoked by him? Wasn't he just trying to drive her away? He let her have her way so easily. It was even more inappropriate for her to go back now. However, it was her first time in the capital, so she naturally had to take a good look around. At least, she could barely comfort herself that she was disappointed and pleased at the same time. Min Xiaoyuan didn't bring many people, but she still had enough money. After all, she was the daughter of a noble family. Due to her habit, she naturally wouldn't go to places where ordinary people frequented. This woman's exuberant desire to shop existed in every era, and Min Xiaoyuan was one of them. Coincidentally, Jingwen was also shopping these days. She was purely out for a walk, not to buy anything. Of course, if she saw something that interested her, she would buy it. The carriage followed behind her, and, if she was tired, she would sit in the carriage for a while. Because she didn't want to disturb the people, she used a normal carriage. The curtains on both sides of the carriage were hung up. She sat in the carriage with Li Honyuan and talked about the more interesting people and things along the way. Miss Min? Yuan, is that Miss Min? The one who was with Pei Xiaoying in Jiangnan? Li Honyuan looked in the direction Jingwan pointed at and narrowed his eyes slightly. Probably. Li Hongyuan's people had almost finished investigating Sun Yilan's incident in Jiangnan. Of course, he knew about Min Xiaoyuan. However, Li Honyuan didn't find out what he really wanted to know. Sun Yilan was injured in a big fire, but that was before he returned to the capital. It wasn't the reason for his change in temperament at all. Some of his previous experiences seemed to be relatively normal. This result was not what Li Honyuan wanted, but it was within his expectations. Even people who were watched day and night would have things that others didn't know, let alone investigate a person's experience in the past 2 to 3 years when no one was watching. There were only a few thin pages in the message, but if the experience of 2 to 3 years was written down in great detail, it could probably be written into a magnificent masterpiece. A few pages and a book thicker than a brick. Any difference between a few pages and a book that was thicker than a brick could be the reason for the unforeseen event. It didn't matter if they couldn't find out. Sun Yilan would be watched in the future. Send someone to take a look. Is it her? Because of the close relationship between Madame Min and Madame Pei, although there were still many officials, they were still restricted. There were no members of the Min family in the capital. Min Xiaoyuan was still dressed as a girl, which obviously ruled out the possibility of her coming to the capital with her husband. Therefore, Min Xiaoyuan's appearance in the capital was a little strange. As for Madame Min now, she wanted to walk out of Madame Pei's influence and return to the imperial court. So, she sent someone to the capital to mediate. However, Madame Min had already submitted to Li Honyuan and was Li Hongyuan's spy in Jiangnan. When Li Honyuan ascended the throne, they would naturally have the opportunity to enter the imperial court. Although she didn't hear what the servant said, she brought the person over. It was obviously the person she knew. Jingwan got off the carriage. Min Xiaoyuan was also quite surprised to see Jingwan. The last time they met was more than 2 years ago. At that time, she was 15 and the other was 16. Compared to now, there was a big change. Jingwan's eyesight was very good to be able to recognize her by accident. To be honest, Jingwan only knew that her surname was Min and didn't remember her name. Greetings, Your Highness. No need to be so polite. Miss Min, did you come to the capital with your elders to play? Jingwan smiled. Min Xiaoyuan was a little embarrassed. She really couldn't say that she ran thousands of miles with a man. If she didn't do it well, she would be mistaken as eloping. Although she was going all out for Sun Yilan, and some people thought that she had lost face when she did this, but in this unfamiliar place, she still wanted to save some face for herself. Even if it wasn't for herself, it was for Sun Yilan. She also knew about Sun Yilan's current situation. She had been in the capital for 3 days, and she had been understanding Sun Yilan's situation. If there was another elopement, it would only make the other party's situation worse. No, there's something, Min Xiaoyuan said vaguely. Jingwan nodded understandingly and didn't ask any more questions. Then, they chatted casually for a while. Jingwan asked about Min Yuhan's recent situation. She found out that Min Yuhan was doing well. Jingwan actually felt a little regretful. For the imperial noble consort, she might be more willing to see Min Yuhan than Lu Qingdi. Of course, there were some situations where it was better not to see each other. It had been 20 or 30 years, and they had almost forgotten each other. Suddenly seeing each other again might be tearing open the wounds of the past. They weren't very familiar with each other, so they quickly parted ways. Jingwan looked at Min Xiaoyuan's back as she walked away. She's 18 and still not married? I don't see any traces of mourning on her body. Does she have a hidden illness? Or did something happen? Wan, are you that curious? If you want to know, you could get someone to investigate. Even if you're curious, you don't have to know. This is her private matter. Jingwan waved her hand and walked into a nearby shop. As a result, Jingwan missed the opportunity to know something. Min Xiaoyuan was in a good mood. Meeting someone she knew in an unfamiliar place was a bit like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The bad mood caused by Sun Yilan's attack was a lot better. Hence, Min Xiaoyuan started to shop. She accidentally bought too much and forgot that she wasn't in Jiangnan. She couldn't carry the things and was a little embarrassed. Mama, why didn't you remind me? I saw that you were happy. Besides, it's not much. You don't have to worry about it. I don't want to buy any more. Let's go back. Min Xiaoyuan reached out to take something, wanting to share the burden. Miss, this is not something you should take. I've told you many times. You obviously can't take it anymore. It doesn't matter if I take something less expensive. Give it to me. It's okay. Min Xiaoyuan thought of something, and a blush appeared on her face. She lowered her volume. Yilan's situation isn't very good now. Why get married to him in the future? I can't always be surrounded by people. I'll just take it as familiarizing myself with him. When the time comes, it might be just me and him shopping together. She felt happy just thinking about that scene. The mama sighed. Silly girl. Nothing was set in stone yet, and she was thinking so far ahead. With Sun Yilan's attitude, even if he persevered, who knew how long it would take? However, when she thought of what her miss had done for Sun Yilan, she couldn't bear to pour cold water on her. She was really afraid that she wouldn't get what she wanted in the end, and what would become of her. His anger towards Sun Yilan was equal to how much his heart ached for his Mississippi Sun Yilan was already in his current state. Yet his miss still didn't change her heart. It was already his great fortune that his miss still dared to speak ill of his Mississippi. Even if he knew his true motive, it was still unforgivable. In fact, if Sun Yilan readily accepted it now, this nanny would definitely be unhappy. Her miss likes you. Who are you to deserve it? Speak, did you seduce my miss? You're asking for a beating. What? You say you don't like my miss. Bastard, my miss is loved by everyone. How dare you not like my miss? You're asking for a beating. The mood of protecting the calf, was so subtle. The people sent by Sun Yijia followed Min Xiaoyuan all the way. When they returned, they reported to Sun Yijia. Sun Yijia was too lazy to listen and directly sent them to Sun Yilan. No matter how much she cared, it was useless, so why bother? Sun Yilan listened patiently and carefully. Only when he heard that Min Xiaoyuan had interacted with Jingwan, his expression changed slightly. In fact, Sun Yilan had heard Min Xiaoyuan say that she had interacted with Jin Qin Fei before. This was also a kind of fate. Sun Yilan didn't have any opinion about Min Xiaoyuan buying some unrealistic things. He might be short on money now, but he didn't put money in his eyes. When he was rich, he spent more. When he was poor, he spent less. It was just that. He wouldn't think that other people shouldn't spend money recklessly because of his own conditions. Only at the end, when he heard that Min Xiaoyuan and the others had gone to the medicine shop, his brows slightly furrowed. Go and ask, who among them is sick? He suddenly felt a little worried because when he thought about the time Min Xiaoyuan entered the capital, it seemed that it was much later than him. The servant girl who went to ask was also astute. She didn't look for Min Xiaoyuan, but the people around her. After all, if that Miss Min was sick, then, for some reason, she might not tell the truth, but the people around her were different. The person who was sick was indeed Min Xiaoyuan. She fell sick on the way to the capital, vomiting and having diarrhea. They were originally rushing, but in the end, they were delayed for more than 10 days. On the third day, it was the most serious, and she almost lost her life. Until now, she still hadn't recovered. The reason why they traveled while sick was to see Sun Yilan earlier. Sun Yilan couldn't stay any longer and directly went to the inn where they were staying. Min Xiaoyuan was bored to death and was thinking about what excuse to use to see Sun Yilan again. In the end, Sun Yilan himself came to find her. This made her extremely happy, her eyes sparkling. Yilan, you're here. She wouldn't ask why he was looking for her. If there was nothing, he could look for her. Sun Yilin sized her up. He didn't notice before that her face didn't change much, but her figure had at least 2 shadows. As expected, she had suffered greatly. At this moment, he couldn't bring himself to reprimand her. Pack your things and come stay with me at the Luo residence. It was convenient to find a doctor to take a good look at her. Min Xiaoyuan's eyes brightened even more. Wait for me for a while. Seeing her so happy, Sun Yilin rubbed his temples again. Obviously, things had exceeded his expectations. He had originally planned to leave tomorrow, but now he had to postpone it. At least, he had to wait for her illness to recover before he could set off. The Luo residence had another guest, so naturally, no one had any objections. Old Madame Luo nodded, keeping her opinions to herself. The Luo residence's doctor took Min Xiaoyuan's pulse and looked at the prescription used previously. There were no changes. However, when Min Xiaoyuan found out that Sun Yilin knew that she was sick and allowed her to stay at the Luo residence, she originally thought that he was starting to accept her. Her happy mood dropped a few degrees. Yuan, think about it this way. My 5th brother is also like this because he cares about you. 5th brother is actually very cold. It's not easy to get him to care about you. Sun Yijia smiled. Really? Min Xiaoyuan instantly became happy again. Chapter 550. Sun Yijia comforted Min Xiaoyuan and saw that she was happy and carefree. To be honest, at this moment, she hoped that she could get what she wanted. However, this matter was not up to them to decide. In the end, it still depended on Sun Yilin's thoughts. In Sun Yijia's opinion, even if there was another person in one's heart, it would not prevent them from getting married. Although it might be a little unfair to Min Xiaoyuan, how many congenial couples could there be in the world? She believed that even if Min Xiaoyuan knew about her brother's situation, she would still be willing. The feeling of liking someone and wanting to be with that person might not be obvious before she married her husband. Although she was moved at that time, it was not very obvious. However, after they got married, their feelings grew stronger day by day. She understood that as long as she was with the person she loved, even if it was just sitting quietly, she would feel happy. Therefore, she believed that even if Min Xiaoyuan's heart was sour, she would still be willing. After they got married, they would become the closest person. After a long time, it might not be impossible for the clouds to part and the moon to see the moon. She was afraid that her brother would be stubborn and would not be willing to get married for the rest of his life. However, Sun Yijia also knew that if her brother really thought it through so easily, perhaps he would not be like this now. Some people looked very transparent and could see everything clearly. However, once it became an obsession, it might be harder to forget and harder to let go than anyone else. Although Min Xiaoyuan was temporarily staying with the Luo family, she basically did not see Sun Yilin. Sun Yilin was deliberately avoiding her. His reason was very clear. Men and women were different. Min Xiaoyuan could not do anything. Moreover, she was in someone else's house. If she did something inappropriate and affected the family's integrity, she would become a sinner. Therefore, she did not insist on looking for Sun Yilin. Instead, she spent more time with Sun Yijia. She wanted to know more about Sun Yilin's past from this sister-in-law. Sun Yijia did not hide anything. She told her a lot of things, big and small. She even bluntly revealed some embarrassing things about Sun Yilin when he was young. Min Xiaoyuan laughed uncontrollably. He has always been a gentleman. Sometimes I even wonder if he deliberately put on a poker face when he was young, like an adult. I didn't expect him to be so naughty. After laughing, she felt a little longing. Why didn't they get to know each other earlier? If only they had known each other earlier. 5th brother used to play with me when we were young. At that time, I felt that I liked 5th brother the most. However, as I slowly grew older, 5th brother became more and more dull and boring. Sun Yijia talked nonsense without blushing or skipping a beat. She was very restrained by her mother when she was young. She had to learn everything. When she could not walk properly, the rules were already carved into her bones. In the eyes of the elders, she was chaste and virtuous. In the eyes of the other little people, she was the real dull and boring one. Now, she had the nerve to frame everything on her brother. She was just certain that Min Xiaoyuan would not go to her brother to verify it. Besides, even if her brother found out, she did not care. What could he do to her? When it came to her brother, even if she did not have anyone to support her, she was still very confident. She then talked about Sun Yilan's preferences, compared with those antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Fifth brother's favorite is flowers and plants. When he was still in Ding General Manor, his courtyard was full of all kinds of precious flowers and plants. The layout was also very good. It was really beautiful, especially when the 4 famous peonies gathered together. When they bloomed, they were especially beautiful. I could take anything in his courtyard, no matter what it was, but I was not allowed to touch those flowers and plants. I remember one time when I deliberately broke a flower of his, but in the end, he fell out with me and even slapped my palm fiercely despite my begging for mercy. He even slapped me hard. Although she was talking about it casually for Min Xiaoyuan to hear, these things also evoked beautiful memories of Sun Yijia. At that time, she felt that Ding General Manor was beautiful. Now, there was nothing in that place that she was nostalgic about. When Sun Yijia came back to her senses from her memories, she saw that Min Xiaoyuan was a little dazed. She was completely devoid of the joy from before. Puzzled, she asked, "What's wrong with you, Yuan?" Min Xiaoyuan looked at Sun Yijia as if she was about to cry. When we were in Jiangnan, I once gave him a pot of clivia. I felt that it was very compatible with him and he would like it. However, he rejected it very clearly. He said that he did not like flowers and plants. At that time, his expression was not fake, and I believed it without a doubt. Sun Yijia frowned slightly. To be honest, she really did not know about this. After all, when she got married, her 5th brother had not encountered any misfortune. In fact, there were still some precious flowers and plants that had not been recorded in her dowry. Her 5th brother had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of them. After that, a lot of things happened. However, Sun Yijia and Sun Yilan had very little contact. She really did not know when he started to dislike the things that he used to like the most. Sun Yijia wondered if it was because of Sister Wan. Sister Wan also liked flowers and plants. Moreover, she was very proficient in this aspect. She always raised better flowers and plants than others. She also knew a lot of methods that others did not know. However, it did not seem right to think this way. As the saying goes, love a house, love its crow. Since he could not let go of it in his heart, he should like the things that they both liked more. It could also be a way to express his lovesickness. Or was it because it was too painful to look at things and think of her, so what the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over? Maybe he doesn't like it now. People like different things as they age. That's very normal. It's just that after I got married, I rarely saw him, so I don't know. You don't have to take it to heart. Sun Yijia pretended not to care and said, "Is that really the case?" Min Xiaoyuan asked uncertainly. Min Xiaoyuan was just a little more open-minded. She did not like to fuss over many things, but it did not mean that she was stupid. Moreover, she was always particularly sensitive to the people she liked. Therefore, Min Xiaoyuan actually faintly sensed that Sun Yilan might have someone in his heart. It was also because of this that he was still unwilling to accept her. Of course, Sun Yijia nodded very affirmatively. However, she was a little nervous. She felt that this matter must not be known to Min Xiaoyuan. She always felt that if she knew, this stubborn girl who refused to let go might give up. When there was no one in her heart, she could summon up the courage to pursue. However, if the other party was clearly in love with someone else and still refused to give up, then she would really be belittling herself. Everyone had their own pride. As for those who came from aristocratic families, their education philosophy was superior to others. Although it didn't mean that they looked down on ordinary people, it was just that they had stronger pride and self-esteem. Min Xiaoyuan was already at her limit by sticking to Sun Yilan because she liked him too much. However, there were some things that could not be hidden forever. Therefore, Min Xiaoyuan would know about it sooner or later. However, Sun Yijia was clear that it was not now. She would not know from her mouth. It should be when there was room for reconciliation between them and let that good brother of his tell Min Xiaoyuan personally. At that time, her brother should have also let go. At least, there would no longer be a demon in his heart that would cut off all possibilities in the future. Sun Yijia felt that they should create time and space for them to cultivate their feelings. Obviously, Luo family was not a good place. It was better to let them leave the capital as soon as possible. When the time came, no matter how much they avoided, they would still have a chance to meet. Knowing the reason for Sun Yilan's delay in leaving, she had an idea. Turning around, she sent someone to Jin Wangfu to invite the Jin Wangfu's physician over to take her pulse. She felt a little uncomfortable. When Jingwan found out that Sun Yijia wanted to invite Gong Jiao to the Luo family, she was shocked. She thought that something big had happened. After all, under normal circumstances, no one in the Luo family would invite the Jin Wangfu's physician over. Now, the reputation of the Jin Wangfu's physician was very big. The nobles in the palace had already cured several of them. She did not see them inviting Gong Jiao into the palace just because they had a headache or fever. Therefore, where did the Luo family get such a big face to invite the Jin Wangfu's physician over every few days? Then, Lu Qingdi would definitely be unhappy. However, Jingwan looked at the servant girl who came to invite Gong Jiao. Her expression was calm, and there was no trace of panic. This was not an expression that a big matter should have. Therefore, after thinking about it, there should be something else. Jingwan cared about most of the Luo family. Therefore, she wanted to go back and take a look. However, there was still no progress on the mid-autumn assassination. The court was not peaceful. At this time, it was not a good time to go back. Therefore, Jingwan's heart could only be at ease. Letting Gong Jiao make a trip was the same. As long as it was an order from Li Hanyuan or Jingwan, Gong Jiao would naturally obey. Even if he was a beggar, he would not feel strange just because he had treated the emperor's illness. People like them would always treat their master's words as their first priority. If their master wanted to treat, then they would treat. If their master did not want to treat, then they would definitely not treat. When Gong Jiao felt the pulse for Sun Yijia, he was in front of Min Xiaoyuan. Min Xiaoyuan originally wanted to leave, but Sun Yijia stopped her and asked her to sit for a while. Gong Jiao felt the pulse very quickly. Sun Yijia's condition was good, so he did not find anything unusual. However, he still reminded Sun Yijia of some things according to his duty. After he diagnosed Jingwan's pregnancy, Gong Jiao did a lot of work in this aspect. He was about to be promoted to the master of gynecology again. Not only Sun Yijia, but also the servant girls and nannies beside her listened carefully. Although she was pregnant for the second time and had experience, she still had to pay attention to what she should pay attention to. Dr. Gong, please take a look at this girl. She just came to the capital city and fell seriously ill on the way. Now she has not recovered fully. It has been a long time. It will be better if she doesn't have any permanent disease. Sun Yijia said so. Gong Jiao understood that this was the real reason why the third young mistress of the Luo family invited him over. He nodded in agreement. Gong Jiao felt the pulse from Min Xiaoyuan. Indeed, it had been a long time. She had not recovered fully, and her body was still a little weak. Where is the previous prescription? Let me take a look. Min Xiaoyuan's servant hurriedly went to get it. Gong Jiao took the prescription and looked at it. He crossed out 2 herbs and added 3 more. He also changed the dosage of 2 herbs. One of them was increased and the other was decreased. Then, he wrote a new prescription. Take this prescription. You will be cured by tomorrow. Then, continue to take it for 2 more days. This prescription is for recuperation. You will be fine after taking about 3 prescriptions. The other thing is for food. Gong Jiao briefly mentioned some taboos. Min Xiaoyuan's mammy received the prescription like it was a treasure and thanked Gong Jiao profusely. Gong Jiao's words were indifferent and calm, but few doctors dared to say that it would take a long time to see the effect of the medicine, and it would take a long time to recover from the illness. He didn't think much about it, but others could feel his strong confidence when they heard it. People who came from the prince's mansion were confident because of their strength, not because of their conceit. So, even if he was young, they didn't dare to look down on him. Gong Jiu replied with a few words and returned to the prince's mansion to report to Jingwan. Gong Jiu was no longer a hidden guard. He put all his attention on art and research. Because he had met Min Xiaoyuan in Jiangnan, hidden guards had a special ability to remember people, so he knew Min Xiaoyuan's identity at once. But now, the things outside had nothing to do with him, so he didn't know her relationship with Sun Yilin. He just reported it to Jingwan. Min Xiaoyuan, who should have nothing to do with the Luo family and Sun Yijia, lived in the Luo family. Sun Yijia even made an exception to invite Gong Jiu over. How could Jingwan not feel strange? She could not ignore other people, but since it was related to the Luo family, she could not ignore it. Naturally, she sent people to find out the truth. At this time, Sun Yilin also knew what his sister had done. Facing Sun Yijia, he remained silent. Sun Yijia was furious when she saw him like this. What was worse was that she could not read his emotions at all. Naturally, she could not guess what he was thinking. Fifth brother, we know what you're thinking. There are some things that I can't be bothered to say to you. Anyway, as long as you can think clearly, you can think clearly even if I don't say anything. If you can't or don't want to think clearly, then it's useless for me to say anything more. Therefore, you better take care of yourself. You can leave the capital in 2 days. It's quite annoying to see you like this. I'm pregnant now and can't see you. So, I don't have to worry about you. Sun Yilin looked at Sun Yijia. After a while, he said softly, "Little sister, there are some things that can't be changed. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll leave the capital with Miss Min in 2 days and send her home. Take care of yourself." Without saying anything else, he got up and left. Sun Yijia frowned. She felt that there was a hidden meaning in her fifth brother's words. She felt a little uneasy. Jingwan soon found out what she wanted to know. After a moment of surprise, she was quite happy. Because the information given to her was flat and straightforward and expressed the matter clearly, it led to a point where she could associate the information with the relationship between the characters based on the literal information. Therefore, in Jingwan's eyes, Sun Yilin had finally let go of her and found his true love. Of course, she was happy to see this. Sun Yilin was young and promising. It couldn't be better if he didn't hang on to her. As for her husband, he didn't have to be jealous. It was really good for everyone. Then, Jingwan reflected on her reaction. When she saw him at Ding General Duke's mansion last time, she seemed to have overreacted. He had known Miss Min for a long time and had already let go of her at that time. She thought too highly of herself. When they met again in the future, they could naturally greet each other. However, Jingwan neglected one point. If they really liked each other, why didn't Sun Yilin and Min Xiaoyuan get married? However, even if she thought about it, she probably thought that there must be obstacles because of the gap between their status. Jingwan happily shared the new news with Li Honyuan. She almost told Li Honyuan clearly that he didn't have to be jealous in the future. Li Honyuan smiled, but there was a little unfathomable in the depths of his eyes with a little coldness and indifference. He touched Jingwan's face and thought that his wife was getting more and more silly. There's another one. Hey, don't make trouble for no reason. Jingwan glared at him unhappily. Chen Jingmin was now about to be a father. Of course, it was definitely not Li Ruyu who was pregnant. It was one of his concubines who had wanted to climb into his bed in the first branch of the Chun family, Madame Luo's elder brother. Now she finally got what she wanted. In fact, Li Ruyu's situation had not been good. Li Ruyu had lost the title of Commandery Princess, and Commandery Prince Cheng's mansion was getting worse and worse. Chen Jingmin had already graduated from the Hanlin Academy. Taking advantage of the shortage of people in the Ministry of Revenue, he directly climbed to the 5th rank of the secondary class. Logically speaking, it was not a problem for him to directly divorce Li Ruyu. In fact, it was easy to find a reason, but he didn't. Obviously, Chen Jingmin was now not as simple as before. Li Ruyu ruined his marriage, so he wanted Li Ruyu to stay in hell for the rest of her life and live a life worse than death. In the end, Chen Jingmin and Sun Yilin were different. He was the hope of the family, the pillar of the family. He had the mission of carrying on the family line. He could not bear to let the elders sigh all day long and his mother and grandmother wipe their tears from time to time. Furthermore, after he had intimate contact with Li Ruyu, there were some things he no longer had the right to covet. After thinking it through, his body became somewhat unrestrained. He had 3 official concubines as roommates, and the number of Tongfang could not be counted with one hand. However, no matter how his body was, his heart was getting colder and colder. The so-called etiquette could not change his mind at all. After he was done, he directly threw up his hands and left. Not to mention any intimacy. When he left, his clothes were not even messed up, and the clothes of the woman he did it with were also not much messed up. According to their thinking, there was no caressing before. It was simple and crude, and they directly entered the main topic. Not to mention kissing, they did not even hold hands. Regardless of whether it was a concubine or a Tongfang, it was the same. Why were there so many Tongfang? It was because the concubines could not bear his attitude. It was not enjoyment, it was suffering. If they did not want to suffer, they naturally found someone else to replace them. In terms of peace in the backyard, Chun Jung-min was also ranked at the top. Chun Jung-min's attitude was just to complete a mission. The way he conducted himself was more and more like a qualified scholar official. If no one deliberately stopped him, then Chun Jung-min would definitely be a qualified minister in the future. Speaking of these things, how did Jingwan know? Li Hongyuan could isolate the people around him, but could he isolate Madame Luo? Of course, Madame Luo only knew about Chun Jung-min's situation. It had to be said that old Madame Luo was also sighing. This change was really too big. Obviously, Chun Jung-min had become a scum in Jingwan's eyes. However, it had nothing to do with her. Sometimes, perhaps because of external forces, the original path was forced to change. In fact, it was actually up to oneself to decide how to go on. One had made a choice, so one had to be responsible for one's own choice. If Jingwan still felt guilty because Li Hongyuan schemed against Chun Jung-min and gave him a wife like Li Ruyu, after listening to Madame Luo's words, the guilt disappeared. She did not pay attention to it first. At that time, she directly told Madame Luo that Li Ruyu was just a relative of the Luo family, and there was no need to deliberately say anything to her. It was boring. After Chun Jung-min's incident, Li Hongyuan actually did not care much about him, because he knew best what kind of people his wife particularly disliked. Chun Jung-min was probably embarrassed to think about Jingwan. Sun Yilin indeed left the capital with Min Xiaoyuan 2 days later. It seemed that he had nothing to do with the people or things in the capital, at least in the short term. But in fact, was it really so? Most of the time, it was really too early to make a conclusion before reaching that step. There was no news about the assassin, and Lu Chengdi's temper became worse and worse. Thinking about it, because he could not find out anything, he was very insecure in the palace now. Not only was Yu Zhongxing, who had not recovered from his injury, punished by Lu Chengdi, but Li Suyin also did not get off easy. It should be known that Li Suyin had never made a mistake before. This time, she was also severely punished, which made people more or less nervous. However, half a month later, Li Hongyuan received news that the people who were watching Sun Yilin had lost him. Yes, together with Min Xiaoyuan, Li Hongyuan's people had completely lost track of him. Chapter 551. Li Hongyuan's expression was unfriendly. Sun Yilin and Min Xiaoyuan were the only ones who had disappeared. Sun Yilin's servant and Min Xiaoyuan's men were still under his control. At this time, he was no longer secretly watching them. He directly interrogated the remaining people. It turned out that when Min Xiaoyuan knew that Sun Yilin was going to send her home, she had a big fight with Sun Yilin. She even said that she had been kicked out of the family and had nothing to do with the Min family. Actually, it was only on the surface. Her parents still loved her. At least, they had never mistreated her in terms of money. Sun Yilin's face darkened for a few days. Min Xiaoyuan seemed to be in a cold war with him, but she never left. Then, one morning, he woke up and found that Sun Yilin and Min Xiaoyuan were gone. No one knew where they went. The person in charge of watching them said that they met another group of people on the night of their disappearance. The other group's purpose was very clear. They were trying to delay them and create an opportunity for the other group. Sun Yilan's change was a little unusual. As expected, he should be killed directly. Li Hanyuan looked at the map. The place where Sun Yilan disappeared was a county city that extended in all directions. Therefore, there were many ways to leave, which meant that there were many places to go. Without knowing the identity of the people who helped him behind the scenes, it could be said that it was a very difficult thing to predict his movements. After that, Li Hanyuan directly issued a kill order to his men everywhere. They did not have to look for him deliberately. If they saw him, they were to kill him on the spot. Whoever completed the task would be rewarded handsomely. Li Hanyuan wanted Sun Yilan dead, not only because of Jingwan. In his previous life, he had seen Sun Yilan's talent and knew that Sun Yilan was not an ordinary person. Moreover, Sun Yilan's experience was very different from his previous life. A person who grew up with the flow of the world and a person who grew up with changes can make very different decisions. If Sun Yilan's previous life cared about the world, it was hard to say if Sun Yilan's current life. It was not impossible for Sun Yilan to join the enemy country and destroy Qi Yuan. Even Li Hanyuan himself did not care much about Qi Yuan. Although Sun Yijia was still Sun Yilan's burden, she was not his weakness. He had the ability to help other countries destroy Qi Yuan. Then, it would be a piece of cake for him to protect Sun Yijia and some people in Ding General Manor. No one in power would be too stingy with a meritorious person. Sun Yijia was Jingwan's sister-in-law. Li Hanyuan would not do anything to her. Therefore, Sun Yilan was fearless. Sun Yilan knew a little about Li Hongyuan's affairs. When no one knew about it at first, it might be difficult to notice what Li Hanyuan was doing behind the scenes. However, once there was clear news, someone would spend a lot of effort to investigate Li Hongyuan's affairs. Then, a lot of things would come to the surface little by little. Whether it was external or internal, Li Hanyuan would be completely exposed soon. Now, Sun Yilan was very likely to be the person who would reveal the news. Li Hanyuan was expressionless. This day would come sooner or later. Anyway, it was almost time. So what if it was exposed now? What Li Hanyuan could not tolerate the most was that if Sun Yilan really chose such a path, then there was no doubt that one of the benefits involved would be Jingwan. The memory of his previous life was useless for what was going to happen next, because many things had changed beyond recognition. However, when Li Hanyuan did things, the memory of his previous life was only a reference. If he relied on it all, how could it be called a change, let alone defying the heavens and changing his fate? Next, he would rely on his own ability to have good fight. He would let him see if Sun Yilan, the pillar of the country in his previous life, who was known as the youngest cabinet elder and was praised by many people, had the ability to overturn him. It should be known that even without the advantage of being a prophet, Li Hanyuan still had a good hand. After all, he had planned for so long. How could Sun Yilan have all these? Sun Yilan probably relied on his brain. If he wanted to compete with him, he could only rely on the power of other countries. Moreover, in Li Hongyuan's view, it was far from enough if he only borrowed from one country. However, once more than one country was involved, it meant that there would be a struggle for benefits between countries. No one liked to share the delicious fat meat equally. Everyone wanted to monopolize it. It was even more difficult to obtain the right to speak with one's own strength. Whether it was to become a chess piece and be discarded after the end, or to become a chess player, this was a very important matter. Li Hanyuan was inexplicably excited. It could only be said that after his rebirth, although he had to control his temper in all kinds of ways, everything else could be said to be smooth sailing. There were no opponents, so he more or less felt a little lonely at the top. In his previous life, he could make a comeback in such a desperate situation. How could he lose in this life when the overall situation was under control? If he really lost, Li Hanyuan would accept it. At that time, he would just have to take Jingwan to the underworld with him. He could lose anything, and it was not that he could not afford to lose. However, he absolutely could not let go of Jingwan. It was only when it came to Jingwan that he would not lose to anyone. Li Hongyuan estimated that the people below would coincidentally encounter Sun Yilan, and the probability of Sun Yilan being so unlucky as to walk into the knife's edge was very low. Therefore, Li Hanyuan was more likely to wait for Sun Yilin to make a move. Now, he only needed to wait for Sun Yilin to make a move. Jingwan felt that her husband seemed to be a little strange recently. It was as if he was faintly in a state of excitement. Every time she asked, Li Hanyuan would always say that it was nothing. When Jingwan asked anxiously, Li Hanyuan said that some things might be coming to an end. However, more specifically, Li Hanyuan was unwilling to say more. Jingwan only thought that he was preparing to take the initiative to make a move, to end this struggle for the throne in Qiyuan. Even if he didn't ascend to the throne right now, he had to confirm his position as the number one. Jingwan also knew that her current situation was special. Not only could she not be of help, but she might even be a burden. Therefore, she did not ask any more questions. She focused on taking care of her baby in peace and did what a pregnant woman should do. However, after waiting for a long time, it was already October. Her belly was already showing a little. Jingwan did not see any movement from him. He did not seem to be any different from before. Jingwan was puzzled. What exactly was he up to? What he didn't know was that Li Hanyuan was also waiting. It was just that according to the situation reported by his subordinates, there was indeed someone investigating him. However, there were all kinds of signs that seemed to indicate that it was no longer a big deal after reaching a certain point. What the other party wanted was not his specific strength, but a general understanding, or perhaps just a confirmation. Li Hanyuan even waited for someone to report this matter to his good father, the emperor. However, in the end, nothing happened. Even some of his plans and arrangements did not happen. This was really a little puzzling. Or could it be that his guess was wrong? The person who helped Sun Yilin was actually someone in Qiyuan, or even someone who was controlling the overall situation from somewhere in the capital? This possibility was really not big. However, Li Hanyuan still increased his control over the capital. Once again, he conducted a thorough investigation. If someone was plotted against under his nose, then Li Hanyuan could slap himself a few times. After this investigation, he really found some small fish and shrimps. Now, it was obvious that there was no need to keep these small fish and shrimps. They were all found out and directly crushed to death. However, there was still a little accident. There was a very important clue that was broken. It was not someone else but Yao Rao. At that time, because Prince Kong sent someone to Li Hanyuan, Jingwan directly went to the door. The person who suffered directly was the woman who was the brain of Prince Kong. However, this woman, Yao Rao, should not be underestimated. Her intelligence was outstanding, and she had a good disguise skill. In a situation of certain death, she escaped like a cicada and hid. Li Hongyuan's people found her real body. However, because it was clear that Yao Rao was a spy, and Li Hanyuan knew her identity, he kept her. At the critical moment, she might be able to be used. However, he originally thought that this person had always been under control. This time, he found that he did not know when the person changed. This person was just a person wearing a two-layer mask. An heir knelt down and asked for forgiveness. This was indeed their dereliction of duty. It was fine if the person slipped away, but they did not know when the person slipped away. This could not be forgiven. However, now was not the time to settle the score. Yao Rao was originally a person of southern Qi. Originally, she had both talent and emotion, and she was also born with good looks. She was pursued by many young talents. Such a woman, if nothing unexpected happened, should have had a good future. However, the bad thing was that she was a concubine's daughter of the Marquis. This kind of her was naturally a thorn in the eyes of her official mother and her sisters, an existence that absolutely could not be tolerated. There was no need to think about what would happen next. She was persecuted again. When she was forced into a desperate situation, she had the ability to elope with a young master who was very fond of her. In the end, the other party went back on their word, tangling with a large group of people who saw her as a joke. They ridiculed her, saying that she was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Pursuing her was only for fun. After all, other than her birth, everything else was just barely acceptable. She was not worthy of being the official wife. Yao Rao almost died. By chance, she was saved, and the person who saved her was the younger brother of the emperor of southern Qi. He was an ambitious man who was eyeing the throne covetously. This prince of southern Qi was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. He had trained many spies, and among these spies, the majority were beautiful women. As a man, he knew very well that a beautiful woman could often accomplish things that many men could not easily accomplish. Clearly, the completely black-hearted Yaorao wanted revenge. She wanted to slaughter all those who had humiliated her and become the leader of these spies. There was one thing that was not quite the same as the others. That was, not only did she want revenge, she also wanted power. She wanted to become a person above others. She wanted to treat those men as playthings. And that ambitious prince also had a treacherous temperament. He promised Yaorao that after everything was done, he would make her a marquis. When Yaorao came to Qi Yuan, it was obvious that she held a line of communication with southern Qi. A lot of things depended on her, whether it was sending out information or receiving orders from southern Qi. But Yaorao was only one of the people of the ambitious prince. Things like going deep into the enemy's country was something that the emperor should do. He had not yet obtained the power. How could he send people to other countries to jump around? In fact, in Li Hongyuan's previous life, he only met her when he attacked southern Qi. She had always shown in southern Qi. She had appeared in front of Li Hongyuan. To put it bluntly, it was a honey trap. However, at that time, Li Hongyuan was at most a beast in human skin. How could she expect him to have protective feelings for the fairer sex? Now, he did not know whether Yaorao had left Qi Yuan's capital or if she had changed her identity and continued to hide somewhere else. The capital was so big. If she really hid silently, it would not be easy to find her. However, not easy did not mean that it was impossible, because even if she hid among ordinary people, she was not an ordinary person. And if she wanted to obtain important information, she could not hide in ordinary people's homes. The range of possibilities was narrowed down. He also spent some time to set up tight surveillance. As long as the other party made a move, it was basically impossible to escape. However, because many people had died during this time, it could be considered as beating the grass to scare the snake. The remaining spies would not easily make a move again. However, Li Hongyuan's subordinates did not let down their guard because of this. Just because they did not spread the news did not mean that there was no news coming in. In the end, in just a few days, a clue appeared. However, this clue was very obscure, and for a while, they could not figure out what was going on. Li Hongyuan put the summary of matters on the desk, spread it out, and looked down with his hands behind his back. After half a night of pondering, Li Hongyuan finally grasped the end of the thread, and bit by bit, he found the answer he wanted. The corner of Li Hongyuan's mouth raised into a cold smile. This arrangement is really deep. It's been more than 10 or 20 years. Li Hongyuan did not make a move for the time being. He first asked someone to get a portrait, and then the next night, he went to the Ruan family. Ruan Ruizong knew that Li Hongyuan would come in person under such circumstances, and it was definitely not a small matter. Ruan Ruizong was sincerely for the country and the people, but his eyesight was not very good in the past, and he trusted a woman who cuckolded him and was a spy. Fortunately, after the feces on his eyes were wiped clean, he was not affected too much. I wonder if Prince has something important to tell this old official to come in the middle of the night? Ruan Ruizong stood respectfully. Where's Madame Wei? Li Hongyuan went straight to the point. Madame Wei was naturally the second wife, who cuckolded Ruan Ruizong and had an affair with his son. She was Ruan Fangfei's mother. Madame Wei's methods were good, and she had good martial art skills. However, after some things were exposed, Li Hongyuan still kept her, only crippling her martial arts. He also had Ruan Ruizong guard her closely. This old official will have someone bring her here. Madame Wei was originally very charming, but now she had been worn out and aged beyond her years. However, this woman's endurance was very good, and she still maintained her sobriety. When she saw Li Hongyuan, her eyes flashed with surprise and fear. But then she laughed. Jin Wangye is very courageous. With the current situation, to dare to enter the Ruan residence at night, it seems that everything is ready. Then I wish Prince success. Her voice was rough and hoarse, without the slightest bit of the original charm. Li Hanyuan looked at her indifferently, obviously not having the desire to speak. Then, an heir directly stepped forward and unfolded the paper in his hand. It was a portrait. No one spoke. Li Hanyuan only paid attention to her expression. His pupils shrunk slightly, but this was enough. It seems that you do know each other. Tell me everything you know, and Ben Wang will give you a quick death. Hearing this, Madame Wei knew that there was no room for her to quibble. When one's life was worse than death, a quick death was an extravagant hope. Madame Wei's heart was obviously struggling. What? Do you still have concerns in your heart? This prince kept you alive because I originally thought that you were the leader of the spies planted in Qiyuan, but it turns out that you are just a small pawn. Then, the real leader of your group would definitely know about your situation. Before you were discovered by this prince, you could still be used as a cover. Now, you are just a completely useless pawn. Let me ask you, the people you are worried about, or the people you care about, if they no longer have any value in restricting you, will they be released or will they be killed? Wei Shi closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there wasn't the slightest bit of emotion. Jin Wang Ye, I have to admit that you are indeed very capable. Those brothers of yours have been kept in the dark until now, not knowing who their real opponents are, but it is not entirely their problem. It's just that you can control the Qi Yuan in your hands. But what about the outside? You must know that there is always someone better than you. Are you sure that you will have the last laugh? Whether I can have the last laugh or not, it will naturally be revealed when the time comes. Madame Wei was surprised. She thought that a person like Li Hanyuan, who had the power and could play everyone in the palm of his hand, and he was still so young, logically he should be very conceited. But it was not the case at all. He may not have put some people in his eyes, but he did not underestimate his opponents. He was cautious, serious, and did not become complacent even when he had the advantage. He was obviously just a young man. How did he do it? He became the final winner, so Madame Wei would not find it strange. If such a person lost, it could only be said that he did something that angered the heavens and the people, and the whole world was against him. But the fact was, Ruan Rue Zhong, who was called by the Qi Yuan as the mainstay of the neutral faction, was working for him. Originally, I thought that I had already thought highly of you, but it turned out that I still underestimated you. Now it seems that Fang Fei's taste was very good. She picked someone that others did not think highly of at first glance. Unfortunately, she did not have the slightest good impression of your highness. Perhaps this is my fault as a mother. I did not teach her well. If I taught her like a normal lady, perhaps the result would be completely different. A normal lady wouldn't take a fancy to this prince. That's right. With your highness's reputation, a normal lady would indeed avoid you. Madame Wei seemed a little regretful. Your highness, I can tell you everything that you want to know. In the end, perhaps she was relieved. Madame Wei appeared unprecedentedly calm. Although her voice was unpleasant to hear, she spoke neither quickly nor slowly. She stood naturally, showing the grace of a noble lady. Because it was relatively concise, it only took about 7 or 8 minutes to finish talking. Before Li Hanyuan left with his people, he gave Madame Wei a pill to take. Tomorrow, the Ruan family could hold the funeral for their mistress. After all, Madame Wei had originally used illness as an excuse to recuperate at home. Now that she had passed away, it was not strange. As Li Honyuan walked, he thought about Madame Wei's words. Decades ago, Southern Qi had the ambition to be like every other country. Their plans had begun at that time. They had sent out a large number of spies. Although most of them had been cleaned up, a small number had taken root. The matter of sending out spies had never stopped. From the very beginning, there were some who had already taken root in other countries for 3 generations. As long as these people were not exposed, no one would believe they were spies. Among the people planted in Qiyuan, she had originally only held an upper-middle position. But because she had married Ruan Ruiz Hong, and Ruan Ruiz Hong had become a cabinet elder and trusted her greatly, she had easily obtained a lot of information. She had become the head of the intelligence gathering in Qiyuan. That's right, she was only collecting information. The most important part of the orders from southern Qi was not in her hands. It was the person that Li Hongyuan had recently unearthed, the Marquis of Chongping. That invisible person in Chongping's manor, who had been set up as a puppet to shield his beloved concubine. Who would have thought that she would be such a person? Li Hongyuan wanted to say that compared to these women, compared to the women in the palace, his wife was like a little white rabbit, harmless, soft, and kind. Chapter 552. For the time being, Li Hongyuan was still analyzing more things in his mind, not to mention his own wife. The Marquis of Chongping was the second wife of the Marquis of Chongping and was actually a sister of Madame Wei. The two of them were both Madame Wei, and the second wife of the Marquis of Chongping had probably died a long time ago. Their corpses had been tossed to some unknown place. If the person who killed them still had some conscience, perhaps they would have buried them carelessly. If not, then the corpses would probably have been gnawed to the bone by wild dogs. The Marquis of Chongping was once one of the 4 dukes and 9 marquises, originating from the Chui clan. The Chui clan was also a large aristocratic clan and had developed well. However, the Marquis of Chongping's residence had long declined. If not for the Chui clan supporting it from behind, it would probably have been completely destroyed. The current Marquis of Chongping might not be known to outsiders, but the people in the clan knew very well that he was a complete muddlehead. He had no ability and did not improve. He thought that he was infallible. Other than the empty title of Marquis of Chongping, he did not have any real position. Yet he still blamed the heavens and earth, finding excuses for him to indulge in a life of debauchery. He did not listen to anyone's advice and stubbornly insisted on doing things his own way. He had long disappointed the entire clan and favored his concubines while neglecting his wife, causing the Marquis of Chongping's residence to be in a foul mood. The position of Marquis was bestowed by the great ancestor to the branch of the Chui clan that had helped him the most. Furthermore, it was clearly stated that only the direct descendants could inherit the title. Even the heirs could not inherit it. Otherwise, the Marquis of Chongping would have long been taken away by the other members of the Chui clan. A marquis was still of great use to an aristocratic clan. If it was managed well, it could bring endless benefits. Thus, no matter how useless the Marquis of Chongping was, he could not be allowed to lose his Marquis of Chongping. Of course, from the perspective of the entire clan's interests, this Marquis would either be very capable and could hold up half the sky by himself and lead the entire clan to a better future, or he would be obedient and become a puppet. As long as he was in the hands of his clansmen, he would be neither superior nor inferior. The degree of unlikability of him would be second only to the current Marquis of Chongping. How's the investigation of Marquis Chongping's estate going? Replying to Master, the Chui clan originally wanted to support Marquis Chongping's eldest son to the throne. However, this person has been suppressed too harshly since he was young. Originally, he was somewhat intelligent, but he didn't learn anything that he should learn. Now, he's extremely mediocre. Speaking of which, he does meet the standards of the rest of the Chui clan. However, Marquis Chongping wholeheartedly wanted to give the throne to the second son of his beloved concubine. Master, do you remember that a few years ago, when you were at the Summer Palace, there was a situation at the literary meeting right before you left? Li Hanyuan thought for a while. He still remembered some of it. What's wrong? At that time, Master once said that Marquis Chongping didn't fix the curtains and favored his concubine while neglecting his wife. He replaced his concubine with his wife and wanted Marquis Chongping to be replaced by someone else. However, before they returned to the capital, Marquis Chongping ruthlessly acted, causing his eldest son to have a problem and become a cripple. The only person who could sit on Marquis Chongping's position was the second son. Thus, this matter was left unsettled. Speaking up to here, an heir was somewhat apprehensive. This was because this matter didn't seem to have been reported to Master. It wasn't that he intentionally concealed it and didn't report it. Rather, if Master knew about it, he probably wouldn't intentionally change anything. In addition, he had other matters to attend to, so he accidentally forgot about this matter. However, in the end, it was their negligence. In any case, he was the descendant of one of the country's founding heroes. Marquis Chomping's trivial matter hadn't reached the level of stripping him of his title. In addition, the Chui clan's people had dealt with him in many ways. As a result, the current Marquis Chomping was still that scum. Li Honyuan indeed didn't have any recollection of this matter. After thinking about it, he more or less understood what had happened. It had been so long, so he couldn't be bothered to look into it. The people by his side knew that they had made mistakes. They also knew in their hearts that there was no need to punish them severely every time. The way of governing should occasionally have a limit to tension and relaxation. Li Honyuan thought of how the eldest son of Marquis Chomping had violently beaten up the concubine he thought was his biological sister, who had actually replaced his younger brother's position. His words at that time, to him, had unknowingly supported him. However, in reality, it had only caused him to sink deeper into the mire. He had accumulated 10 to 20 years of resentment. At that time, he probably even hated Li Honyuan. Li Honyuan had never cared whether others hated him or not. In any case, the number of people who hated him was already in the sea. However, people who harbored such hatred in their hearts were often able to do things that exceeded expectations. If he was the second wife of Marquis Chomping, then he would obviously make good use of this person. Carefully investigate the eldest son of Marquis Chomping, including his wife, his wife's family, and even the people of the Chui family. The more detailed, the better. Don't let go of any clues. Yes, master. In reality, it was clearly a little too late to investigate now. However, since there was a possibility, he naturally couldn't let it go. It was just like the spies from decades ago, who had even developed into a family. Could it be that because they had already sent out so much information that they couldn't salvage it, they decided to ignore it? What kind of joke was this? As the saying goes, it's never too late to mend the pen after a sheep is lost. When Li Honyuan returned, Jingwan was awake. However, she didn't make any noise, so the servant girls guarding outside didn't know. Without a familiar scent by her side, she couldn't sleep well. She could only open her eyes in the darkness. When she heard noises outside, she hugged the quilt and sat up. As the curtain of the door was lifted, a faint light followed in. When he got closer, Li Honyuan could more or less discern Jingwan's state from her breathing. He simply reached out and lifted the cover of the night pearl embedded in the bedside. As expected, he met Jingwan's clear and bright eyes. "Have you been awake for a long time?" Li Honyuan reached out and touched her hand. It wasn't cold. "Nope. Yuan, you've been very busy recently." Jingwan simply stated a fact. "I'll try not to go out at night. If I go out, I'll come back as soon as possible. It's not that serious. I'm more sleepy now. In fact, I think that if we sleep separately for a few days, I can be like before. Each of us has a big bed, and we can turn around as we want. Anyway, you're busy. Why don't we just sleep separately?" Jingwan suggested quite sincerely. "Wan, do you know what state your husband was in before we got married? Light sleep, easy to wake up, and many dreams. What do you think is the difference between this state and the person who sleeps with you every day?" Li Honyuan said quite plainly. Jingwan was startled. To be honest, after getting used to this man, she also slept very well. Even if she rarely woke up at night, and when she woke up, he basically woke up with her. However, whether a person slept well at night could be completely reflected by a person's mental state. This man was obviously full of vitality, and his body was very good. Was this a state that he couldn't sleep well at night? Wan, if you don't have me, you could get used to it in a few days. However, without you, your husband can't get used to it at all. So, are you sure you want to sleep separately from me? If so, I have no objections. After all, my wife's request is the most important. However, without me by your side, you still have to take it easy. What if you turn around and press on your stomach? It doesn't matter if this little bastard is gone, but if you have a miscarriage, you'll also suffer." Jingwan saw that he went from acting pitiful to another strange style as if nothing had happened. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you curse your own son like this? You're also so careless when you're acting pitiful. But forget it. We've always been willful and overbearing living kings of hell. It's rare for us to destroy our own image. I'll reluctantly continue to give you half of this bed. Although that was what he said, Jingwan knew very well that he wasn't lying. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Li Hanyuan didn't comment. He reached out and put his hand on Jingwan's slightly protruding belly. How do you know it's a son? What if it's a daughter? Didn't you say it's that little bastard? He took advantage of every opportunity to come into this world no matter what. The timing is so accurate. If it's not him, who else could it be? Li Hanyuan said coldly. If it's really him, then it's you who gave him the opportunity. Every time they talked about this, they would quarrel a little. In fact, many times, Jingwan felt that he didn't mean what he said. She despised him in all kinds of ways, but she still hoped that it was that child. Yes, I gave him the opportunity, so now I regret it. I want to strangle him to death. What should I do? The possibility of it not being him is higher. Aren't you implicating the innocent? Jingwan reached out, got up, and directly wrapped her arms around his neck. Li Hanyuan carefully dragged her body. Don't you want to strangle him to death too? Jingwan kissed him on the lips and then stuck close to him. It's very tiring to give birth to a child. If you really do it, then wouldn't I have worked hard for nothing? Ah Yuan, do you have the heart to do that? After saying that, she directly kissed him. The tip of her tongue easily slid open Li Hongyuan's lips and knocked open his teeth. It was the most direct and deepest contact. Although his wife was tempting him because of the unborn little bastard, Li Honyuan didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. It had already been the first 3 months, so some taboos had been lifted again. Of course, although the taboos were lifted, the frequency would definitely be greatly reduced, and basically it would only be done once. This time, the interval was still very long. For the king of hell, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. It was just an appetizer, and it was completely not enough to fill his stomach. Rather than this, he often felt that it was better not to eat. However, the appetizer could at least satisfy his appetite. If he didn't eat, then he would really be completely hungry. So, it was said that it would be a waste not to eat when there was an opportunity. Jingwan also only found out after the taboos were lifted. It seemed that after pregnancy, the body became more sensitive, so it was easier to obtain a sense of pleasure. It was more or less forcing a certain someone to drive fast. Obviously, a certain someone's face was even darker. Therefore, in order to make this man remember less of the unborn baby, Jingwan could only use other methods to serve him. It could be said that everything that she hadn't done before was done. It could be said that it was an unprecedented initiative and the level of embarrassment was off the charts. However, as the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, the third time is familiar, and the third time is familiar, and the third time is nothing. Jingwan persevered and served a certain someone twice tonight, and then directly fell down. She was tired, and a certain someone, who had eaten his fill, hugged Jingwan and kissed her sweaty temples. He asked someone to prepare water, washed up, and then hugged her to sleep. When she woke up the next day, a certain someone was gone again. Jingwan wasn't very surprised, because the time used for morning exercises in the past was used for sleeping, so when Jingwan got up, it was already quite late. However, after only 3 months, Jingwan's exercise volume was also increasing. Everyone's physical condition was different, so the amount of exercise was definitely different. Jingwan moved as much as possible within her tolerance range, and even occasionally belly danced. Of course, she didn't shake her belly wildly. The people around her were a little frightened, but Jingwan felt good, and there was no discomfort. In this case, in less than 4 months, Jingwan felt the fetal movement for the first time, and it was relatively obvious. Jingwan was surprised at first, and a little nervous, and then she was full of joy. Nanny, the baby is moving in my belly. Jingwan immediately shared with Nanny Gong, who was giving her a massage. Nanny Gong was also surprised, and then carefully reached out to put her hand on Jingwan's belly. Under her palm, she could clearly feel it. Nanny Gong had seen pregnant women before. When Sun Yijiao was pregnant, she helped to take care of her, but this was the first time she felt such a close touch. Moreover, Jingwan's baby was definitely different from other people's, so she was happy and nervous, and then hurriedly took Jingwan's pulse. Her pulse showed that everything was fine. Even so, Nanny Gong was still worried and asked someone to call Gong Jiao over for another diagnosis. Other people who knew about this matter didn't think that Nanny Gong's method was inappropriate. Chapter 553. After Jingwan calmed down, she even put this matter to the back of her mind. When Li Honyuan came back, she didn't even want to share this matter with him. In the end, it was the people around her who couldn't help but interrupt. Speaking of which, everyone had more or less seen pregnant women, whether it was early or late, but some people never paid attention to it. Li Honyuan was naturally one of them. So, regardless of whether he liked the child in Jingwan's stomach or not, at this time, he was still a little curious. Just like some silly fathers, he wanted to lie on his wife's stomach and listen to the child's movements. Of course, he wouldn't go to that extent. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Jingwan's stomach carefully. Obviously, he also wanted to feel it, but there was no movement. Unwilling to give up, he touched it again. Other than feeling a slight bulge in her stomach, he didn't feel anything else. Jingwan thought to herself, "Silly baby, your father doesn't like you to begin with. Now that he wants you to make a move, why don't you take the opportunity to please him? If you're really the boy in his memory, you should do something." Then, Jingwan's stomach really moved, and it was quite obvious. Li Hongyuan's eyes flashed with obvious surprise. How should he put it? It felt very strange. There was also a trace of gentleness on his face that he didn't even notice. After all, this was his blood after all. He didn't have a good impression of the child, because before the child was born, Jingwan had to suffer. After the child was born, it would distract Jingwan. As for the inheritance of the bloodline, it was actually an instinct. Jingwan beamed with joy. She felt that her baby and her heart were connected. As for the possibility that it was a coincidence, she didn't want to admit it. However, her smile didn't last long. After seeing her expression, the gentleness on Li Hongyuan's face disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. Jingwan naturally didn't find it funny. She sighed in her heart. Nothing could last more than 3 seconds. Wan is that happy? Although he did not like the little bastard in her belly, if she was really happy, it was not impossible for him to endure it. A good mood was also very important for a pregnant woman. These debts could be placed on the little bastard's head. After the baby was born, he could slowly settle the score. Wasn't it natural for a father to take care of his son? He didn't find anything wrong with going against Lu Qingdi. The double standards were too obvious. Jingwan didn't hide her good mood because this man's tolerance towards her was still increasing. He said that he would record every debt in a small notebook, but in reality, how could he really settle the debt with her in the future? The so-called settling of debts was just some shameful things, and under normal circumstances, wasn't uncommon. Moreover, no matter how ruthless he was, it was just like that. At most, he would be a little exhausted, and he would be fine after some rest. It wasn't a big deal. Sure enough, after she nodded, Li Honyuan didn't say much. In the following 2 days, Li Honyuan stayed in the residence as if he had nothing better to do. He accompanied Jingwan to take care of the flowers and plants. Under normal circumstances, in this short period of time, Marquis Chomping's wife wouldn't know that something had happened to Madame Wei. However, there were always accidents. For example, if something happened and she suddenly contacted, then she would definitely find out that something was wrong. Taking advantage of this time difference, then Li Hongyuan should be able to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out all those people. Of course, even if there wasn't this time difference, it didn't matter. As long as he took down the leader, then the small fish and shrimps below were nothing to be afraid of. They would just spread the news about Li Hongyuan's situation. In reality, Li Honyuan didn't think that his true situation was as secretive as before. In these 2 days, his subordinates investigated the situation of Marquis Chongping's eldest son. Just as Li Hongyuan had predicted, this person had already been taken in by the Marquis of Chongping's wife. From his actions, it could be seen that he was truly filled with hatred. Towards the Marquis of Chongping, towards everyone else in the Marquis of Chongping's household, towards the Chui clan, because it did not involve Li Hongyuan, his attitude towards Li Hongyuan could not be seen. However, to collude with the enemy and betray the country, he did it without hesitation. From this, it could be seen that he no longer had the slightest bit of attachment to the entire Qiyuan. Although this person looked like a cripple, but in any case, his surname was Chui. Although there was no possibility of him taking the position of Marquis Chongping, he was still a good method for the Chui clan to control Marquis Chongping. As long as he cooperated with the Chui clan to prove that Marquis Chongping was unkind as a father, Marquis Chongping would compromise if he wanted to keep his title. In this way, the other clansmen of the Chui clan, even if they were pretending, would appropriately show goodwill towards this eldest son of Marquis Chongping. And once they had a target, this person wouldn't be as mediocre and incompetent as he looked. This caused the clansmen of the Chui clan to feel pity for him. Gradually, the relationship between the two sides became closer. He would always be able to obtain some useful information. When the bits and pieces were gathered, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. According to the situation, if there were no accidents, Yarao should be by this person's side. Who knew how long it had been? With such a woman around, the information obtained would at least double. Close the net. Li Hongyuan gave these 2 words and didn't ask any more questions. He only left the city that night and went to the manor. This was the first time Li Hongyuan met Marquis Chongping's wife. No matter what, this woman looked calm and serene. She didn't seem like a prisoner at all. She ate vegetarian and recited Buddhist scriptures in the Marquis's residence all year round. It seemed that she had really distanced herself from the secular world and was tainted with a Buddhist nature. Chapter 554. Li Hongyuan only exchanged a glance with the Marquis of Chongping's second madam. He looked at her expressionlessly for a moment, then left without saying a word. From the Marquis of Chongping's second madam's attitude, it could be seen that before Li Hongyuan arrived, Li Hongyuan's subordinates did not interrogate her. Obviously, the King of Hell was going to interrogate her personally, but after seeing her, he changed his mind. Interrogate her. If you can get anything out of her, then interrogate her. If you can't, then deal with her. Obviously, Li Hongyuan knew this kind of woman very well. She would either tell him everything, or she wouldn't say anything, no matter what cruel methods were used. Women were weak and needed to rely on men to survive. However, some women could be stronger and more determined than men, more ruthless than men, and could also play with men in the palm of their hands and use them as a stepping stone to climb up the social ladder. This kind of woman could appear on the surface, but she could also hide in the depths. Obviously, Li Hongyuan classified the Marquis of Chongping's second madam into this category. On the surface, the Marquis of Chongping's second madam was a puppet in the inner court. Due to illness, she didn't leave the house all year round, and she ate vegetarian and prayed to Buddha. She had been in the Marquis of Chongping's household for 10 to 20 years, but she had never seen Li Hongyuan, at least not in close proximity. Even so, she was able to confirm Li Hongyuan's identity as soon as she saw him. Firstly, as the leader of the spies behind the scenes, she knew too many things that others didn't know about. Secondly, the King of Hell was too recognizable. Astonishment flashed across the Marquis of Chongping's second madam's eyes, but she seemed to accept this reality in the blink of an eye. She even lightly sighed with a hint of a smile, as if she felt that her loss wasn't unjust. Thinking about it, when she first began to infiltrate the Qiyuan in the capital, Li Hongyuan was just a child. According to the timeline, he hadn't even been reborn yet. He didn't know that there were so many spies in the capital, yet he was still able to quietly develop his power, avoiding his own people in those eyes. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. The people around Li Hongyuan were used to his temperament, so to a certain extent, it was normal for them to not have any suspicions. However, as a spy, she had many subordinates and monitored the entire capital, yet she still couldn't clean up them. This was enough to show how powerful the king of hell was. Therefore, for her to end up in this situation, she didn't feel any resentment and was able to accept it well. However, from this, it could be seen that this second madam was different from Madame Wei. She was a spy, but she did things indifferently and calmly, as if she was eating and drinking normally. No matter if she failed or succeeded, or even when she dealt with those who didn't do their jobs well, she was still so calm. She had the same background as Madame Wei, and Madame Wei could mess around, but he still maintained his virginity. It must be said that with her ability, it would be too easy for her to have an affair behind the Marquis of Chomping's back, but she didn't. She also didn't have any special hobbies, and seemed to have a good attitude. To be honest, to be able to do this, it was a little scary. This was probably the reason why Li Hongyuan wanted to personally interrogate this information, but after seeing it, it seemed to be beyond his expectations, so he decisively gave up. The second madam of Chongping looked in the direction Li Hongyuan left for a long time. As expected, there are new talents in every generation. She sighed softly, then smiled. However, until the last piece is played, who can be sure of who will win or lose? Perhaps, at the crucial moment, he will fall into the hands of an inconspicuous person or someone he trusts the most. Who knows? The second madam of Chongping looked at the sky outside. In fact, from her position, the scenery outside was very beautiful. Hearing the approaching footsteps outside, the second madam of Chongping closed her eyes with some regret. And this regret seemed to stem from the fact that she wouldn't be able to enjoy such beautiful scenery in the future. Slowly, the second madam of Chongping's breathing became lighter and lighter until it disappeared. However, her sitting posture remained unchanged, and her expression didn't change either. It was as if she was trying to fall asleep. So, when Li Hongyuan's men came in and got close, they discovered that the second madam of Chongping was already dead. This was more or less unexpected, because Gong Jiu was also involved in this operation. First, he confirmed that the second madam of Chongping's mouth wasn't poisoned, nor was she poisoned. But now she was dead. So, he immediately reported to Li Hongyuan. Soon after, Gong Jiu rushed over. With his current medical skills, it was rare for him to make a mistake. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that his diagnosis was 100% accurate, so he needed to confirm the cause of death of the second madam of Chongping. As the saying goes, the dead should be respected, but there was no respect for a spy. So, when Gong Jiu couldn't determine the cause of death from the second madam of Chongping's appearance, he directly stripped her naked, then used a knife to dissect her. To be honest, after Jingwan explained the suturing of external wounds, she jokingly mentioned dissecting her stomach. Gong Jiu took note of it and was already putting it into practice. Not to mention dissecting a dead person. Even if it was a living body, he could get quite a few. Now, he was very familiar with human organs. Chapter 555. Because he knew a lot about the dead and the living, as well as how they died, how long they had been dead, and what kind of state they would be in, even if he didn't know everything. However, Marquis Chomping's second wife was not within his scope of understanding. She was clearly a dead person, but after cutting open her corpse, she was just like a living person. Every cut was like a cut on a living person's body, regardless of whether it was the speed of bleeding or the shape of the wound. One must know that there was no heartbeat or pulse. How did she end up in such a state? No matter how one looked at it, it left one wondering. Even his usual coffin face could not help but frown at this moment. Of course, Gong Jiu's psychological endurance was also rather strong. He did not believe that common sense did not exist. It only meant that he did not understand this aspect. His goal was to find out the cause of death of the Marquis Chomping's second wife, because dying in such an inexplicable manner was the most frightening part. However, Gong Jiu still could not find the cause. Even after cutting open the flesh of the four limbs, the bones were basically all cracked open, and even the head was completely open. Under normal circumstances, this kind of silent death should be caused by some kind of poison. However, Gong Jiu used all the methods he could think of to check, and it showed no abnormalities. It was as if a healthy person had suddenly stopped breathing. There was no disease, injury, or poison. It was an inexplicable death. Gong Jiu made the scene rather gory and terrifying, so much so that when others came to inquire and saw the scene, even if they were used to seeing all kinds of corpses and had experienced all kinds of situations, they still felt a little horrified. The gaze they used to look at Gong Jiu with, even though they were once good brothers, now carried an inexplicable trace of reverence, especially when Gong Jiu faced the dismembered corpse with an expressionless face. It was as if compared to normal people, they were not very normal, but compared to him, they were as normal as they could be. Was this a kind of consolation? In reality, from Gong Jiu's point of view, this scene was nothing much. To a certain extent, Gong Jiu was actually a little fussy and pursued perfection. From the very beginning, perhaps it really was a mess, but now, whether it was the cut or the things taken from the corpse, they could all be said to be orderly. It was only because the death was abnormal that there was a little more blood. An heir led two people forward, doing his best to ignore the scene, and his attention fell on Gong Jiu. "How is it?" Gong Jiu didn't respond. He lowered his head and looked at every inch of the room, trying to see if he had overlooked anything. This continued until Gong Jiu's gaze inadvertently landed on the brain that was spread open like a piece of paper. There seemed to be a slight change in it, but it also seemed like nothing had happened. A thought suddenly appeared in Gong Jiu's mind, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. He couldn't find the source, but he did find a most important thing. "Quick, go get some incense ashes." The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Where they get the incense ash in this manor? He didn't burn any incense at all. The manor next door has incense. If you don't have any, just burn it. "I don't need too much," Gong Jiu said coldly. Clearly, Gong Jiu was the boss now. Because he wasn't sure if the Marquis of Chongping's second wife was dangerous, Gong Jiu wore special gloves from the very beginning. Because of these gloves, he wouldn't be affected when he came into contact with poison at any time. At this moment, he stretched out his hand and pushed in bit by bit from the edge of the thin paper, following the place where he felt the change had occurred. Because he couldn't see it, he could only rely on his senses and stop at a certain place. He felt something different. It was very subtle and could be overlooked if he didn't pay attention. Gong Jiu paused and even wanted to take off the gloves on his hand. Even if the gloves were very thin, it couldn't compare to the subtle feeling he could feel from his own skin. However, he didn't do so in the end. He relaxed his strength and was very gentle, wanting to swipe across the thing to see its shape. However, he didn't succeed. At this moment, Gong Jiu only felt that there was something under his fingers. Because it felt his existence, it was changing its shape according to his movements, allowing the thin paper to maintain its proper shape. Perhaps because he found the source, Gong Jiu wasn't in a hurry. He was very patient and relied on a very subtle feeling to confirm that the thing hadn't slipped away from his hands. That was enough. An heir and the others moved quickly enough and didn't make Gong Jiu wait for too long. Gong Jiu's other hand picked up a small pinch of incense ash and sprinkled it under the fingers of his other hand. Then, a certain thing revealed its true appearance. It was a worm. It was originally stuck to the brain, but because it was stained with the incense ash, it actually slowly swelled up. It was a fat worm that was half the length of a person. Gong Jiu picked it up. It was soft, but compared to before, the texture was very obvious. Chapter 556. Gong Jiu had only heard of such things by chance and had never come into contact with them. In reality, even if he did come into contact with them, it would be rather difficult, perhaps even impossible. He had only heard that their uses were unpredictable, their numbers were few, and it was not easy to raise them. They were something unique to a tribe called the Wani tribe, and their numbers were few. because they did not marry into other tribes. Their population had always been a big problem. To be able to maintain a population of over 1,000 people was already not easy. But even if their numbers were few, outsiders did not easily provoke them because of these Wani. And this Wani tribe was within the borders of southern Qi. As a superior, generally speaking, they would not allow such things that were difficult to control to exist. However, the location of the Wani tribe was unknown to outsiders. Just based on what little knowledge they had, there were all kinds of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants on the outskirts of the Wani tribe. Miasma overflowed everywhere, and it was basically unheard of to enter and then leave unscathed. So, even if Gong Jiu was interested in such an existence, in the end, he would let it go. Now, he had actually come into contact with such a thing, even though Gong Jiu was not certain that this thing was a Wani. Then, Gong Jiu took out a box from his medicine chest and put the Wani inside. Looking at the lid of the box, his eyes were obscure and unclear. Then, Gong Jiu took the box to see Li Honyuan. At this moment, Li Honyuan was sitting in front of the enchanting woman. The enchanting woman's disguise was rather brilliant, but now she was slightly miserable, because a layer of human skin mask had been torn off her face. Each layer was a different face. Logically speaking, for such a proud and conceited woman who believed her beauty to be unparalleled in the world, every face should be beautiful. However, this was not the case. Not only were there unremarkable faces, there were even old women. It was enough to show that she was not an ordinary person who could bend and stretch. Yao Rao was different from the second wife of the Marquis of Chongping. Perhaps she had been viciously hurt by a man before, so on the surface, she was unbearably debauched. However, on the inside, she actually treated men as playthings. She wanted to play with all the men in the palms of her hands, trample them under her feet, and make them become subjects under her skirt. What she enjoyed was the process of conquering them. She was different from Wei Shi of the Ruan Manor. After all, what she wanted was pure carnal desire. Therefore, when the second wife of the Marquis of Chongping saw Li Honyuan, she could still smile peacefully and sigh. Seductive was all kinds of debauchery. It was truly seductive to the extreme. After all, when she first saw Li Honyuan when she entered the capital, she had already developed feelings for him. In a situation like this, it usually wouldn't end well. However, if she could seduce him, there was still a chance of survival. However, it was clear that this method was completely useless in front of Li Honyuan. As for the reason why he was still here, to a certain extent, it could be said that his mood wasn't too good. It was obvious that Sun Yilin didn't act according to his expectations. If it wasn't related to Jingwan, perhaps he would still be very patient. Clearly, because it was related to Jingwan, it was inevitable that his mood would be a little irritable. He had to find a place to vent. However, because Jingwan was pregnant, Li Honyuan didn't want her to worry. Therefore, he did his best to suppress his temper and not let it explode. Because once he completely vented, it would inevitably leave traces. As such, not to mention Yao Rao, even the people around him didn't notice his mood. However, the people around him, based on their experience or intuition, felt that something was wrong. They all tucked their tails between their legs and carefully buried their heads in their work. Only Yao Rao was doing her best to court disaster. Not to mention the teasing words, being tied up, the movements of her limbs were not small. On the contrary, because of the rope, some places were even more obvious, appearing particularly seductive. However, Yao Rao was singing her one-man show energetically. However, the men present, not to mention the main character, the others also didn't bat an eyelid. After a long time, wouldn't it be awkward? Yao Rao was so angry that she even suspected that these men couldn't do it. Of course, there was also a faint fear in her heart. The more it was like this, the more likely it was for her to survive. She didn't want to die, not only because of her supreme ambition, but also because of her unavenged hatred. Because of a series of unforeseen events, it was clear who the initiator was. Yao Rao naturally couldn't treat Li Honyuan as a flower vase. This man had deceived everyone. In fact, this kind of man made Yao Rao want to conquer him even more. Therefore, even if she knew that there would be a bad ending, she couldn't help but be excited. Everyone says that Jin Qin Wang has been through thousands of flowers. Could it be false? Yao Rao's gaze fell on a certain place on Li Hongyuan's body. She licked her lips. Her eyes were like a seductive hook. Li Hongyuan was originally just sitting quietly with his legs crossed and his hands naturally placed on his lap. Suddenly, he changed his sitting posture. Leaning forward slightly, he raised his hand and ran his fingertips over his eyebrows. Go, take off that face. Ben Wang wants to see if there is a human skin mask underneath. Yao Rao's true appearance. Li Hongyuan naturally had seen it before. Even if it was a long time ago, when he saw it again, there would always be some impression. A person beside Li Hongyuan answered and calmly stepped forward. He reached out and traced a circle around Yao Rao's entire face. His fingers were a bit cold, making Yao Rao shiver for no reason and shrink back. Jin Qin Wang Yi, it's not like you haven't seen Nu Jiao before. Whether this face is real or not, you still don't know. You should also believe that the person beside you isn't. And the person in front of her took out a small knife and suddenly smiled. Whether there is more inside or not, take off this face and you will know. At this moment, he raised his head, noisy and woo, take off the skin and then slice off the meat. In any case, in this manner, no amount of meat will go to waste. Li Hongyuan's voice seemed to be lower than before, a bit deeper. Hearing this, the people around him couldn't help but have their hair stand on end. They thought, Master was indeed not right during this period of time. Right now, it was only becoming more and more obvious. This also meant that it could possibly explode at any time. That kind of master was absolutely dangerous. Yao Rao still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, and Wu slashed horizontally. The two sides of her mouth, extending to her cheeks, were all cut open. If she opened her mouth, it would probably become a real bloody mouth. Yao Rao's pupils rapidly contracted. However, she also couldn't say anything because her neck was firmly gripped. And Wu thought his skinning technique was actually very good. A thin layer could be completely intact without the slightest bit of opening. After that, the recovery was actually quite fast. TSK, why couldn't she be obedient? A rope was inserted horizontally into Yao Rao's mouth, strangling to the deepest part of the wound. Soon after, Yao Rao's head was fixed to the wooden stake behind her. In this way, if she still had the courage to shake her head, and Wu actually didn't mind a bit of trouble when he made his move. In any case, this face was already damaged. It didn't matter if there was more meat on the skin. To him, although it was a failure, it also didn't matter. It was just a practice for him to practice. No matter how beautiful a woman was, this kind of appearance couldn't make her beautiful. Normal people wouldn't look at it. Those who were timid would probably pee and then go to the side and vomit until the sky turned dark. At this moment, Yao Rao also didn't have any thoughts. The rope was embedded into her flesh, and the middle position reached the root of her tongue. Not only was it painful, it was also very, very uncomfortable. Her mouth made woo-woo-woo sounds, but she didn't dare to move. Yao Rao's hatred overflowed to the heavens. In her opinion, Li Hongyuan really wasn't a man. Could a man be like him? At the same time, she was also a bit regretful. If she had known it would be like this, why would she have done so many things? Unfortunately, Gong Jiao came in from the outside. He could hardly hear the sound of footsteps. He slightly leaned forward. Master, there's a discovery. Speak. Gong Jiao methodically explained the previous matter. Li Hongyuan stretched out his hand. Gong Jiao put the box in his hand. Li Hongyuan opened it. A fat worm, but it looked like it was dead. It didn't move at all. It was reasonable to say that the incense ash was sprinkled on the worm's body. But now, the worm had turned gray, and it was very uniform. There was no trace of the incense ash on the worm's face. Reasonable to say, the inside of the worm was also quite clean. It was as if the incense ash was completely absorbed into the worm's body. So, it's this worm that made people die inexplicably, and after death, it's still like a living person. Replying to Master, this subordinate is just guessing. There were some things that Gong Jiu obviously needed to confirm. Li Hanyuan raised his head and looked at Gong Jiu. He closed the box and threw it to Gong Jiu. There's a ready-made one here. Directly cut open her head and take a look. A living person and a dead person should be different. Gong Jiu, after the worm is taken out, it's best to make sure she's alive. This subordinate will try his best. Everything that Gong Jiu said just now, everyone present had heard it clearly. Yao Rao's eyes suddenly widened. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Her head was cut open while she was still alive. That scene, just thinking about it, made people frightened. Yao Rao didn't even care about the pain. She shook her head. When Li Hanyuan ordered, and Wu had already stopped his actions, and the skin on Yao Rao's face was peeled off. Following her movements, the skin swayed on her face. That scene was really... However, it didn't have any effect on them. Master, just in case, shouldn't we interrogate her first? An heir suggested, with some cautiousness. Facing a master whose mood wasn't right, they were actually tired enough. Not to mention other things, they couldn't even show their cautiousness. If they couldn't, who knows where they would touch his nerve. At that time, they didn't know how they would be unlucky. Although, as long as they didn't do things like betrayal, their little lives wouldn't be in danger. However, if they could live well, they reckoned that no one would be willing to cause trouble for themselves. They weren't masochists. Li Hanyuan nodded his head indifferently. Then, he leisurely got up and left. From beginning to end, they didn't quite understand the meaning of him sitting here. However, he was the master. What he wanted to do was his own business. Others couldn't interfere. Gong Jiu, first come with his prince. Outside, Li Hanyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky. How much do you know about goo worms? Not to mention other things, just the effect of this worm made people have no choice but to be on guard. Gong Jiu simply said what he knew. Li Hanyuan turned back and looked at him with particularly calm eyes. It seemed that there was something condensed in the depths of his eyes. This is all you know? A very general outline? Li Hongyuan's gaze fell on his hand. It seemed that he only knew about this thing. How did he know the method to control this thing in his hand? He also knew how to keep it and happened to have a suitable box. Gong Jiu obviously also understood that there was something wrong. However, he really only knew that. Even if he deliberately dug up his memory, it was still the same. Previously, it seemed that after meeting the little thing in his hand, he naturally knew how to deal with it. Gong Jiu was very sure that he didn't have any memory loss. He could completely connect it, and there was nothing wrong with it. In reply to Master, this subordinate indeed only knows this. Gong Jiu slightly bowed his head and replied, "Don't suspect the people you use." This principle didn't apply to Li Hanyuan. It was said that he didn't trust his subordinates, but he didn't hesitate to instruct many things. However, it was also a joke to say that he trusted his subordinates very much. Under normal circumstances, Gong Jiu's situation would make his master suspicious. Li Hanyuan didn't express anything at all. He just waved his hand. Gong Jiu's brows furrowed slightly. Although he was used to Li Hongyuan's style, he still felt a little uneasy. He couldn't tell what he was thinking, but he didn't explain himself. He respectfully replied and left. Li Hanyuan casually picked up a leaf. There were indeed many things that had changed. At least in his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Of course, the possibility that he just didn't discover it was more likely. Otherwise, he would have made preparations for it in this life. However, there was one thing that Li Hanyuan was certain of. This thing sounded mysterious, but it was still not possible to use it silently. There should be a lot of limitations. Southern Qi had begun sending spies to other countries decades ago. This point definitely wouldn't change because of his rebirth. In his previous life, he believed that in the early stages, no one had thought highly of him. In the end, he had seized the Qi Yuan Empire. It was 100% certain that he had interfered with some people's plans. Those people had no reason to let him go so easily. Whether it was in the palace or on the battlefield, he was different from other emperors. It was probably that there were fewer people and even fewer people who could come into contact with his body. Therefore, this insect needed to be in close contact, and it wasn't likely to be silent. There would always be some signs. In addition, this thing was difficult to raise, which meant that it was rare. As for how rare it was, perhaps it could be verified by looking at Yaorao. If there were a lot of them, these spies should all have them. Gong Jiao prepared to go take a look at the body of Marquis Chomping's second wife. Without the insect, there should be some changes. However, halfway there, Gong Jiao was stopped. Because of Yaorao's super big mouth, her words leaked out, and many words couldn't be heard clearly. In a situation where there was no other way, she really couldn't bear it. She was just a spy from another country, so Gong Jiao naturally didn't have the kindness to disinfect or anesthetize her. Rather simply and crudely, he directly sewed up Yaorao's face. When Yaorao cried out in pain, he unceremoniously used a silver needle to shut her up. Everyone else watched silently, and then looked again at the swaying silver needle. Obviously, he could have used it to stop the pain in another place. Sure enough, Gong Jiao was a blockhead who didn't know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. But he forgot that he also didn't know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex. For example, when Shadow 5 made his move, did he hesitate for even a breath? After it was done, Yaorao seemed to only have one breath left. The interrogation continued, but Yaorao was not as happy as before. She knew very well that even if she told everything, she wouldn't have a good end. As a shadow guard, it was basic for him to observe people's expressions. It was difficult for him not to know what Yaorao was thinking. If you tell me quickly, can you die quickly? Or do you really want to have your head cut open while you're still alive? I don't have a goo in my body, Yaorao said rather emotionally. Clearly, Yaorao at least knew about this thing. Whether she had it or not was hard to say, because Yaorao still had the desire to live. It was difficult to say whether the goo was controlled by her or by him. The interrogation afterwards could be considered to be smooth. Looking at Yaorao, it seemed she was indeed asking for a quick death, as if she could prove that she didn't have any goo worm in her body. However, who could be sure whether she was deliberately doing this in order to leave them false information? Yaorao was, in the end, someone who had undergone special training. She might not be able to tell a lie that was 70% true and 30% false. However, Li Hongyuan's doubts were resolved in the end. Marquis Chomping's second wife and Ruan Ruizhong's second wife, Wei Shi, had clearly entered Qi Yuan many years ago. At that time, Southern Qi still wasn't the current emperor. According to Wei Shi, spies were sent out by those in power, and Yaorao's target of service was an ambitious prince of Southern Qi. These two groups of people should clearly be from different walks of life, yet they were mixed together. Thus, one side must have betrayed their master. Was it Marquis Chomping's second wife and Wei Shi? The possibility was very small. Yaorao did indeed say that she had sought refuge with the crown prince of Southern Qi. She had come to Qi Yuan because the crown prince of Southern Qi had arranged for her to persuade the prince she was publicly loyal to. With this point, then what caused Yaorao to betray her master in her previous life, but in this life? Li Hongyuan twirled the leaves. The juice dyed his fingertips green. He had made many arrangements in Southern Qi. Bit by bit, he had messed up the situation in Southern Qi. Perhaps something had happened here that caused the enchanting Rao to betray her master. Li Hongyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If Sun Yilin had really betrayed his country, then did he seek refuge with Southern Qi or the former Wei? Other than these two, there was no third choice. Since Sun Yilin hadn't moved, then he didn't mind luring the snake out of its hole. Chapter 558. Originally, he thought that after his master heard these words, he would immediately stir up a storm and return to the mansion immediately. As for them, they would naturally deal with it later. After all, compared to him, all of them added up together were not as important as a finger of the princess consort. Bodyguard Qian said that he was ready. No matter now or later, It was normal for his master to vent his anger on the princess consort when she suddenly had an accident. However, there seemed to be something wrong. Why was there no movement? Bodyguard Qian lowered his head and carefully lifted his eyelids to look at his master. It was fine if he didn't look, but when he did, his soul almost flew out of his body. They all knew that something was wrong with their master recently. When he was in front of the princess consort, he would try his best to restrain himself. However, they were different. It was good enough that he didn't explode. At this moment, he looked like a full-fledged devil. Not to mention other things. Just his eyes alone were enough to make people's legs tremble and their hearts beat wildly. It seemed that they would lose control and die in the next moment. It wasn't that they hadn't seen their master's violent and ruthless side. Sometimes, he even seemed to have lost his mind. That horror made them want to stay as far away from him as possible, let alone being within 30 feet of him. It was just that others could do it, but they couldn't. Of course, others generally couldn't see that scene. However, Bodyguard Qian felt that compared to now, the past seemed to be nothing. Obviously, nothing had been done yet. Bodyguard Qian didn't know that if he had seen the scene after Li Hongyuan slaughtered the imperial palace in his previous life and chopped up Lu Qingdi with his own hands, his reaction probably wouldn't be so big. What do you mean by unconscious? Tell me clearly. Li Hongyuan's voice was as calm as ever. However, in Bodyguard Qian's ears, it didn't sound like a human's voice, but like the voice of the Nine Nether Purgatory. For no reason, he felt a gush of coldness coming from all directions with a sticky feeling that couldn't be shaken off. It kept drilling from the surface of his body to the crevices of his bones. At any time, it would turn into ice shards and explode without leaving a trace. The former guard tried his best to control himself so that he wouldn't lose his composure. Master, you left the Wang Fu this morning. When it was time, Wang Fei did not get up. The people around Wang Fei were worried that something was wrong. After that, they could not wake Wang Fei up no matter what. Mama Gong first took Wang Fei's pulse and did not find anything wrong. Then she felt that her medical skills were shallow and called for the food doctor. The result was the same. There was nothing wrong with Wang Fei. The pulse showed that Wang Fei was sleeping. After that, Mama Gong sent this subordinate to the estate to ask for instructions for Master. Guard Qian said. It was winter, but his palms and back were drenched in sweat. He had been waiting for Li Hongyuan to act out. Return to the capital. Li Hongyuan didn't say or do anything else and strode out of the manor. In order for Jingwan to have a good night's sleep, he purposely arranged for the matter to be handled during the day. Even if there was a great risk of being discovered, at this point, he didn't care. How could Guard Qian dare to be negligent? He quickly found someone to prepare a horse and called Gongjiu. The people who interrogated Yao Rao also knew about this matter. Without seeing Li Hongyuan's condition, they all had a feeling of falling into an ice house. It must be said that they had long disregarded life and death. At this time, they were also praying that Wang Fei was okay. They also hoped that this was not the result of man-made actions. Otherwise, no matter if it was the person who did it or them, none of them would have a good ending. The former's crime was naturally unforgivable, and they obviously failed to protect their master. Although the shadow guards couldn't openly return to the capital, Wang Fei's matter would definitely require them to act. Yao Rao and so on were naturally left there, and no one cared. It's just that the servants of the manor naturally didn't dare to set foot in this place. Yao Rao was tied up, whether she could live or not. It really depended on luck to see if anyone would come to save her, or if the people of Jin Wangfu who had discovered their conscience remembered her. Of course, as a spy, she was not the only one who was still alive, and the others were also facing the possibility of starving to death. However, no matter if it was Yao Rao or the others, in fact, they were of no use. Otherwise, in any case, they were the shadow guards under the living king of hell. They wouldn't lose their sense of propriety and completely disregard everything. At least, they would clean up their tails and let go just like that. Other than the fact that they were of no use, there was also the fact that they didn't care whether they would be exposed or not. The living king of hell personally opened the way even if the others wanted to help open the way, They were completely unable to catch up to Li Hongyuan. On the official road, those who discovered the movement had already moved aside. Those who didn't discover it could only admit that they were unlucky. Being sent flying was considered light, but dying under the horse's hooves all right for the time being. Such a bad situation hadn't occurred. It must be said that the living king of hell had muddled along for a long time. The number of times he had ridden a horse wasn't few. However, in the past, even if he made a ruckus and caused an accident, the people who suffered from the unexpected calamity would only suffer insignificant injuries and pain. It was completely different from this time. At the city gate, the guards dutifully wanted to stop the people. As a result, Li Hongyuan's whip directly waved over, using 120% of his strength, directly whipping the people until their skin and flesh split open, revealing the eerie white bones. That face felt like it had been slashed diagonally by a knife, as if even the head was split into two halves. Such a situation certainly frightened everyone out of their wits. However, after some people recognized who it was, they were as silent as cicadas in winter and didn't dare to be angry. Speaking of which, such a bad thing had never happened to Li Hongyuan in the past. However, in the minds of these people, it didn't seem strange that the living king of hell would do such a thing. Li Hongyuan returned to Prince Yu's mansion. When he turned over and dismounted, he threw the whip aside and strode to the main courtyard. Obviously, the thing about Jingwan hadn't spread in Prince Yu's mansion. When the servants saw Li Hongyuan, they just saluted politely. Li Hongyuan's footsteps were like the wind, but his footsteps were still steady, and his clothes were neat. It seemed that nothing serious had happened, and because he was fast, they didn't have time to feel Li Hongyuan's terrifying aura, so they didn't know that a storm was coming. In contrast, the scene in Begonia Elegant House was completely different. Jingwan's temper was good enough, and she was not strict with the servants. Therefore, even if they were afraid of Li Hongyuan, under normal circumstances, they would be quiet enough and full of people. However, now there was a sense of dead silence. Those who were not qualified to serve in the room, when they saw Li Hongyuan, did not even dare to breathe loudly, so that they didn't even greet him. In the room, Nanny Gong, Jingwan's wet nurse, and her chief servant girl were all in. Li Hongyuan saw Jingwan sleeping soundly on the bed at a glance. It seemed that she really just wanted to sleep. Li Hongyuan forced himself to slow down. At this moment, Nanny Gong keenly sensed that he was suppressing his emotions to the extreme. Li Hongyuan sat down by the bed and held Jingwan's hand. It was not cold, but the blue veins on the back of his hand were clearly protruding, and there was still a gap between his palm and Jingwan's hand. Wan, you're getting lazier and lazier. What time is it? Hurry up and get up. There was a visible gentleness in his voice, as usual, but the look in his eyes was really creepy. No matter what Li Hongyuan was like, Nanny Gong was not afraid of him. He was a rare exception. However, at this moment, she felt a chill down her spine, and her hands and feet were a little stiff and numb. Li Hongyuan was still trying to wake Jingwan up with gentle words. He did not scold the servants, nor did he call Gong Jiao. Everyone present knew how much he cared about Jingwan. Therefore, the more he acted like this, the more frightening it was. Nanny Gong walked from the bed to the door without making a sound. At this moment, she was probably the only one who could barely move, even though her hands and feet were still stiff. Sure enough, Gong Jiao and the others hurried over. It seemed that Li Hongyuan was much calmer than them. Nanny Gong just tilted her head at Gong Jiao without saying anything. Gong Jiao understood and went straight in without saying anything. When Gong Jiao saw Li Hongyuan, he paused. He clearly felt the feeling Guard Qian had just now. He clenched his fists and continued to walk forward. Master! Li Hongyuan did not turn back. He turned around and sat beside Jingwan's head. He clenched his 5 fingers a few times, as if to relax his overly tense fingers. Then, he carefully helped Jingwan up and leaned on his body. Gong Jiao did not dare to be negligent. He went forward and carefully checked Jingwan, withstanding the unprecedented pressure. During the whole process, Li Hongyuan appeared to be very quiet. It was unprecedentedly quiet. Master, it's the sleeping spell. After checking Jingwan's condition, Gong Jiu subconsciously came to a conclusion. He did not hide it or hesitate and told Li Honyuan. Li Honyuan suddenly raised his head and lifted his leg to kick Gong Jiu. Gong Jiu's body flew backward. The bystanders seemed to have heard the sound of bones breaking. Gong Jiu landed on the ground. His expression did not change much, but when he stood up with his hand on his chest, he paused for a moment. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Then his throat moved. Obviously, he swallowed most of the blood back. Nanny Gong moved her feet, but in the end, she did not go forward to help him. Guard Qian and the others at the door frowned, but did not move. As the bedroom of the two masters, under normal circumstances, they would not even let him take a step in. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gong Jiu got up and knelt on one knee in the distance. He lowered his head slightly. He could roughly guess the reason for the kick. He clearly did not understand the spell, but at this time, he knew that it was the result of the spell. Not only that, of all times, something happened after he knew about the spell. Gong Jiu felt that if he were in Gong Jiu's shoes, he would be suspicious as well. However, he had nothing to explain now. Unsolvable. Li Honyuan spoke again, but it was obvious that his voice was much lower. Your subordinate is incompetent. In this situation, it was simply more powerless than not knowing. Find out how the sleeping spell works and when it works. Li Honyuan glanced at all the people present. If anything happens to the princess consort, Li Honyuan did not need to say the following words. They all knew what the consequences would be. Li Honyuan gently brushed the hair on Jingwan's temples, slid down her cheeks, and finally fell on Jingwan's lower abdomen. Then, he felt the movement under his palm. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the frequency of the little guy's movement seemed to be different from before, as if he had sensed his mother's situation. However, this showed that the sleeping spell did not affect the child. When he could not wake up Jingwan and did not respond to his words and actions, the child's movement, to some extent, gave Li Honyuan a little comfort. Get some food. At this time, of course, no one was so ignorant as to not know what Li Honyuan wanted to eat. Perhaps Nanny Gong had already expected Jingwan's possible situation, so she was prepared in advance. Therefore, a bowl of carefully prepared porridge was quickly served. Li Honyuan was very patient and fed Jingwan small mouthfuls. In reality, Nanny Gong and the others had tried to feed Jingwan before, but even if it was just porridge, she could not swallow it with a spoon. Now that Jingwan finally ate it, they heaved a sigh of relief. As for the way the prince fed her, no one would blush or blush. At a time like this, no one could care about that. Then, Li Honyuan personally wiped Jingwan's face and hands. After looking at Jingwan for a while, he seemed to think of something. He asked Nanny Gong to get a book, held Jingwan in his arms, and began to read unhurriedly. Li Honyuan's state puzzled the maids more or less. When the princess was in trouble, he did not seem to be anxious. But didn't Dr. Gong say that there was no cure for the sleeping spell? Then what was going on? However, as people who had followed Li Honyuan for several years, they basically knew his current situation. He looked fine now, but in fact, he was already stretched to the limit. The reason why he hadn't snapped yet was because he was forcing himself to hold on. He knew very well that if he were to go crazy at this time, if he were to lose his mind, the consequences would be even worse. It wouldn't benefit Jingwan at all. Coincidentally, it would also allow some people to easily get what they wanted. Therefore, he was calm and unhurried. It was as if things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. If he moved one step faster, he would lose control of his rhythm. However, no one knew how long he could maintain his current state. Moreover, no one knew what he would do if the sleeping spell could not be cured. No matter what the result was, for him, either Jingwan would be safe and sound and the string would be loosened, or he would break directly. However, no matter what the result was, it would definitely cause great harm to him. Although Nanny Gong did not like some of his methods, she had watched him grow up. He was the only child of the imperial noble consort. It would be a lie to say that she did not feel sorry for him. In addition, the princess consort rarely went out recently, and when she went out, she basically did not come into contact with any outsiders. However, she was poisoned by the sleeping goo. Something must have happened in the prince's mansion. Nanny Gong also blamed herself for this. Chapter 559. At this time, Gong Mama was the lady protector back. Because the guards in the Wangfu were loose on the outside but tight on the inside, Gong Mama was not worried about this. As for the other servants in the Wangfu, they would be in contact with Jingwan directly or indirectly. Although it seemed that Jingwan's wet nurse was in charge, Gong Mama would secretly check on them. If she found something wrong or dissatisfied with it, she would replace them. In the end, she was still careless? Gong Mama was not sure. However, when it came to handling matters, they were swift and decisive. Starting from the people around Jingwan, including Jingwan's nanny, they sorted them out one by one. No one was spared. If there was even the slightest bit of wrongdoing, they would be severely punished and would not be tolerated. When Gong Mama was in charge of the Wangfu, the shadow guards were in charge of the outside. In short, they would not let go of any clues. When Gong Jiu was helpless about the goo, if they did not find out the source, they would not be able to find a solution. Even though, in reality, they were very clear that there would definitely be a follow-up to this matter. No one would put a venomous spell on the princess for no reason. Moreover, such a thing like venomous spell did not exist in Qiyuan. To put it arrogantly, in Qiyuan, if there was really something strange, it would not be able to escape Li Hongyuan's knowledge, and then he would control it. From this, it could be seen that the possibility of the other princes doing it was very small. Basically, it could be ruled out. Moreover, if they knew the details of Li Hongyuan, then what they would do was to find a way to expose the matter to Lu Chengdi instead of using this roundabout way to deal with Jingwan. In their minds, Lu Chengdi was the person who could control everything. As long as their imperial father suppressed him, then there would be no room for them to turn the situation around. Just now, they found out about the existence of Gu from Chongping Marquis' second wife, and Yarao obviously also knew about it. Then, who was the culprit? But even so, what should be investigated must be investigated. Knowing the mastermind behind the scenes, they must know who the mole was. Especially when they could not directly confront the person behind the scenes, they must find out who the mole was and completely crush him. The facts proved that the people of Jinxin Wangfu were indeed not vegetarians. After a thorough investigation, all the small problems were cleared up. The person who was most likely to have planted the Guan Jingwan was also found out. It could only be said that this matter was very unexpected. It could be described as completely unexpected. Qingju knelt in front of Li Hongyuan, sobbing softly. Her body could not stop trembling, and her entire person was filled with remorse. There was another person beside her, a man. He was Jinxin Wangfu's male troops, troop leader, Qing Yi. He looked like a refined man, but at this moment he was left with half his life, lying limp on the ground. Even though there was not the slightest scar on the surface, nor was there any bleeding. Ever since Li Hongyuan came back and carried Jingwan, other than going to the clean room, he had not let go of her. At that time, when Li Hongyuan brought Jingwan to the northwest, only Gong Mama and Hei Mei followed him. During this period, the people in the Wangfu were more free, especially the people in the main courtyard. Perhaps it was Qing Yi's intention, or perhaps it was undeniably true love. Anyway, Qing Ju's personality was a bit jumpy. She, who had never thought of marrying, secretly got together with Qing Yi. Logically speaking, even if the other party was an actress, she was still raised in the Wangfu. If he really had feelings for the Qing Ju, Jingwan would definitely help them. In reality, not only Jingwan, no one in the entire Wangfu knew about their private interactions. This was obviously a problem. Even if the number of times they met was very few, but if they didn't want to be discovered, they would definitely be very careful every time they met. Moreover, if it wasn't something that absolutely couldn't be said, Qing Ju usually wasn't very good at hiding things. but Qing Yi was able to coax her. The reason for Qing Yi's actions was quite simple. He was an actress. Even if Qing Ju was also a lowly person, she was the princess's maid. If she was released and changed her household registration, many people would fight to marry her. He was not good enough for her. It was a very simple reason. However, Qing Ju was eloquent. After such a long time, she still did not show any clues. No, there might be clues, but it was not obvious. Besides, she was an optimist. It was normal for her to be in a good mood all day long. Besides, in the eyes of others, if she really had someone she liked, she would not hide it. It was normal for people to ignore things that they were used to. Perhaps Qing Yi had grasped this point, so he took action on Qing Ju. This was indeed Nanny Gong's carelessness. This crime could not be escaped. However, perhaps the only thing that was worth rejoicing was that Qing Ju did not take the initiative to do this. She became Qing Yi's accomplice unintentionally. However, the problem now was that Qing Yi himself did not know what it was. Qing Yi was a spy who had been assigned to the prince's mansion since a long time ago. However, he had always been a well-behaved actor and did not ask about anything. His background was also very clear. As a spy, he was quite unqualified, even the kind that was very inconspicuous. However, it was precisely this kind of situation that gave the king of hell a fatal blow at the crucial moment. How ridiculous it was to fall into the hands of a small person. However, no one could laugh now. Chapter 560. Originally, he had planned to find the culprit and take the initiative to attack, but the clues seemed to have been cut off. Li Honyuan had 1 foot on the couch and 1 foot on the ground. Jingwan naturally sat between his legs with her legs half bent and leaned on him. She was still dressed as she usually did at home, no different from her usual afternoon nap. Unfortunately, now was not the time for her afternoon nap. Moreover, she had slept for more than 20 hours since last night. At this moment, there was still an afterglow on the horizon. However, he believed that there would be news soon. The days were getting shorter and shorter. At this moment, Li Honyuan was very calm. Even the terrifying aura around him seemed to have disappeared. Of course, this was on the premise that one did not look into his eyes. He was completely a quiet and handsome man. Qing Ju's sobbing had also disappeared. There were quite a number of people present, but it was so quiet that it was scary. It was as if no one dared to breathe. That kind of feeling was really not too good. "Wake him up," Li Honyuan said in a low voice. It was obvious who this person was referring to. Gong Jiu took out a few silver needles and inserted them. Qing Yi on the ground showed signs of waking up. The main courtyard was the most special place in the prince's mansion. If it was outside, it would not be so comfortable to wake up. As for Gong Jiu, the kick that Li Honyuan gave him was not light. He estimated that 3 of his ribs were broken, but it was actually considered light. If his master had used all his strength, he would have died. After all, breaking his ribs and piercing his heart was not difficult for his master. With such an injury, Gong Jiu only looked a little pale. Other than that, whether it was walking or inserting the needles, his movements were very stable. No one could tell that there was anything wrong with him. Although Qing Yi had the identity of a spy, but in essence, he was still an actor. He was placed in Jin Xinwang Fu early on. It must be known that Li Honyuan had always concealed it well. Even if he was afraid of him, he did not treat him as a real threat. Because a person, no matter how fierce he was, he would not be able to overturn the heavens. Placing a spy in his mansion was only because he was cautious and did not want to leave anything out. Perhaps this person was not valued. Perhaps he had long been forgotten and was entrusted with an important task at this special time. A member at the lowest level, no matter how sophisticated he was, in front of a person like Li Honyuan, he was just an ant that could be easily crushed. Therefore, when he faced Li Honyuan personally, even if he tried his best to control, his body would still tremble like a sieve. In this appearance, Li Hongyuan's subordinates puzzled and depressed. This kind of person could be a spy, but the truth was, not only was he a spy, he had become one. However, this time, it also taught them a lesson. Sure enough, they could not underestimate anyone. Previously, they did not put this kind of person in their eyes at all. And because they knew their place, they never doubted him. However, this lesson, to them, was really too painful. If the Wangfei was to sleep and not wake up, then the consequences, they did not even dare to think about it. Just the current situation made them tremble uncontrollably. That thing, when and where did you get it from? Li Hanyuan asked calmly. In fact, Qingyi was the only place that was unfavorable to Jingwan. However, because he did not know what it was, even if he said it was a venomous insect, according to the results of the interrogation, that was only what the person who gave him the venomous insect told him. He did not know what the insect looked like. Other than knowing that it could make people fall into a deep sleep, he knew nothing. If it was someone who did not know anything about venomous insects, perhaps they would be fooled so easily. But Gong Jiao, who seemed to know a lot about venomous insects but had no memory of it, was an accident. Therefore, there were still some doubts. Could it be that this person was just a shield, and the real culprit was still hiding? This question had been asked more than once. Even if he had suffered a great crime before, it was still not as great as the pressure he felt when facing Li Hanyuan. With a trembling voice, he repeated what he had said before. Although their status was low, there was no absolute prohibition against them leaving the prince's mansion. These people, compared to those concubines and concubines who were not allowed to leave the prince's mansion, had more freedom. After that, Li Hanyuan ordered the guards who knew the time of Qingyi's departure. Even if they knew that there was a problem now, they did not dare to hide anything. In fact, all of their statements were the same. There was nothing that did not match. Even if they were questioned carefully, there was nothing suspicious. Investigate the other people who were on duty that day again. Regardless of whether they were related or not, since Li Hanyuan ordered them to investigate, they would definitely investigate again. There was no problem the first time, and there was no problem the second time. However, on the third time, there was a problem. On that day, there was obviously a guard who changed his patrol time with another guard because of something. In other words, he was not supposed to be on patrol. However, like the other people in the same team, he said that he had seen Qingyi. This was quite abnormal. What was even more abnormal was that the other people in the same team said that this guy was the one who was on patrol with them. As the leader of the guards, Guard Qian was in charge of the prince's mansion security. Every half a month, he would regroup the guards. The time of Qingyi's departure was about 7 or 8 days. There was no reason for him to mix up the members of his team. However, the comrade who took over said that he was on patrol with them. Moreover, he definitely did not see Qingyi. Under normal circumstances, if 12 people said the same thing and one person said something different, it was obvious that he would choose to believe the former. However, Guard Qian and the rest's expressions changed. If they did not call all the guards here, and not just those who were on duty that day, this point would probably be overlooked. When everyone said the same thing, the one who was different might be the key. Other things aside, in Gong Jiao's hands, there was a type of medicine that could make a person's memory blurry for a certain period of time. If someone deliberately did it, then they would be able to remember some things that they wanted them to remember. As for whether this was the case, it was not difficult to prove. All they had to do was to ask about other things in detail. As expected, other than Qingyi's incident, everyone else's memory was very blurry. Especially the person who changed his patrol. He even had a confused memory. And this situation was exactly the same as the effect of the medicine in Gong Jiao's hands. This time, not only Li Hanyuan, but also the others, looked at Gong Jiao with a strange gaze. Gong Jiao lowered his head slightly and pursed his lips. Compared to his usual indifference, his expression was exceptionally serious. However, Li Hanyuan did not open his mouth to ask, nor did he open his mouth to explain anything, even though this matter was not done by him. But the medicine came from his hands. It could basically be confirmed. Then, he had an unshirkable responsibility. However, he had his own private courtyard to study all kinds of things. Others would not easily set foot in it. Usually, he would personally clean the courtyard. Moreover, in order to prevent unrelated people from entering, he had placed a lot of poison in the courtyard. On the surface, no one would be able to find any clues. However, if someone wanted to spy on him, they might lose their life. Li Hongyuan shifted his gaze away from Gong Jio and landed on Qingyi. Take him away and interrogate him. Qingyi was dragged away. This time's interrogation might not be so simple. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that Qingyi's goo was not obtained from someone outside, but from someone in Jinqin Wangfu. This person might be the key. Based on the current situation, it was hard to say whether they could interrogate him or not. And before the truth came to light, everyone was a suspect. Li Hongyuan held Jingwan's hand. His gaze quietly fell on her face. It was unknown what he thought of, but his left foot suddenly curled into a smile. It was sinister, treacherous, cold, and ruthless, intertwined together, incomparably terrifying. Who was Li Hongyuan? He was the living king of hell, controlling the power of Qi Yuan. He wanted to see who the rat behind this was. Even if he couldn't find out, he would not let go of one person, even if he wrongly killed hundreds of thousands of people. Especially since they chose to target Wan Wan, then they must be prepared to be cut into pieces. For Li Hongyuan, if they made a move on him and succeeded, he might even admire the person behind this. Making a move on Jinqin Wangfei, in essence, was still targeting Jinqin Wang. But since they didn't directly target him, it could only mean that the other party was quite afraid of him and knew that if they directly clashed with Li Hongyuan, their chances of winning were too small. He was the first to be afraid. Would Li Hongyuan be afraid of such an opponent? Li Hongyuan maintained this posture for as long as a quarter of an hour. He waved his hand and let them all leave. He glanced at Qing Ju, who was kneeling on the ground as if she had nothing to live for. Take her away and lock her up. Wait for Wang Fei's punishment. After all, she was one of Jingwan's people and had served by Jingwan's side for many years. Li Hongyuan wouldn't easily punish her. This was his respect and love for Jingwan. Although he knew that when the time came, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that Jingwan wouldn't do anything to Qing Ju. Probably also understanding this point, He Mei and the others slightly breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Ye punished her, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that Qing Ju would die. Not knowing wasn't a reason to exempt her from the crime. Qing Ju, on the other hand, didn't have any happy reaction. At this moment, she was surrounded by deep regret and self-blame. From her point of view, it was her fault. It was all her fault that she had harmed the princess consort. The princess consort was still pregnant with a child. If the child was also implicated, if it wasn't for the hope that the princess consort would definitely wake up, Qing Ju might have already used her death as an apology. As for Qing Yi, the sweetness of her young maiden's heart was as much as the hatred for him now. What she hated the most was not that he used her, but that he used her to hurt Wang Fei. If he only wanted to get some benefits from her, she might be a little sad in the end. Jingwan was Li Hongyuan's reverse scale, but for some other people, she was also important. Qing Yi was interrogated again. This time, she really didn't look like a human. She looked like a pile of rotten meat that was barely holding on to the shape of a human. Master, there's a high chance that this actress was also drugged, so he couldn't interrogate her. Perhaps because he was mentally prepared, Li Hongyuan didn't flare up. Get ready. We'll go to White Dragon Temple tomorrow morning. Yes. When the city gates opened the next day, Li Hongyuan left the capital with his men in a grandiose manner. In the morning court, Li Hongyuan was naturally impeached again. Regardless of how Lu Qingdi would deal with it, he had injured the city gate guards and used his horse to injure people in the city. He couldn't avoid being impeached. Lu Qingdi also had a headache. That evil spawn clearly hadn't caused any trouble for a long time. How did this happen again? No matter how much he favored this son, since the impeachment report came, he couldn't ignore it. At least on the surface, he had to put on an act. However, when he sent someone to Jinqin Wangfu after the court meeting, he was informed that Jinqin Wang had left the capital. The people of the Wangfu took a lot of people away. It seemed that he wouldn't return after going out for a stroll. Speaking of which, in the past, when he left the capital, he would at least report to him. This time, He actually left without a word. Lu Qingdi was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He kept scolding, "Evil spawn, evil spawn." As for those brothers of Li Hanyuan, even if Lu Qingdi didn't like them, they didn't spare any effort to add oil and vinegar to Lu Qingdi's eyes. After all, only by removing Li Hanyuan, the biggest obstacle, other people's chances would be equal. Therefore, they didn't put Father Emperor in their eyes, failed to live up to Father Emperor's love and care for him, had no regard for law and discipline, and in the long run, it might cause people's resentment, and so on. These words might really add fuel to the fire. However, when Li Hanyuan wasn't here, the unlucky ones were naturally those who jumped around in front of him. Lu Qingdi's anger couldn't be extinguished, but he also knew that his son couldn't have left the capital for no reason. Even yesterday's incident might have a reason. Therefore, he let people investigate first. However, when he sent people to Jin Xinwang Fu to inquire, he didn't get any results. Because all the insiders in the Wang Fu were taken away by Li Hanyuan. No matter who it was, to be able to get Gong Jiu's medicine and be able to cause trouble in the Wang Fu, it couldn't be just an ordinary servant. Even with Qing Yi as an example, this kind of situation was rare. It should be known that even in the Wang Fu, there were only a few people who knew about the guard rotation. Therefore, this person must not be so transparent. Therefore, Li Hanyuan was 100% sure that this person must be among the people he took away. At this time, if he left him and the Wang Fu together, who knew what other things would happen? It was better to keep him under his nose. He wouldn't leave Jingwan's side at all times. What else could happen? He didn't need to think about anything else and could just directly commit suicide. However, in this world, was there really someone who could do this? Li Hanyuan didn't need to send people to Bai Long Temple to inquire about Master Liao Chen's whereabouts. The last time Master Liao Chen came to the capital, after the Imperial Gui Fei appeared, the King of Hell clearly told him that he hoped that Master Liao Chen wouldn't be wandering in the short term. Master Liao Chen was a supreme expert, but because of pity for the common people, he was suppressed by Li Hanyuan. He was helpless enough that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.